2, check. Check. What's up, folks? Hello. Are you with me? Chat, are you with me? I know I'm late. I know I'm late getting started. The chat's very slow. Is anyone there? Is there anyone watching this shit? Hello. No. No one is watching. Well, that's fair. Fair enough, I guess. Hey, Stu, what's up? Yeah, I've heard. You gotta watch the Ford Greenbelt presser. I think I'm planning on doing that, yeah. It sounds like it was kind of a shit show. Yeah. We can take a look at the stories that were breaking about that prior to it as well. It's really amazing, just the open, rampant corruption that goes on in our political culture. You know, whether you're talking about the U.S. government, the Canadian government, provincial, state governments, every level, just open, rampant corruption. Zero consequences. Maybe there will be consequences for the Ford administration. I don't really believe that there will, but maybe there will. I don't know. We can look at that today, though, Stu. I'm interested in taking a look at this. I just got to get rolling here. Get the conversational juices flowing first. I mean, they're already kind of flowing a little bit. The reason that I'm late here getting started is that I was I had appointments this morning. I've just been running around all day. I had appointments this morning, and I had my therapy appointment actually earlier. I came back. I recorded and edited and released an entire Insurgents podcast episode. That's why I'm late. Now I'm here. Hello, Paradis 100. That's right. I'm gonna join him. That's my lesson. That's my lesson from all this. You might as well get in on the action, right? What am I doing? I'm here on Twitch complaining for handouts from the chat. I should be getting in on the gravy train there, to use Doug Ford's own words, or the Ford brothers' only words. The NDP will send out strongly worded emails to its supporters. Exactly. That's the punishment. That's the punishment you get for just being for just this blatant double dealing and corruption in our society. The NDP sends out a strongly worded letter. Yeah, we're not talking about the Ford administration from the 70s. We're talking about Doug. The Doug man. I just got to wake up a little bit. Can I enjoy sipping my iced coffee here? I guess we'll have to forego the Man Tracker today. We've been watching a lot of Man Tracker lately. We'll have to skip that. Get right down to business. The men will have to track themselves this one time. This one time, they'll have to track themselves. How's everyone doing? I had a nice night last night. I made a very tasty ramen and ate that, and I watched the film Dog Day Afternoon with Al Pacino. The main character in that film, obviously a woke legend for robbing a bank to try and pay for his trans wife's sex reassignment surgery. That's real allyship. That's real allyship, what we saw from Al Pacino in Dog Day Afternoon. If you really want to support trans women, I think that's the level that you should be taking it to. if there's a trans woman or man in your life that needs help, needs financial assistance, what are you going to do? Can you do a GoFundMe, or are you going to go out and get a gun and rob a bank? Who's more of an ally in that case? That's the question. Yeah, it's a great movie. Really good movie. Or about her advocating for bank robbery. Well, listen, I would not ever advocate for anyone to commit any kinds of a crime. I'm just saying that obviously, as you know, I would never use this platform to advocate for anyone to commit any kind of a crime, especially a violent armed robbery, which I don't support. I don't endorse that. And I don't think anyone should ever do that. I'm simply saying, in terms of the levels of allyship, trans allyship, Pacino in that movie really went above and beyond. That's all I'm saying. Or as well, if you want to fund your revolution. If you want to fund a revolution as well, sometimes you got to get down and dirty. Yeah, I am talking about Dog Day Afternoon. I watched that last night. I had never seen it. Really awesome movie. Really enjoyable. That 70s Al Pacino certainly was a handsome man, wasn't he? Even in that movie, he's all disheveled and sweaty and fucked up looking. Very handsome man, that 70s Al Pacino. Attica! What's everyone else doing? How's your morning going? Talk to me. Let's get some chatting going before we get into the nitty gritty discourse, hard hitting news and political analysis. I just got here. Hello, Sasha. It just started. I just got the stream going. I just drank my iced coffee. Talking about Dog Day Afternoon with Al Pacino, which I watched last night. What did you get up to last night, Sasha? Anything cool? I played in a Pokemon card tournament and lost 0-3. That's unfortunate. You gotta stop the steal. Stop the steal. Played a lot of Magic statues with the kiddos. That sounds fun. It's weird. My son's with my dad right now, and he's been kind of off doing stuff. He was at a cottage for a couple days while I was here, and he's at my dad's now. Miss him. Like, it's nice when you're a parent. It's nice to have a little relief from the nonstop parenting stuff, but I also miss him. It's a little weird. It's very conflicting. They want to play it constantly. That can be the hard time when you start finding these things, right? You start finding these enjoyable things, and you're like, oh, that was a fun little exercise. And then like again. And it's like, no, let's just keep doing that thing over and over and over and over again. And you're like, you're trying to explain to them, I'm old. I don't have the energy to be doing this. I was just signing up for one thing, not 50 of the same thing over and over and over again. Folks, I just released, moments before going live, a brand new episode of the Insurgents podcast with my friend Sam Knight of the District Sentinel.
This is some guy, Rob Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Majority Report, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Raiders. Welcome. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for joining me. Hey, if you could really quickly just smash that follow button. I'm trying to see something here. I was having some issues with the following button, and I'm just trying to test something. If you could just really quickly press that, that'd be really helpful so I could just do this little experiment thing to see if that's working. Sam Sater, what a fucking nightmare. How is the Majority Report stream today? I really appreciate the raid. Already following. So if you're already following, then definitely don't press it. If you're already following, then definitely don't press it. I am coming close to dangerously close to 9,000 followers also. So not only are you helping me test the follow button, but you're really helping me out, getting me very close to the 9K follower benchmark here on twitch.tv. And so, folks, from the Majority Report, actually, might interest you to know, I just released, just a few moments ago, a brand new episode of the Insurgents podcast, the podcast that I do with co-host with Jordan Yule. Jordan's not around this week because he's moving to LA. He's in the process of moving.
Use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Trash Showmancer. It's going to be over 9,000. That's exactly right. Thank you so much for the 100 friend coin. Please, if you can, give that a listen.
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Oh my goodness. Plunger Man, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much for that.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Top Scruffy, thanks for the 28 months of Tier 1. Thank you, Top Scruffy. Very kind of you. Thank you for that. So please, though, if you get a chance, listen to this brand new episode of the Insurgents podcast that I just did with Sam Knight. Sam Knight of the District Sentinel podcast. A friend of mine, really great guy. Really good stuff. That was a fantastic episode. I guess since now we got some viewers, probably should maybe transition into talking about some actual serious political discourse. Is anyone from the Majority Report Raiders, are you interested in hearing a little bit about a major story that's breaking right now in Ontario, Canada, about the Doug Ford government and the rampant corruption in the Doug Ford administration? Because apparently Doug Ford just was in this incredibly chaotic presser about this news stories that broke about his completely blatant open corruption that's been going on in with him, and basically handing out these massive contracts to his developer buddies developing this part of Ontario that he previously promised to not build on, the Green Belt. You know, why would the people of Ontario trust this man? It's a great question. It is a great question. And, you know, whether I think if you're American or not, you can pay attention to what's going on in Canada. You might think Canada is some kind of a woke socialist paradise. Well, I'm here to tell you that that's not the case. That's not the case at all. And we're going to take a look at this Doug Ford presser in just a few minutes. Yeah, I mean, that's the main thing that we talk about a lot, corruption. The way it's like completely normalized. Not only is it not illegal, which it should be in our political system, in like Western liberal democracy, it's completely legal. It's completely normalized. It's totally encouraged, like whether it's with Doug Ford or whether it's the United States Supreme Court, you know? Or I've talked about in the past, like all these like whether they're U.S. congressmen or senators or members of parliament here in Canada that are landlords that own stocks and invest in the market, despite also being lawmakers that have power over like what's going on in the market and what companies are allowed to do what. Just like rampant open corruption that we completely just ignore. And in fact, when other countries, whether it's China or whoever, goes after people that are corrupt and puts people in jail, high-ranking political figures that engage in this kind of corruption or take bribes or whatever, or use their position to personally profit, they go to jail, as they should. And we sit around and we point fingers and call that authoritarianism. Meanwhile, there's just this rampant open corruption in our political system, whether it's our lawmakers on the Supreme Court, in this case, the Premier of Ontario, and we just totally accept it. We might get angry. We might send a strongly worded email, if we're one of the opposition parties, but we don't ever actually meaningfully punish corruption at all. Whether it's the Trump kids or whether it's Hunter Biden, there's corruption in the Biden family, the Biden administration. But we just look the other way when we say, well, that's just part of our political system. It's really amazing to me the way that this has become completely normalized in our culture, which we also sort of lecture countries and nations and peoples all around the world about how open and democratic our system is. It's actually not very democratic. It's not democratic when corruption is not punished in any way. It's depressing. It's depressing. Humans are inherently greedy and corrupt, so there's a basis system around rewarding that. And that's the interesting thing, is that I don't even believe that humans are inherently greedy and corrupt, but we've created an economic system that does incentivize that, and that's how you get ahead in the capitalist system. That's how you become a major player in the political system, or you become a major player in the business world, is by acting that way. Party at Rob's house. That's right, up the Reds. And hey, again, while we've got a couple hundred viewers here, if anyone else wants to subscribe to TRRS, maybe bring in a couple new community members, now is a great time to subscribe, to give subs. It's very, very helpful. Helps me make the number go up. Helps keep this show on the air. If you enjoy this kind of analysis, this kind of commentary, or the weird, zany entertainment stuff that I do here on a daily basis here on twitch.tv, please, if you can, subscribe. It's very, very helpful. I appreciate it a lot. And again, it brings more people into the community. It helps me out. It boosts the algorithm, all the good stuff. There's no downside to it. There's just no downside whatsoever to subscribing to this program or gifting subs. It's all upside, baby. And there's not a lot of investments that you can make in the world that's like that, but this is one of those cases. Weenus, you're in the Discord. Very nice. I'm happy to hear that. We got a movie night next Wednesday. Burn After Reading. That's going to be fantastic. And we're not a cult or a pyramid scheme, says so right on the package. That's right. So let's take a look at the story, okay? We'll take a look at this Doug Ford story. And then we'll take a look at the presser. Here's the story. Here's a provocative title. Just wonder, just give me one moment to adjust this here. Is this better? There we go. Can he say that? What? I hope we take down Ford over this. Will definitely hurt Pierre in the federal election if we do. I mean, I'm not counting on Trump or any other political figure to be held accountable for any of their crimes. I'm not counting on that happening here as well. I mean, Ford was deeply unpopular also in the last election, but that didn't seem to, like, there's been this effort on the conservative movement to, like, completely distance themselves from, hey, Mac at work, what's up? To distance themselves from from Ford and to not have any of that kind of connection. So I'm not counting on any negative consequences to happen. As usual, I'll be surprised and delighted if there are any meaningful consequences to like this kind of like overwhelming corruption for either Doug Ford or the Conservative Party or the conservative movement in general, but I'm not going to hold my breath on that. But here's the story, okay? Ontario's AG reveals Premier Doug Ford directed Housing Minister Steve Clark to conduct swaps, expansions, contractions, and policy updates related to the Green Belt. Developers then had direct influence over which lands were removed. Is the premier Canadian version
Auditor
of the governor.
General of Ontario
exactly right.
had some bombshells here. She just delivered her report inside the media studio here at Queen's Park. She found that the process that the government used, specifically Doug Ford's government, the process that they used to reduce the number of acres available in the Greenbelt but make more available for developers, that it was, quote, dismissive and preferential, and that it was preferential to developers, specifically just a couple of developers. It's remarkable because, according to the Auditor General's report just released here, the whole process was given over to a political staffer, the Chief of Staff for the Housing Minister. His appointment by the government, by specifically the Premier's office, his job in a 3-week period was to figure out which lands would be carved out of the Greenbelt and then provided to developers. And what she found was that just 2 developers in Ontario, only 2 would get 92% of the lands. She also talked about a meeting that happened at a meeting of developers where this chief of staff actually received packages, envelopes from 2 developers recommending that these lands be made available to them. A lot of money was at stake. This isn't the way the process was supposed to work, said the Auditor General. Here's a little bit more of what she had to say from that press conference just a few minutes ago.
The dealings involved in his privatization of healthcare.
The process was biased in favor of certain developers and landowners who had timely access to the Housing Minister's Chief of Staff. Owners of the 15 land sites removed from the Greenbelt could ultimately see more than a collective $8.3 billion increase to the value of their properties. The 2022 Greenbelt exercise clearly demonstrates what can happen when a policy directive such as opening the Greenbelt to enable development is then implemented with few procedural safeguards or little expert input. Put more bluntly, expediency should not be used as a justification to short-circuit sound operational procedures.
And the whole process was a 3-week process. There were confidentiality agreements in place. It was something that was done in secret, pretty much, according to the Auditor General. It's something that was remarkable in how quickly it happened. She says that the public was completely shut out of this, that Indigenous groups were not properly consulted. She's asking that the process be reviewed. The Premier's office has not said that it will review that. The Premier expected to speak here in about an hour to answer some of these questions raised by the Auditor General. As for whether anything was illegal, well, Bonnie Lysyk said that's something for the Ontario Provincial Police to consider. The OPP is still conducting a review of this. This report today doesn't speak to criminality. It speaks to how the process happened and how some people were going to get very rich as a result of access to Premier Doug Ford, to his office, and to the Chief of Staff for the Ministry of Housing. That Chief of Staff given all kinds of specific direct responsibility to figure out which parcels of land were going to be turned over to developers, and only two developers, just two developers getting 92% of all the lands here.
Do you have any idea what would happen to Doug Ford?
Our connection really
in this case if we were not in Canada but in China? You know, like they were talking about, like it's a case for the Ontario Provincial Police to decide. Yeah, I'm sure they're going to really get right on punishing the Doug Ford administration for this kind of open, rampant corruption. But like if you're a you know, political figure, in China, and you get accused of this level of like corruption, and again, this open and shut case, giving these huge billion-dollar contracts just to his buddies, to his developer buddies, just completely right out in the open. Like, not only so far does it look like there's not even going to be any real consequences for it, but like, let alone legal consequences. You know, in China, they actually take this shit seriously. At the very, very least, one of whom was at his daughter's wedding. Exactly. Like, it's just comical. I'm pretty sure this is mostly just how local governments operate. And you're right. But it would be nice to live in an actual democracy, in an actual functioning democracy where not only does the government like do stuff, invest in infrastructure, invest in poverty reduction, invest in a global strategy of like developing global South countries, but also doesn't tolerate this kind of shit, this kind of open criminality. You know, this is why I would like to one day live in an actual democracy, not like the one we live in now, the fake Western liberal democracy that we live in. Yeah, they decided on 2 developers this time. That's right. That's a little thing called competition. Exactly. Developers in Ontario, and everyone. The funny thing about this also is that everyone knew this. Everyone knew this, and it's like this explosive expose is just really confirming something that everyone was already aware of, even prior to Ford's re-election. Developers in Ontario had direct influence over the province's decision to extract lands from the Greenbelt and receive preferential treatment. Ontario's Auditor General found in a blistering special report that showed the Ford government began working to remove protected land as soon as it won re-election. Yeah, developers basically run all local governments, just lead them around by the nose. I would like to just like fucking drop the whole facade sometimes. Like, wouldn't that be nice if we just stopped pretending? Let's show the people who the people that are actually running our governments, the developers, you know, the titans of industry, the oil companies, the oil and gas companies, you know, all these like the 5 or 6 families in Canada that basically own and operate all our resources, that our whole government is just in place in order to facilitate their ongoing extraction of all these resources for like these massive profits. Let's just drop this whole facade of our government and just put these people in charge. We might as well. I keep pretending that like our votes, we vote for this party or this party, it really means something's going to change or something's going to be different. When it's the same couple of dipshit families across the country that control the entire money-making scheme, you know? Let's just call it like it is. Let's just put these people in charge and drop the whole facade of our fake democracy that we have. A democracy where, of course, Doug Ford was reelected by like 18% of eligible voters in Ontario. or just say they got the contract because they bribed us. Like, let's just be honest about that. Like, even the headline is funny. Developers had direct influence over Ontario Greenbelt land removal. It's like, you know what? I could have told you that. Without this big blistering expose. You know, I'm glad that we're talking about it. I'm glad that it's in the headlines. But like, we all knew this. Like, this was not even a secret. And like Red Scary is pointing out, this is like common out like across a lot of these local governments. This is just a normal, like someone was saying also, it barely would register as a scandal. So let's look at this presser. Is it on YouTube? Do you have a link to the presser, Stu? Excuse me. Is it this? Oh, Stu's got it. Okay. Okay. So here's Ford's response to all this. I've heard this is pretty wild shit. So let's see how this goes. As a public works employee who's in charge of the major large-scale projects for local government, I get very annoyed about the developer's role in planned infrastructure. Here he is.
Well, good afternoon. I want to start with the facts. Ontario is experiencing unprecedented growth. Last year alone, Ontario
for the developers? Yeah, I agree.
500,000 people. Put that into perspective, the federal government brought in 1.1 million people into our country. 600,000 people landed everywhere else. But folks, guess what? Eventually, they're going to end up in Ontario. That's more newcomers than both Texas and Florida, the fastest growing states in America. We are now the fastest growing region, bar none, in North America. At current rates, Ontario will grow by more than 5 million people in the next 10 years.
And that's why I should be corrupt, and it's actually good.
2 cities the size of Toronto in a decade. These are staggering numbers, numbers that didn't exist a few short months ago. Considering these facts has never been more important to deliver on our commitment to build at least 1.5 million homes. Failing to act would worsen
that's why he's got to do it.
Supply and affordability crisis. In particular, young families and newcomers in search of the Ontario dream will see home ownership slip further away as they're locked out.
Need a courageous leader to make these kind of courageous decisions. Exactly.
Failing to act would hurt everyone in Ontario by driving up the cost of goods and services and by hampering new job creation and investments.
And housing prices are going to drop like a stone now because of all this. You'll see.
Canadians' so far unwavering support for immigration at a time when our economic success depends on welcoming skilled newcomers to fill critical labor gaps. As Canada and Ontario welcome more people, we need to build more homes of all types. It's that simple. To do so, our government is the first in decades to have a real plan to build more homes.
Yet none of it will be
Our
affordable
Supply
housing.
Action Plan
Absolutely.
has set ambitious targets for growing municipalities. It has cut costly red tape.
And we need to cut the costly red tape so I can give my fucking cottage beer drinking buddies the unquestioned right to build a bunch of $800,000 cardboard McMansions. And I'm only doing this because I care about people and I want people to have a place to live. That's why. Yes, that's Doug Ford. Wailing and gnashing my teeth, wishing I could make Chinese ghost cities. Absolutely. Which I remember, and we talk about this often. We mocked the Chinese for these ghost cities. No one's living in these ghost cities. Well, have you checked into those now? Now they've been like carefully planned, careful, meticulous urban planning, inhabited by millions of people, and are all thriving now. That's called central planning. Exactly. Not whatever the fuck this is.
While reducing municipal fees and taxes on purpose-built rentals, as well as affordable and attainable housing. Through our transit-oriented communities, we're planning for density right next to transit, including the new Ontario Line subway. After decades of stagnation, we're starting to see results. Against challenging headwinds like higher inflation rates and labor shortages, 2021 and 2022 had the most housing starts in over 30 years. This positive momentum and a step in the right direction, but as our province grows at an incredible speed, we need to do more. That's why when we were re-elected in June, we made the decision to exhaust all options available to the province to build more homes faster, including
this is thinking of everyone but himself.
Policy framework to guide how we could unlock non-sensitive lands.
And we have nothing but disdain.
Overall size
this man's just trying to help.
5 months later, I was briefed on specific sites that met this criteria, including offsets that grew the size of the Greenbelt. Driven by the need to build more homes, Cabinet approved these land swaps. This initiative...
Yeah, cutting through the bullshit here, L. Bob Kit. Developers made $8.3 billion overnight. They bought worthless land, knowing that he would remove protections, and bribed him at his daughter's stag and doe. Still no accountability. These are stupid times. The only recommendation he won't accept from the report is to cancel the deal. That sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds about right. Which is amazing how he's framing it in this like altruistic way. These are literally like beer cottage beer drinking buddies of his that went to his daughter's wedding, that got all these huge contracts, federal contracts, or provincial contracts. Excuse me.
Will add more than 50,000 new homes to house more than 150,000 people, while at the same time growing the Greenbelt by 2,400 acres. Most of these sites were requested by municipalities, in some cases for several years now. Critically, this initiative impacts sites not owned by the government. It impacts privately owned properties. This initiative established conditions to ensure that billions of dollars worth of community benefits, including new roads, parks, community centers, transit, water, and healthcare infrastructure, as well as major nonprofit housing builds, are paid for in full by the landowners and builders, not Ontario or municipal taxpayers. That's billions of dollars in new infrastructure. That's new schools, parks, community centers, long-term care homes, and hospitals. That's new supportive housing. That wouldn't exist if our government didn't make the decision to unlock these properties. We're also requiring that new home construction begin no later than 2025, with significant progress on approvals and implementation by the end of 2023. If these conditions aren't met, we'll return these sites to the Greenbelt. This initiative will also spur significant economic development and GDP growth by creating new construction jobs and long-term employment opportunities in healthcare and social services.
This sounds all right to me. What's the big problem?
While we'll never waver in our commitment to build more homes, we know that there are areas for improvement as we move forward. We were moving fast. We couldn't have had a better process.
We couldn't have had a better protest, folks.
As Premier, the buck stops with me, and I take full responsibility for the need for better process. That's why we support and will implement 14 of the report's 15 recommendations. Doing so will strengthen government process. Every day we receive dozens of requests and proposals. We receive them from stakeholders, MPPs.
Folks, as Premier, the buck stops with me, and that's why I take full responsibility for trying to be a cool guy and trying to help everybody out in the best way that I know how. I take full responsibility, folks, for caring too much. This is like one of those job interviews where they ask you about your flaws. And you're like, I work too hard sometimes. I get too involved in these things. I care too much about succeeding as a team. I'm a perfectionist. Keep giving me the bucks so they can stop here, and then I'll transfer them to all my developer buddies so they can build all these McMansions. My weakness is that I care too much and I work too hard. If that's a crime, if it's a crime to care too much about building houses, well, guilty as charged. You have to respect it sometimes, you know? You have to.
Of every party and everyday voters. Some of the best ideas we get come from outside the government, and it's important that we never stop listening. These proposals, they span every ministry: health, long-term care, transportation, and yes, housing. What matters is that the right process is followed once we receive these proposals. In this case, every proposal was measured against our requirements. Those that met them were considered for approval. Those that didn't weren't. And as I've said, moving forward, we recognize that the process should be better. As we implement the report's recommendations, it will be better. At the same time, as Ontario grows, we won't deny 50,000 families, 150,000 people a chance at owning a home.
Yeah, exactly. It's just trying to put people in a home, okay? This guy is too articulate. He'd never get elected in the U.S. Well, the thing is, you see the difference right now, similar to Trump. Like, you know, when Trump like reads a prepared statement and it's just awkward and stilted and it doesn't seem like he wants to be doing it. That's what's going on here. When Doug Ford's off the cuff, he can be more charismatic. If he was off the cuff right now, you'd be like, oh, you know what I can't stand is like, we're doing these developments, and we got to get more Tim Hortons. I've been saying they did the new Tim Hortons and they've got the real egg. They got the real egg that they're putting in the sandwiches and that farmer's wrap, folks. That farmer's wrap. I get one every morning. It's fantastic. And when we build these new communities, new developments, we're going to make sure, folks, that there's a Tim Hortons, and they'd be doing like stuff like that, which I think would be more entertaining. Right now, he's trying to pour some cold water on this big scandal that's developing. So he's reading this statement. He's kind of somber. If he turned up the folksiness, he could make some noise in America. I think. I really do.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I have arrived. Be gold.
Oh my goodness, Progressive Canuck. Thank you for the 24 months of Tier 1. That's 2 entire years. And congratulations to you for the highly elite, highly exclusive, shimmering golden TRRS 2-year sub badge. Great job. You did it, Progressive Canuck. You did it. You got the badge. Wonderful. Red Scary, do you still like the pink diamond? Like, do you feel weird and awkward now that it's like there? Now I don't know what to do. I don't know if it was just a 1-day bit thing. Now is it weird that you have that? I don't know. You have to decide. You have to decide. I don't know what to do anymore.
We have two choices. We can build more homes.
Don't feel weird at all? Okay, that's fine.
And let the crisis get
the
worse.
golden badge is not piss. Red Scary
Our
being very
government
supportive
is
today,
choosing to build.
actually.
And as we continue
It feels
to
normal and
respond
right.
to the
Okay,
housing
good.
supply and affordability crisis, we need to keep moving. We were elected on a promise to cut through delays, to stop the never-ending talk, and deliver for
the
the
red
people of
tape.
Ontario.
I had
When
to
it
do
comes
this
to
because of all the
delivering,
red tape.
There are few issues as important as building more homes. That's why our government will proceed with these developments, so long as our criteria and requirements are met. And as we work to meet our promise to build at minimum 1.5 million homes, we will do so in a way that builds public trust and confidence in the process. We'll do everything in our power to support every newcomer and young family in search of the Ontario dream. That's my promise to you. Thank you, and God bless the people of Ontario. Now, Minister Clark and I will take questions.
Reporters could please identify yourselves by name and outlet. It'll be one question and one follow-up per reporter. First question.
Hi, Premier Liam Casey with the Canadian Press.
Hi.
The Auditor General said you and the Housing Minister didn't know what Minister Clark's Chief of Staff was doing with the Greenbelt project. How did both of you not know?
Well, I look at it, we run a $204 billion a year operation. I have trust in my ministers, I have trust in our caucus, and I have trust in our staff. And I found out the day it was going to cabinet, and that's not unusual for a premier to find out what's going on the day before you go, the day of when we go into cabinet. And that's when I found out. I approved it. At the end of the day, I take full responsibility for the process. But I can tell you, we have a housing crisis, the likes of which this province and this country has never seen before.
And I'm sure all this development is going to really alleviate that.
Because we have economic growth, the likes of which this province has never seen before. People choose Ontario from around the world to come here, raise a family, to start a business, to start a better life. And as I mentioned earlier, 504,000 people.
It's true, too, that, like, all this development that he's talking about, you know, it's going to be a bunch of, if you've ever been to Vaughan, Ontario, it's going to be a bunch of new Vaughns. Just a whole lot of, just some fields of McMansions and strip malls and, like, ugly concrete highways and bullshit. That's what all this development is going to mean. And there are already currently more empty houses than unhoused people. I think that's a good point as well when we talk about this necessity to build new homes because of this housing crisis. We got a housing crisis, folks. I have no choice but to give these big contracts to all my developer friends. Otherwise, people aren't going to have a place to live. Like, they don't currently have places to live, despite the fact that there's millions of availabilities in empty homes. None of this development is going to alleviate this housing crisis that he's talking about in any way. And like I said, it's just going to be all a bunch of, like, suburban sprawl shit. That's what all of this is going to amount to. Vaughan is one of the most... My brother used to live in Vaughan, you know, and it's one of the most depressing places that I've ever seen. And that's what all this development is going to be. Let's build like 5 more Vaughns. Yeah, there's certainly a lack of 5,000 square foot houses. Absolutely. Sounds like Vaughan is the place to go for that if you want Quiznos. Yeah, I would say that. Yeah.
Landed in Ontario last year. So that leaves 600,000 people that landed everywhere else in the country. Well, folks, I will put my bottom dollar on it. 40 to 50% of the balance of the 600,000 eventually will come to Ontario, because that's where the growth
said
is.
that up
That's
front.
The quality of life. No better place in the world than right here in Ontario.
It's Doug Ford, aka the other Rob. That's right, Brian.
Minister, a chance to respond to.
Sure.
So we were given a clear mandate by the people in June, and I was given a clear mandate, as the Premier stated, to get a plan in place to build homes and build them as fast as possible. We're in the middle of a housing supply crisis. It's a severe crisis, and our severity required us to act quickly.
It's so funny framing this as being this altruistic thing. It's really, you couldn't make this up.
That we need to make some changes. I respect that. I agree with those recommendations, and I will implement them. I've been very clear about when I knew about the properties. It was the week before it was presented.
It's so funny framing this as being this like active altruism. It's like if you got caught dealing stimulants to like little kids, and like you're being arrested, and the press asks for like a word from you, and you're just like, we have, your hands are behind your back, you're being led to the squad car, and you're like, we have an ADHD crisis in our youth, and our youth need stimulants, and I need to cut the red tape. It's really difficult for these kids to see a doctor and get prescribed the stimulants that they need to overcome this crippling disease. And if I'm guilty of one thing, it's making sure that kids in my community have access to these high quality stimulants so that they can go to school, they can concentrate, they can deal with their hyperactivity. Oh, it's a crime to help kids? Well, if it's a crime to help kids overcome a serious debilitating illness, well, I guess I'm guilty. Like, that's what's going on. Yeah, for selling meth to little kids on the school ground. This is how I'm treated. Just for trying to get around this kind of red tape. Rogue chief of staff makes them both look like idiots, and they still won't fire them. Yeah, that's the really amazing thing as well. You can't even offer up a scalp. Maybe they'll eventually get tired of it and give up on him, but even that they can't do.
Presented to cabinet. But I have a very huge mandate for the government. I've delivered housing supply action plans.
Oh, and Red Scary, I'm trying to finish Devil's Chessboard, which I love, but Walter Rodney is next on my list. So if you're starting mid to late September, I will really try to finish Devil's Chessboard and transition into that so I can be part of this book club, because I've been missing out on these, and I would really like to be a part of this one. So I'm going to try and do that.
I've delivered strong mayors. I've delivered housing pledges for our municipalities, and the government has had results, as the Premier alluded to. The severity of the crisis dictated our government acting quickly. I recognize the changes that are recommended in this report, and I acknowledge that we need to implement them as soon as possible.
Premier,
yes.
Did you or the...
If we started in October, it would be more likely that I could finish in time.
Receive any benefit personally?
Or at least start the Walter Rodney.
100% not.
Absolutely not.
I love it, Red Scary.
Premier, it's Richard Southern with City News 680. It
What
seems
was
like
that?
you're
What was he
admitting
saying?
that some
What was he getting
mistakes
mad
were-
about here?
100%.
Your party. Did you or the housing minister or anyone connected to the government or your party receive any benefit personally from opening
Absolutely
up the Greenbelt?
not. 100% not.
Absolutely not.
Premier, it's Richard Southern with City News 680. It seems like you're admitting that some mistakes were
Sure you
made by
didn't,
your
Doug.
government today. You know, you say the buck stops with you, there
Yes.
are areas for improvement. Can you be specific with Ontarians this afternoon about exactly what was done wrong?
Well, I think
It's literally gangster shit with the daughter's wedding. You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding. You know, it's like literally the same thing. Of course I didn't benefit. No, it didn't personally benefit at all. Of course. Yeah, I didn't profit. It was my son, Jack. Exactly. You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding and want to develop the green belt. You know? It's like it's pretty on the nose, isn't it? When you have to talk about the connection between organized crime and the government, and the way the private sector is completely taken over, or didn't even take over these sectors, but have just like stopped even pretending to have any degree of separation from it. It was a gift from my daughter, exactly. Of course I didn't benefit. As if any longtime politician would be stupid enough to accept the bribes themselves. Yeah, rookie bullshit, absolutely. And oftentimes we see as well that it's not even like you're in the public sector and you make these kinds of decisions. It's not even to profit like at that moment. It's not even that they're getting like briefcases full of cash, which many times they are, I imagine. But like it's also afterwards. And then you transition right into the boards of directors and you become a developer yourself and it increases your holdings. And it's like, it's all that. That's why the corruption is, there's this degree of separation to it, or it's completely legalized and normalized. But like he's not going to be personally profiting from like any of this development. No, I don't buy that for a fucking moment.
Yeah, the report says what was done wrong. The process should have been better, and I'm admitting the process should have been better. But when you're in a housing crisis,
we just didn't have time.
You have an inferno happening. You know, the firefighters run to the fire. They don't run away from it. In my position, I have to deal with the crisis. Because every single day moving forward, and every day before this, I'll get in front of the media, get in front of the people, and what are you doing about housing? Every day when I met people.
It's so brazen.
I'll be very frank, it's not about the Greenbelt. Almost every question is, my children can't afford the $1.2 million it costs for an average home in Toronto and the GTA.
That will not change at all.
What are we going to do? Majority of the grandparents, parents, and friends.
As I've been saying many, many, many times, over and over and over again, like they're in the pocket of the developers. They literally, not only are they not going to lower housing prices so people can afford homes, not only will all this development not lower housing prices, which they kind of suggest without ever actually saying that, they do not want housing prices to go down. They don't want that. They want current homeowners to continue have their line continue to go up indefinitely so they can continue to profit, and for all these developers to reap even more massive profits from doing this kind of development. Housing prices going down, which he's kind of suggesting is the goal here, hurts all the very people that they support, that they're working for. If it's about affordability, then the metric of success should be if the housing prices have decreased, not how many homes you have built. This is the fundamental thing with conservatives like Doug Ford or like Pierre Poilievre talking about the housing crisis and trying to use the housing crisis to like justify their agenda. They're not interested, and neither is really anyone else in any other political party, frankly. They're not interested in the housing prices going down. That hurts them and all their friends when that happens. So they keep saying, oh yeah, all this corruption while we were just trying to get shit done so we could build more homes. And people, look, no one can afford anything. The average home price is $1.2 million. That's unsustainable. All that is true. Is that problem actually going to be alleviated in any way by this kind of rampant corruption that you're trying to justify right now? No, it won't. No, it will not. Ford translated, you kept nagging about housing, so I made a deal that's good for me and screws the people who have been complaining. Exactly. Well, not just good for him, but good for him and all his buddies. But yes. You could literally just build state housing and set the price yourself. Yeah, you could. There's a number of things that you could do if you actually cared about making housing more affordable for people. Again, it's not even the conservatives. It's not even Doug Ford or Pierre Poilievre. No one in our government is actually interested in doing that, though. We're at the mercy of the market. Exactly. They're in this fundamental contradiction because they all need the line to just continue going up indefinitely. And our entire system and every political party is invested in propping up this specific economic system where housing is commodified. And if you have land or housing as an investment, you continue to turn a profit on that. And that's just supposed to go on indefinitely. And they're bending over backwards to pretend that like they can just build more housing and that's going to make it more affordable for more people to make that kind of investment, which is not the case.
One supporting young people to buy a home.
It's so funny to phrase it in all these altruistic ways, though.
Unless it comes down to supply and demand. We're going to continue building homes. We're seeing unprecedented growth to a tune of in excess, and I'm being very conservative when I say 500,000 people a year, because we know the other people that land across the country, if they continue on this pace of 1.1 million people, they're coming to Ontario, because that's where the growth is, that's the quality of life.
For Minister Steve Clark, Minister, it's hard for anyone that
real estate is the only consistently profitable asset class left, and property prices and taxes set local government budgets. So across every level of government, there's no financial incentive to bring down housing prices. I mean, the whole Canadian economy basically is propped up by this massively overloaded, ready to explode housing market. Like if housing prices go down, like what they're kind of trying to suggest, they're making it more affordable, all this language that they're using. If that actually does happen, our economy is just going to completely implode. It will completely implode. Our whole economy is based on this whole housing market commodification scam. So that's the fundamental contradiction here. They're talking about all these real things, these real economic factors, and claiming that this development that they're doing, this openly corrupt development process where he's giving all his buddies these huge contracts to do this, is not actually going to make housing more affordable for anybody. I mean, even the affordable housing that we hear about being constructed is not even fucking affordable. Anyway, that's the reality about the Canadian economy, is it's completely propped up by this this totally ready to explode crisis level housing market. And there's ultimately just a collision course that's happening right now between these fundamental realities. We'll just keep overloading it forever. We're just going to keep the line going up forever. It's not going to work out like that, though. It can't. It's like against the laws of nature.
Follows anything in this building to believe, I think, that you would not know what your chief of staff is doing on such a big file. How did you not know? And are you
they're throwing this guy under the bus, and they're
have
still not firing
the Premier
him.
About resigning yourself from this portfolio, sir?
I appreciate the confidence that the Premier has in me and my staff. I'm fully committed to the problems in the process that led us here to this report, and I'm committed to ensuring that the 14 recommendations will move forward and will move forward quickly. But at the same time, we have a generation of Ontarians that are getting pushed farther and farther away from realizing the dream of home ownership. We need to continue to move forward on our housing supply action plans, on our strong mayor proposals, on our housing pledges, and on intensifying around transit. All of those principles, we need to continue to move forward. The Premier has highlighted the growth that our province is experiencing.
Let's just keep saying the same thing, and maybe eventually they'll leave us alone.
Plan that meets that goal.
Hi there, Alan Hale from Queen's Park today. So just to be clear, this chief of staff is keeping his job?
I appreciate the support that the Premier has given to me and my team. We are going to deliver on these recommendations
except
to the
for that
people
one.
of Ontario to add trust into the system and to provide that transparency that the report talks about. We will continue.
We want to look forward,
all
not
of my staff
backward.
will continue to work with and support the Integrity Commissioner's investigation and the recommendations that are in this report that pertain to the Integrity Commissioner. We will continue, my entire team, to work with him moving forward.
Mr. Premier,
Yes.
you criticized the last changes to the Greenbelt as being the result of, obviously how we put it, a bunch of Liberal staffers with crayons in a back room. But it seems like in this case, the changes were mostly decided by packets at a party. Can you please explain why you guys, for months and months and months, denied that there was any problem here until it literally had to be dragged out of you by an Auditor General report? How can anybody in Ontario believe when you say there's no problem, and how can we be sure that you're just not gaslighting everybody?
Alan, the Premier's already addressed the information.
We'll follow the recommendations in the report unless we don't want to. We won't.
Then advancing government policy before it has been decided. The Premier has acknowledged we receive information from a wide variety of sources. I can think most question periods, I receive an envelope from someone in the legislature.
We're all getting handed envelopes. We're all getting handed envelopes all the time, okay? I don't know what's in them. I'm a busy man. People are often handing me big yellow envelopes and burlap sacks with $signs printed on them. I don't know what's in there. Is it laundry? We don't know. I don't have time to look at this. This guy is the fall guy. Well, the funniest thing, it's his staff that's the fall guy, but they're still not even firing the fall guy. That's how funny it is. Sometimes there's money in there. Sometimes there's papers. It's like the dude. Papers? Sir, what is in those envelopes, and what is in those envelopes that you're getting handed in these cases? Like at Doug Ford's daughter's wedding. Papers. My business papers. I should hand them an envelope like it's Bud Dwyer. I would prefer one of those envelopes. All I'm hearing is elected majority is diplomatic immunity. That's right. Yeah, don't want to set the precedent of firing underlings for corruption, or no one would want to work for them anymore. I'll take any motherfucker's money if he's giving it away. That's right. Why not?
Many of the times from the opposition. Regardless, the information that is in this report, the recommendations regarding how we receive information, is extremely important to us. And again, we will implement those recommendations to bring that transparency back into the system.
I would still like to hear from the Premier on this.
Well, I'll just repeat what the minister said. We could be sitting in the legislature and members of the opposition will come up and say, here's a proposal. I'm not against that. The best ideas come from outside the government.
Especially my buddies, my friends.
Send in, no matter what government it is, by the way, will send in proposals to a certain minister or my office. It goes through the process, and we look at it. And if it's a good recommendation, then we sit down and discuss it.
Bipartisan legend.
Recommendation, then we don't.
Bipartisan hero, Doug Ford.
This all goes back to affordability. The number one issue facing Ontarians right now is affordability. We see gas prices jacked up. We see people losing their home because the interest rates were jacked up, that I'm dead against, and the speed they were jacked up from the Bank of Canada and the governor from the Bank of Canada. That's unacceptable. I've heard story after story, and I know the media's heard story after story. The last one I heard is about a woman up in Barrie that used to pay, I think it was $2,400 on her mortgage, now paying over $6,000. Her husband works 2 jobs, she's working 2 jobs, and they can't afford it, and they have to sell their dream house that they've worked their back off. That's what's affecting people. When they go to the grocery store and they see the prices going up, that's what people are concerned about.
Well, then tell your fucking friends in that doing the grocery monopoly as well to lower prices. Higher grocery prices are not some physical scientific thing that they can't control. It's your friends that control the entire grocery monopoly in this fucking country that are price gouging people, that were doing so during an unprecedented international crisis, that were price gouging people and raising prices in these moments. They're your friends. Fucking tell them to lower their prices. Don't sit there and complain with, oh, poor families can't afford bread, they can't afford groceries. Fucking get them to lower their prices then. Telling them to stop and just tell them to stop inflating it. How about that? Look at this inflation in our grocery prices. Tell them to fucking cut it out with the inflation. Tell them to de-inflate it. They're your friends. You go all to the same parties. Yeah, call up Galen Weston. Tell him you're passing laws. Like Doug Ford would fucking defend Galen Weston's almost total monopoly over these grocery chains with his life. But then they use all these things that all their friends are profiting from, such as the housing crisis, inflation, grocery prices, and all these things. They talk about the consequences of these things and give that as an excuse for like why they need to act this way. Meanwhile, all they're doing is like continuing to funnel money directly to the exact people that are causing these problems in the first place. I can't tell the invisible hand of capitalism what to manipulate. I can only help my favorite hands get what they want. That's right. Yeah. I just can't stand these motherfuckers in the conservative movement. And, liberals and social democrats do this too, but it's especially egregious for people like Doug Ford and Pierre Poilievre to talk about these very real economic consequences that people are dealing with, not being able to afford a home, not being able to afford groceries, not having their wages rise, while simultaneously legislating in a way that ensures that all of these things are going to continue happening. Because they're friends with all the fucking vampires that are overseeing this whole corrupt system in the first place. Just saw a China crisis headline. Fears over deflation in China as prices plummet. Imagine prices for basic daily necessities going down. What a horrible situation that must be.
And then, be it the young families that need to buy something, that's what affects people. When they have to rent a place and they don't have enough rentals, that
there are
what
enough
affects
rentals.
Each and every one of us, including the people in the media. They have families. They have young families. And they're going to go to you.
And more young families need to spend $900,000 on a McMansion. And then everything's going to be great.
Kids and say, Mom, Dad, I need a deposit. I need a deposit of $250,000 because the home we're looking at, a small little bungalow, is $120,000. And by the way, if I go to a condo, and usually about 600 square feet, downtown is about $800,000. They can't afford it. The only way we fix this problem
Who owns
is
all these
supply
condos?
and demand, at least to level it off.
Your friends,
and to
sir.
make sure that we have
Your
homes
buddies.
for newcomers coming here, no matter if they're rentals, nonprofit, affordable housing, attainable housing. That's what we need, and that's exactly what our government's going to do.
No, it isn't.
Hey, Premier Minister, it's Charlie Pinkerton of the Trillium. Minister, my first question is for you. In the report, you say that you were...
It's truly the dude in the banana costume meme, exactly. Folks, we're all trying to find the guy that did this.
27th to 29th, you received an email from a lawyer representing one of the developers whose lands were later removed. If sent to your email, how can both of these things be true?
If I understand the email in question, it was referred to the government email and it was referred to the public service. I never saw the email. I receive, again, just like the Premier said, I receive emails all the time regarding ERO postings, regarding consultations that the government has. I receive unsolicited emails to all the accounts. Every time they're received, they're forwarded to the public service to review. And in this case, if I understand the email you're talking about, that was immediately sent. I never saw the email.
All right, and Premier, this question is for you.
Yes.
If one unelected political staffer in charge of a group of public servants in a short period of time can, at the behest of a small group of individuals who are going to make several billions of dollars off of a decision, direct these public servants to come up with this plan that then makes its way through cabinet and is approved that way, if that is the process of how things work, how can Ontarians trust the government's decision-making?
Well, Charlie, what I did say, we will take 14 of the 15 recommendations from the report. and I've directed my staff to immediately action those items. And we're going to make sure,
except for the ones that we don't want to do.
14 of the 15 are going to be covered off. And that's what we're going to end up doing, making sure the process is a lot clearer. I take full responsibility if the process wasn't. At the end of the day, Charlie, people, be it yourself or anyone else in this room, need to be able to afford a home or an afforded rental or buy a condo. And
I'm
right
literally
now,
trying to
it's
help you.
unaffordable for the vast majority of the population.
I'm trying to help
unless they
you, and this is how you're
inherit a house
talking
or
to me.
apartment or
You
a condo
specifically.
from their parents.
Premier, if the housing crisis was so urgent, why didn't you move to expropriate the 7,400 acres and open up that land rather than let some
Help me
progressive,
help
conservative,
you.
connected developers make, in one case, on one parcel,
I demand a
$6
champagne
billion?
hot tub.
Wouldn't-
A
you
champagne
wouldn't be
hot
here
tub
today
for
if
every
you'd just done
family.
that. Do you
That's what I
regret
say.
not doing something like that, expropriating the land so that the housing could be built more quickly?
Rob,
Go ahead,
the
Minister.
Premier and I have been very clear on this report and the recommendations to improve the process. We are committed to the 14 recommendations.
We love just
to
saying
make
the same thing over and
a
over and over and
transparent
over again.
process moving forward. We've been very clear that there needs to be a better process to how the government and all ministries receive information.
I did everything right and they indicted
with
me.
The Auditor General's recommendation. But at the end of the day, we also are in the middle of a housing supply crisis, and we need to ensure that we do everything possible to get shovels in the ground to build at least 1.5 million homes. We have to continue with our housing supply action plans. We have to continue to intensify around transit as part of our transit-oriented communities program. The government needs to move forward. The Premier makes an exceptional point. There's two choices. You either continue to build or you don't. We've stated very clearly, in addition to fixing the process, we're going to build.
Premier, do you regret not expropriating the land instead of allowing some Tory-connected developers to make billions of dollars?
But if we had done that, how would all the developers have made all that money? That's right.
Build. As soon as government starts getting involved in, the home building industry, that's unacceptable. You let the market dictate. Folks, this is about process. We're going to correct the process. But what I'm not hearing today is 1/3 of 1%. I'm going to repeat that number. 1/3 of 1% was taken out of the Greenbelt because it was beside an existing development. On one side of the street, there's houses. The other side of the street, it's an empty field. What we did, we put 0.5 back in, 2,600 more acres. We have grown the Greenbelt, and we're going to continue making sure that the directive I've sent from the day we got elected to the minister, build more homes. We're in a housing crisis right now like we've never seen before. And again, it is affecting every single person. When I'm out there meeting people, I'm meeting hundreds of people, if not thousands, depending on what event we go to, the number one issue is affordability, the economy, and healthcare. They're the top three. I've yet...
And he's currently trying to privatize the healthcare system.
One person come up to me and say, "Oh, I'm concerned."
And when all the corruption stories about privatizing the healthcare system, he's going to come out and say, "Folks, people can't see a doctor, and I'm trying to get sick kids to the doctor," and that's going to be the excuse for continuing this privatization process in the healthcare system. Yeah, no need to worry about climate change. We're cutting the red tape in healthcare, folks. We defunded public health care, and lo and behold, no one can see a doctor anymore, so we got to privatize it. That's the only way to cut through the red tape. And give these big, lavish healthcare contracts to people that I happen to know and hang out with. Exactly. Yeah. Let's just keep doing it over and over and over in every single industry.
After I explained this to the lady, she went on to tell me how her grandkids can't afford a home. And she fully understood it. So we're going to continue building homes, making it affordable for people to live here in Ontario. We're going to continue creating new economic prosperity for the people of Ontario. We're going to continue attracting companies from all over the world, right here in Ontario. We are so blessed to live in the greatest jurisdiction anywhere in the world no matter if it's getting a great job, no matter if it's going to colleges or our university that are best in the world, that we're graduating 65,000 STEM graduates every single year.
Oh, good, more
and
STEM
having a
graduates.
safe
We're
community,
saved.
no matter where you live in Ontario. That's what these companies, worldwide corporations, are looking for. They're looking for a stable government that cuts the red tape and the regulations. And we've cut $8 billion off the backs and the burden of companies. And I just want to remind everyone, 300,000 people lost their jobs under the previous government. There's over 700,000 more people working today than there was 5 years ago when we got elected. We're moving with our plan, moving forward with our plan. Our plan is working.
Premier, as part of the fixes that you've called for to this, the process that you say was flawed, what tangible things will Ontarians see? Will political staffers have less power? We know in the gas plants fiasco with the Liberals, political staffers had too much power. You guys in opposition, when Steve Clark was in opposition, he was making hay about that. Now the shoe's on the other foot. Your political staffers are the one in the crosshairs of an Auditor General.
Well, and fair question. I appreciate the question. But we're comparing apples and oranges. We're talking $1 billion of taxpayers' money versus no taxpayers' money, privately owned property, building homes that we get to direct, by the way. Any developer or builder, home builder, can go down the street and start building. And we have nothing to say. We can't tell them, we need this, we need that. With these lands, we can direct that we need attainable, affordable housing. We need to have purpose-built rentals. That's what we can do, opposed to any other development. And we're working hand in hand with the municipalities to make sure that they meet their targets.
Hi, Premier. It's Cynthia Mulligan.
Hi, Cynthia.
Premier, the original allegations and criticisms were that somebody from your government tipped off developers. Now we're seeing in this report that it was actually developers telling a chief of staff where to build. Isn't that just as bad or potentially even worse? Because
it kind of seems like that, yeah.
What to do. Your government is being told what to do.
I miss Rob Ford as well, Pac-Man.
Both of us have been very clear. There's a
you're going to go back to the same thing, same talking points
in this report regarding accepting information. But again, there's a big.
I hate mealy mouth words like affordable. What is the number? That's what I'm saying, right? Like they keep tiptoeing around this idea. They suggest that like we're building housing that's going to be easier for people to get, but like that fundamental concept completely contradicts with the nature of our housing market, which our entire economy is based around, which they just can't say. So there's this bullshit where they have to use this kind of language without ever actually spelling out what that is going to mean for housing prices. What's the actual number? If you're saying that 1.2 million for a suburban McMansion is too much, okay, well then what's the number? What's it going to go down to? If you're complaining about people living in their parents' basement or even needing to take out a huge loan for a condo or home, okay, what's the number going to go down to? They won't say because it's not going to go down. They don't want it to go down. Yeah, affordable housing is the exact same as access to healthcare, and liberal and social democratic governments do this as well. I mean, maybe the NDP have a little bit more of a robust housing plan, but there's still a lot of the same language. There's a lot of landlords in the NDP as well. They literally encourage that. The developers were telling you where to build. No wonder they're confused why people are mad. They're just like, yeah, this is how do you think we did things? Exactly. You're just describing the way this whole process has worked for quite a long time.
Difference in terms of asking for clarification information versus disclosing.
This is also something that no journalist wants to ask. No journalist wants to ask these questions.
Before it's actually decided upon. We've been unequivocal, both today and in the past, that that did not happen. No one knew before the government made the decision, and we've been also unequivocal on when I was briefed, when I briefed cabinet, and when that final decision. Now, in saying all of that, I'm also the first person that takes responsibility, that the process...
This is, yeah, they're really taking a lot of responsibility here.
The severity of our problem made us move at a very quick pace, and I acknowledge the findings in the report and the fact that we need to improve the process. I agree exactly with those 14 recommendations, and I'm committed personally to ensure that they are implemented.
Were you going to add something to that, Premier?
No, I think the minister said exactly what we've repeated a few times.
Bottom line then, the people giving
How do you find taking
recommendations
responsibility?
to your government, which apparently were largely accepted, those people stand to gain billions of dollars. Does that seem fair? The Auditor General herself said the process was biased. How do you justify that? And do the ends
We're in a
justify
housing
the
crisis.
means? I'd like the Premier to answer this.
But Cynthia, I just want to make sure that we acknowledge that we need to change the process, and we're committed to make sure that we do change the process. But the Premier's already addressed the one point that I want to emphasize, and that's that we have a nonpartisan office of the Provincial Land and Development Facilitator who will work with the municipalities on these 15 sites and will have benefits, community benefits, roads, transit, schools, healthcare facilities, that they will pay, the landowners will pay at their expense. That is not being talked about. Billions of dollars of community benefits, including, as the Premier noticed right off the top, the fact that 150,000 people will have a roof over their head. That's a very important community benefit, and it's much needed in a province like ours that has such a severe housing supply crisis.
But Premier, do the ends justify the means?
Yes, they do. We've admitted many times today, and I'll continue to admit, that we're going to correct the process. But what matters to the people of Ontario, making sure they can afford a home, attainable home, an affordable home, a regular home, a condo, a rental. That's what people are concerned about. And I always say, you know, you have two choices here. We sit back and do nothing, like the previous government said, and just watch the crisis grow. The difference between our government and the previous government changed the Greenbelt 17 times. I'm going to repeat that number. 17 times. And guess why they changed the Greenbelt, my friends? Because they were building mega mansions for their buddy.
Can you imagine that?
A golf course. They were building a golf dome, and they're building a Jiffy Lube. We're in a housing crisis. We're building it for the average homeowner, the average person out there.
The average homeowner is not an average person.
$70,000, $80,000 that right now can't afford it.
Just the average person that makes $80K a year. That's all. We're making homes for the average salt of the earth working class families that make $80K a year. They're building a golf dome and a Jiffy Lube. Can you believe these motherfuckers? A golf dome. If that makes it even worse.
As I mentioned, Cynthia, you know, and be it your daughters or mine or anyone in this gallery right now, they're going to want to buy a home, buy a condo, and they'll be priced out of the market. It's as simple as that. And the way we resolve it is to have more supply. And that's exactly what we're doing. But with that supply, infrastructure comes with it. As the minister mentioned, there's a proposal to build a hospital on one of these sites. There's a proposal to build long-term care homes. And when they build these sites, what comes is, which is being paid by the home builders, by the way, not the taxpayer, making sure that we have the infrastructure of the pipes, the electricity, everything you need to build a community, including a new school or multiple schools, depending on the site. That's what we're focused on. And these people, the 150,000 people at minimum, are going to be thankful they have a place to call home, have the Ontario dream, have a roof over their head.
Premier, just to pick up on that point, hasn't the Auditor General's report comprehensively demolished that talking point that you bring up over and over again, the 17 times the Liberals
altered the Greenbelt. I covered that when it happened. It was 340 acres. It was mostly administrative changes, transition problems with the boundaries. It is not related in any way to the process you went under, which was 3 weeks. Nobody could apply. There were 600 applications under that process. So first, if you just respond to why do you continue to repeat that utterly demolished talking point that there's no comparison between these two events?
Well, actually, there is. There's one government that changed it 17 times because they knew it was the wrong decision, right? It's very simple. But they did it for two different reasons. I'll finish my question, then you can ask me another one, and the answer, I should say. They went out, which
You're
is
doing
not
great,
being
Doug.
reported, for their buddies, for their mega mansions. They went out.
Can you imagine
to build a
someone
golf course.
developing
They
to
went
build
out for a
mansions
home
and
a
golf
Jiffy
courses
Lube.
for their buddies?
We're going out to build homes. By the way, 1/3 of 1% of the 2 million acres that the Greenbelt covers, 1/3 of 1%. And by the way, we increased that. We've added 2,600 acres. The process, I've agreed, take responsibility, and we're changing it. Matter of fact, we're changing it as I gave direction as soon as I heard about the report.
And that stat you mentioned, which is an important one to mention, and that brings me to my next question, which is why do this then? If the chorus of experts, we're talking about the Planning Institute, all of the regional planners, the regions that surround Toronto, your own government's housing task force said, we do not need to expand the amount of land we have for housing. We have enough housing, according to a number of estimates, including bureaucrats who work for your government. The Ministry of Housing told me several years ago this was the case. They have enough housing land earmarked for 2 million homes. The problem is we're not building fast enough, and you've made other changes in that direction. Why do you need to ruin everything with this problematic process that's gotten everybody upset?
But you may call, I apologize, Minister, you may call it ruining. I'm calling giving people an opportunity to buy a home, to buy an affordable home. And you're comparing stats 2 years ago. You're comparing stats a year ago that we didn't know we were having 500,000 people show up to Ontario. We're basing that on 200,000 people. We didn't base it on having 2 cities the size of Toronto land in Ontario in the next 10 years. And by the way, the 504,000 people coming to Ontario, that's not even accurate. As I said, the balance of the 600,000 people, the 1.1 million the feds brought in, you know and I know, minimum 40-50% are landing here in Ontario.
50,000 is a drop in the bucket then, isn't it?
Actually, it's 100. Tell that to 50,000 people. Tell that to your kids, my friend. Tell that to your kids. Tell it to the grandparents and the parents that have to find a home. You have 2 choices. It's 150,000 people. We're changing their lives. We're giving them the opportunity. We're going to continue building. And at minimum, we need 1.5 million homes. And I just want to point out, we have to work collaboratively with the municipalities. We put the goals
Doug
out
loves
there,
to
they
collaborate
signed
with
off
people.
on it. Well, I'm going to start off with positive news. These are the people, or the towns and the cities, I should say, that are meeting their targets. So I'll start off with Barrie. The rate of meeting target pace right now, they're at 90%. So congratulations to the mayor and the council. Brantford is leading the entire province at 109%. Just looking down the list here, we have Pickering at 107%. And you know who I have to congratulate? I have to congratulate former Mayor Tory. With the largest city in the country, with more hurdles and more barriers.
The mayor being literally named John Tory is just so fucking on the nose. What a rotten country.
City than you'd ever imagine. Mayor Tory drove a system. He's at 90%. I'm hoping the new mayor will follow in the steps of Mayor Tory. Now I'm going to point out
because housing very affordable in Toronto as a result.
And it's not fair to the rest of the province that the burden of going through this falls on every other big city and every other jurisdiction. And that jurisdiction is Burlington. They've been allocated 29,000 new homes. They built 208. 208. That's 5%. There's no one that comes close to 5%. At minimum, it might be 29%. So it's not fair to the rest of the province that there's a delay in Burlington of only 5%. That is totally unacceptable.
Hi, Premier. Catherine DeClercq, CTV News.
Hi, Catherine.
You said you're going to be implementing 14 of the 15 recommendations from this report. I just want to be absolutely clear. The recommendation you are not implementing is the reevaluation of this decision here to remove land from the Greenbelt in light of this report.
That's correct. Since we've increased the Greenbelt by 2,600 acres, we're going to move forward. For 150,000 people, we're going to change their lives. 50,000 homes of all types.
God, it's fucking boring listening to the same repetitive shit over and over and over again.
We need
framing their rampant criminality and corruption as being these like, we're the altruistic heroes just trying to help everybody out. We're changing people's lives. It's so fucking annoying to hear over and over and over and over again.
Million homes.
A lot about the criteria used to build these homes, but the report itself showed that the criteria was changed. It wasn't used as a rubric for decision making. Rather, the decisions were made by changing the criteria or changing the proposals to meet this criteria. Is that standard practice for decision making?
So I think, Premier, if I can, again, it's a symptom of the speed, right? We had such a severe crisis.
We just had to. We had to act.
In June, we're reelected on a plan to build at least 1.5 million homes, and we acknowledge the report that indicates that the process was flawed, that it was too fast, that there needs to be change. So I acknowledge that we need to do better. I accept responsibility as minister to implement a better plan for Ontarians. But at the same time, we can stop or we can move forward. And it's very important for us to build upon our housing supply action plans, our municipal pledges, our transit-oriented community plan, with providing an opportunity and hope for 150,000 people to have a home under them, and also to have the community benefits, the schools, the healthcare facilities, the parks that make up for that at the expense of the landowner. So I acknowledge that the process needs to be improved, and again, I commit to ensure that it is going to be improved.
Premier Sean O'Shea with Global News. In the very first page of her report, the Auditor General talked about the fact that of these 1.5 million homes that need to be built over the next little while, that actually none of them needed to be built in the Greenbelt, that there was sufficient land available elsewhere. So if you didn't need to build in the Greenbelt, why take these lands in order to be able to build on the Greenbelt and at the same time put a lot of money to the pockets of specific developers?
Sean, the reference in that report was to the Housing Affordability Task Force. It was a report that was given to me some time ago, almost immediately upon its tabling. The severity changed, right? We, as the Premier notes, we're the fastest growing jurisdiction in North America, faster than Florida and Texas.
Fucking Christ, the same things over and over and over again.
Welcome to our province.
Yeah, we're doing it so the big developers can make money. And of course, as we've been talking about Dummy Dorco, watch the housing not be affordable as usual. Of course it will not be.
I acknowledge that there are 14 pretty stern recommendations that the government needs to look at. I've acknowledged we're going to implement them. But, again, the challenges that we have, despite our success, despite having
we've been too successful.
Starts over the last 2 years,
we're victims of our own success. This is the issue.
Last year, we're not building enough to meet the demand in that Housing Supply Action Plan report, and we're certainly not at the pace for new Canadians coming here and the pace of growth that Ontario has. So it required us to act quickly. I recognize perhaps too quickly, but I've said it many times this morning. I'll say it again. I am committed to ensuring that these recommendations regarding the process are fixed and are strengthened.
Lastly, can the Premier comment on whether these two developers who stood to profit to the tune of about $8.3 billion were his friends? He uses the word friends a lot in press conferences. Were these his personal friends? Were these his political donors?
No, I'm going to answer that straight up. And first of all, the report doesn't mention them by name, so I'm guessing, but I'm not friends with any of these developers. I don't sit there and go to their house and have a good time. I'm about building homes. I'm about fixing the economy, making sure we continue in the right direction, to make sure people have a great job. And with that great job, they'll be able to afford a home.
I'm not friends with any of these developers, even if I have hung out with them. What I'm friends with are average folks who just want to get ahead in life and they want a place to live. They want a roof over their head. Why the guest invites to your daughter's wedding? How about that? He does seem kind of like Brock Lesnar of like in 30 years. It's true. Yeah, just completely, just openly lying. It's really amazing. I am not friends with these people that are bribing me. I resent that accusation. We're acquaintances. We're business acquaintances. That's all. It's so stupid that we have to pretend to be incredulous about this. Like, of course, all these people know each other. And here's the question about this. Like, as much as we see, like, journalists in this case, like, holding their feet to the fire, to an extent, I mean, some of them are being pretty tough on them, asking them pretty tough questions. No one's going after this idea of, like, you know, asking for specifics about what affordable housing actually means. I think that's one big abdication that happens. Where these journalists are not really interrogating that idea. They're letting them get away with just repeating these talking points over and over and over again. But that's the question, is like they're openly lying. Like, are they just going to keep doing this process where they ask tough questions, they get these blatant lies and just repeated talking points, and that goes on for a few weeks or months until the thing dies down and then the business as usual progresses? Or is there going to be actually consequences for this? Like, is there going to be consequences for Doug Ford just standing there and blatantly, repeatedly lying and just papering over this like rampant open criminality with these like talking points about how they were just trying to do a good job for everybody? I mean, that's really the question. That kind of goes back to our whole thing about like the freedom of our press and everything like that as well. Like, it means nothing if these journalists can go out there and ask them tough questions, if they can just sit there at a press conference and blatantly lie and then allow the whole thing to just go away with no actual consequences. Is the real contention that dealing with government officials through an org that lobbies on behalf of developers is different fundamentally from giving a guy a bunch of farmland because he came to your daughter's wedding and gave you an envelope stuffed with cash? Yeah, exactly. Is anything about that whole system going to change, which was already just completely legalized and normalized corruption? It's like, you're supposed to bribe me through these official channels, and you're blaming me that they went through the old school wink and nod envelope, mysterious cash envelope route. The problem is journalists don't get to decide whether there are consequences. Yeah, well, that's right, Stu. I mean, you can ask all the questions all you want, but if they can just ask the questions but nothing actually happens, then our press is not really like accomplishing anything, even if they want to, even if they have good intentions. You know, if our institutions aren't designed to actually confront this kind of criminality, then it's like it means nothing.
I look forward to making sure that we build the 50,000 homes for 150,000.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing to point out, Red Scary. I get that this is cartoonish corruption. The process is no different from regular, normal, everyday legal corruption.
For the infrastructure.
So were they or were they not your friends, Premier?
Well, again, I think I answered that question pretty clearly.
Hi,
Did you?
With the Narwhal. My first question is for the minister. Can you be clear? When did you learn what your chief of staff was doing, and what was your understanding of what he had done when you presented your plan to cabinet?
I've been very clear that at the end of
These
October,
fucking
it's in the
guys.
report, when I was briefed by my staff, both political and both political and non-political public service, and the recommendation was recommended to cabinet the following week, and cabinet accepted it. It's documented in the report, and I've said it many times.
Premier, I have a question about growth. I know you want to talk about growth. For the past several months,
I'm going to leave you to watch this presser here for a moment. I'm just going to make it. I had a sandwich earlier before I started streaming. I'm going to make another sandwich. I got some stuff for like fresh sandwich ingredients today and getting a little peckish. I'm going to go ahead and get that.
Heard you equivocate growth with immigration.
I don't know if we're doing Man
And
Tracker today.
Implicitly, if not explicitly, you've created this trade-off: immigration for land, for the natural environment. We have to forego the greenbelt to build houses to accept newcomers to Canada, to Ontario specifically. But the fact is that the newcomers that are coming to this province aren't able to buy a house. They're not seeing houses built. I can fill this room with immigrants.
I kind of want to hear this actually.
Myself, and I can tell you for certain that they can't afford a house. So my question is, homes aren't being built, and the Auditor General in her report today found that there is no accountability mechanism in place to ensure that homes are built even on the parcels of the Greenbelt that have been opened. So when you talk about fixing the process, does that include an accountability mechanism? Are you going to be able to report to Ontarians, to the newcomers that you're asking to move to Ontario, that houses are getting built?
Well, I think the most important thing, Premier, if I might, is the fact that the Auditor General acknowledged
the guy keeps
report,
fucking interrupting
was
him.
both financial and environmental. I want to ensure that for the
falling on his sword for the boss.
Acres, the 7,000 acres that we're going to be.
And she kind of tiptoed around that, right? Where she's like, you're talking about building homes for immigrants so they can afford homes, but like they can't actually afford these homes. So how can we ensure that more houses are going to get built? It seems like you're still avoiding the real question there, because they're all kind of assuming this basic formula that more supply equals more affordability. That's what these like conservative that's what conservative economics is like suggesting, right? The more supply there is, the more affordable it's going to be. That's what they keep hammering home over and over and over again, but no one's actually saying, like, asking for specifics about how that's actually going to work and what that's actually going to mean and what affordability actually means. And she tiptoed right up to it there. I was really interested to hear the answer, but then pivoted to asking more about, well, how can we ensure stuff's going to get built? When you ask that question, like, you're fundamentally accepting this premise, this completely false premise for which there's zero evidence, that the more homes we built, the more affordable it's going to be for everybody. There's no evidence to suggest that that's true. You know? In fact, there's plenty of evidence to suggest that it's false. But that's the question that I would like to hear an answer to, and no one seems willing to ask it. Yeah, it's like high school level economics, economics 101. Like, maybe we should operate from the assumption that these economics 101 equations are actually bullshit and have proven time and time again to not be accurate. Like, maybe we could have a real conversation about these things if we stopped assuming that these economic equations are true in any way. Yeah, no, I know about Habitat 67 as well, Bob Kit, and that's the kind of thing that, like, with a massive investment on a national level, could actually make an impact into affordable housing. But again, that was from 67, and these programs just haven't continued. There's been no investment. Like, we have public housing in Canada, and it's been, for the last 30 years, totally neglected and underfunded, or not even underfunded, but has had funding taken away from it. And yeah, Habitat 67, and we can look at images of it after. It's really actually cool looking housing developments that can be affordable and can, like, similar to, like, you know, instead of building a bunch of McMansions that you're going to sell for whatever, $800,000, actually building apartment blocks that are beautiful to live in, that are beautiful to look at, that have access to amenities and parks and all these things, and are affordable for people to live in. Like, we could do that if we built that at a massive scale. That's what we're not doing. We're not doing it in Montreal. We're not doing it in Toronto. We're certainly not doing it in Vancouver or anywhere else. And this idea that, yeah, we're just going to keep developing all this land to build more strip malls and McMansions and suburban sprawl, like, that's not going to contribute anything to the availability of housing or the affordability of it.
Working with those proponents to build homes for 150,000 people and the community benefits. Those properties still retain the environmental protections that are in the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe and the provincial policy statement. The government has not changed the existing protections for those properties. As well, there are over 9,000 acres of property that will be added to the Greenbelt, that will add environmental benefits, the urban river valleys, and part of the Periscalp Moraine. So that point hasn't been talked about enough as far as I'm concerned. The fact that the Greenbelt is going to be larger, regardless of the development opportunities, than it was when our government first took office. And at the same time, the accountability measures that are in this report that the Auditor General has put to Ontarians that need to get changed. Again, we've been unequivocal that we are going to move forward on those changes so that there is integrity and transparency built back into the system.
The reason I kept asking for more new Canadians to come here, because our economy is booming. We're short 380,000 people to fill the jobs. And your comment about saying immigrants can't afford homes, sure they can't afford them the first year, but what they do need, they need shelter, they need a roof over their head, they need purpose-built rentals, that's what they need. But to tell me that the immigrants can't afford a home 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the road, it's just not accurate. I talk to immigrants every single day, and there's numerous people that come here to this country to get a well-paying, got really good-paying job. They can afford to get a home and get a deposit. Some might have a number of family members living in the home. But to say that, they wouldn't be able to afford a home is actually disturbing. This is what this province was built on. This province was built on people coming from all over the world, believing in the Ontario dream, that they can start a business. And I've talked to many new Canadians that have come here, and after year 1 or year 2, they have their own business, or they get a fabulous job at a company that's paying really well. And then their family members get a good job. And then they all save money, and they put down a deposit. They want to make sure their kids are educated when they come here, until they don't have to go through the struggles that they have faced. Those are the new Canadians I talk to, that they're here for a better life, and we welcome them. I didn't expect a year ago or 2 years ago the federal government would bring 500,000 people in one single year. Did that catch me off guard? 100% it did. We thought maybe 200,000-300,000 people, and we were still short on homes. Folks, I'm going to do everything I can to make sure your family members, your kids, your grandchildren can afford a home. And we're going to continue building a home. And years down the road, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, 10 years, as these communities flourish, the people that buy the homes flourish, they're going to remember our government by the ones that had to make tough decisions against certain groups and certain resistance. But it's going to be a beautiful community, and I can't wait to walk through that community, knock on their door, say hello, and thank them for coming here to this community. Thank you for having confidence in our government.
Harrison Lohman with the agenda with Steve Pagan. I think everyone in this room can agree, Premier, that the word of the day is process.
That's right.
That you say there are definite errors in the process, but it's people who carry out processes, people behind them.
That's right.
So I think people here are wondering who exactly those people are to blame for the bad process you described, and will they be facing any consequences?
Well, again, I'm going to take full responsibility. I'm the Premier. That's where the buck stops. It stops right here. And we're making sure that those processes are going to be implemented.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob
them.
to talk you through all this.
Hi, Rob. Less than 3.
I'm chewing, Lily. I'm eating a sandwich. Lily, thank you. Thank you for the 15 months of Prime. I appreciate it a lot. How are you doing, Lily? Thank you. I just made a yummy sandwich here with some fresh bread fresh mozzarella, 2 kinds of salami, and spicy pepperoncinos there. It's a mayo and mustard on there. Mayo and mustard. Dijonnaise. No, it's not Dijonnaise. It's like yellow mustard and mayo. It's so enraging that these countries go around the world lecturing on democracy and corruption, use that as an excuse for regime change and lawfare. Well, seriously, it's like, not only do we accuse other countries of corruption, but when countries actually go after corruption and punish officials and private individuals, powerful individuals of corruption, we call them authoritarian, right? And then we're like, we'll let journalists ask him some tough questions. We'll let him lie and squirm and twist in the wind a little bit, and then business goes on as usual.
I'm not here to disagree with the report. I'm not here to say, no, we didn't do this, that, and the other thing. I'm here to say, yes, we accept the 14 recommendations. We're going to implement those recommendations.
How many fucking times you can do an edit of all the times that he said the same thing over and over and over again?
To make them affordable for people out there, young families and newcomers to this great province.
Should it be our understanding that the most vulnerable people in this province, including refugees who you mentioned, will be able to afford houses that will pop up in what was once the Greenbelt?
Eventually they will. That's the Canadian story. That's the Ontarian story. I don't know if you don't have an opportunity to meet the people I do, and especially in my community in North Rexdale, you should come by and talk to these people. These people will tell you stories how they came with nothing, zero. And some are extremely successful business people. Those same people are employing, 10 people, 20 people, 50 and 100 people. But they started with absolutely nothing, and I've heard this story over and over and over again. That's what the Ontario dream is. And the majority of the people that are coming here, a lot, not all, have existing family members here. The word is out in the world. Come to Ontario, an economic powerhouse in North America. You're going to have great education. You're going to have great health care. We're going to have an opportunity to grow and own a home and start a business and start a family. That's the word around the world. We live in the most multicultural city and province anywhere in the world. People love Ontario because all of us, 99% of us, live, work side by side, and we get along. We're blessed to live in the greatest place anywhere in the entire world, and I'm convinced of that because I've had an opportunity to travel the world. I've had an opportunity to be down in the States for almost 20 years, and I see how they struggle, and we aren't going to struggle like they're struggling.
Hi, Premier. This is Jessica from the Trillium. You say these developers aren't your friends, but one of them did attend your daughter's wedding. And just days later, a lawyer representing him emailed Minister Clark's chief of staff requesting that
folks, we're in a crisis.
Be removed from the Greenbelt, and they were removed. So you're telling us it's a coincidence that he knew to ask just the right person at just the right time to remove these properties from the Greenbelt?
Well, no one knew. No conversation ever was discussed. I can guarantee you that. I found out the day before, on the day of, when we went to cabinet, which happens frequently. It happens all the time. Here's the briefing. This is what we're bringing to cabinet, and I have to have confidence. I don't believe in micromanaging. I didn't believe micromanaging managers at my company, and I sure the heck don't believe in micromanaging every single ministry. I have confidence in the most qualified
his company that he started with his dad's money.
Politics and qualified caucus members. I wake up every morning and thank God that I have qualified people on the team changing this province. Folks, when I took office, I'm a business person, I'm a numbers person, it was like inheriting a bankrupt company. And make no mistake about it, companies were leaving, jobs were leaving. Inflation was happening on hydro rates, electricity rates were skyrocketing. They had more red tape and bureaucracy to get jobs done and open up buildings than I've ever seen. We've changed that, and we're going to continue focusing on continuous improvement. We aren't perfect by any means, but we acknowledge when there's a problem, and we're going to correct that problem. And we're going to make the system better every step of the way, no matter if it's housing or healthcare or long-term care or, putting broadband around the province. There's a lot of things happening right now. But the word out there around the world, this is the place to invest in. This is the place to arrive in. And
that's not actually the word around the world. That's not true.
My follow-up goes to Minister Clark. I'm trying to understand something. Did you never ask your chief of staff how it was these properties were being evaluated for removal from the Greenbelt? And if you did he mislead you?
Yes, please let's stop thinking governments should be run like companies.
I acknowledge that we moved very fast after the last election, and that we made a process.
We were moving at the speed of business.
Too quickly to be able to have the due diligence that's been outlined today in the report. I've been
Lion
very clear
Doug.
about when I was briefed on the properties, when I briefed cabinet, and again, we acted fast because of the severity of the problem. We acted fast because, as I've said, a generation of Ontarians don't see the opportunity to own a home that meets their needs and their budget. And what this opportunity provided us was not just a home for 150,000 people and tremendous community benefits, working with our municipal partners. But again, I acknowledge that we need to do better, and I commit.
How close are we to Tub Rob Stream? We're a ways away. We're a ways away still. I don't think it's going to happen this month. Let me say that. I'll tell you that much.
Working through those recommendations and making sure that they get implemented. The process needs to improve, and I'm committed to make sure it does improve.
Hi, Camille with CBC Radio Canada. Premier, just to be sure, do you have bigger plans going forward for the Greenbelt? Are you considering opening up more of it?
I have no plans right now. I just want to get these built. I want to meet the 1.5 million homes that we've promised to get built. I want to work in collaboration with the cities in cooperation. We want to give the cities benefits to continue building. But, in Ontario, we all share the responsibility. You can't have one outlier saying everyone else is going to take the burden. And by the way, we aren't doing that. That's not the way we operate here in Ontario. Everyone equally is taking the responsibility to build these homes.
But do you confirm that initially there was a second round of removals that was planned?
Again, something, they brought this proposal to me the day of cabinet, which they do often. I reviewed it. My exact words, did you cross the T's, dot the I's? Yes, move forward on it.
But again, I don't want that to be just set aside and left to linger. There isn't a plan by the government to do anything other than implement these recommendations and deal with these 15 properties. There's nothing else. I'm not sure what you were alluding to.
To clarify, when you say tub stream, are we talking bath or hot? I don't own a hot tub. I think it would be kind of tricky for me to relocate to another location to do the stream from a hot tub. I don't know totally how that would work. But in the event that this one day happens, which I don't think is going to happen, just to be clear, this is not some imminent thing, just so there's no confusion about this. But in the event that this one day does happen, I will go into my bathroom in the tub that I have. I'll get some soapy suds, some mood lighting, okay? It's not going to be a bubbling hot tub, but it'll be like a tub situation. In the event that this one day happens, which is still a long way away. So let's not start holding your breath on this here, okay? Can we get a jacuzzi at least? How am I supposed to get a jacuzzi? How is that going to work? You want me to purchase a jacuzzi to put in this apartment for the purposes of doing a tub stream to entertain the hogs and weirdos in this community? I'm sorry to call you hogs. I'm sorry. I should probably not normalize that. It's a little mean. It's a little mean for me to do this. They have inflatable, portable ones. I mean, I just feel like this is going to be a hazard. It's going to leak. It's going to go leak all down in the other apartments. I just don't know, folks. What's wrong with the bath? The concept is the same. I'm going to be in a bathing suit. It's warm water. There's going to be lighting. There's going to be soapy suds. I'll even get a little rubber ducky for you. Sean, you are a little piggy. But anyways, still, this is a way into this is into the future here that we're talking. Oh, there's bathing suit involved. Now keep moving the goalposts. I would literally get banned from Twitch if it was overly skin heavy. We can find a cheap motel with a hot tub, but then I've got to take a whole streaming rig over there. Jesus. Listen, we don't even need to litigate this, folks. We don't even need to litigate this. If the day comes when I hit the requisite number of subs where this is an actual thing that I have to consider, I'll put together a stream that will meet your approval. Trust me on this. All right? Trust me on this. This is at 1,000 subs. Currently, if you want to know the truth, I'm at 621. So we're a ways away. We're a ways away from this ever happening. So let's maybe pump the brakes a little bit. Let's pump the brakes a small amount on this idea. He wants to be able to decide when and how he exposes parts of his body. Let's get him. Oh, sorry for planning ahead. Yeah, it's a crime to plan ahead. It's funny because I've been I've been doing this bit over, it's my son's driving it into the ground because that's what he does when he finds something that he finds funny. He just wants to keep doing it over and over. But the bit on The Simpsons with the union organizing episode, when it's like, all in favor say aye, aye. All not in favor say nay, nay. Who keeps saying that? It was him. Let's get him, fellas. That's one of my favorite Simpsons bits ever. Maybe the new houses Doug is building will have a jacuzzi you can stream from. Yeah. I just love that voice, Crad Babes. No. It was him. Let's get him, fellas. My son absolutely loves that. The pinnacle of this stream will be when we broadcast from a North Korean hot spring on our Friendship Triangle field trip. That would be absolutely sick. That would be absolutely sick if we do eventually do that, which we will. Which we will. You made my wife laugh out loud, Rob. Good. I'm happy to hear that. We like to have fun on here. We like to have fun. Anyway, let's continue. We got 10 more minutes left of this unbearable press conference. Let's go.
But in terms of this decision to improve the process,
just the fact he's a random guy in 50s attire, and he's just this small little guy, and there's this big beefy guy next to him. They all jump on him.
That those 50,000 homes to help 150,000 people have a place to call home. That's going to be our focus with our municipal partners and with our non-partisan provincial and land and development facilitator.
Hi, Premier. Al Sweeney with CHCH.
Hi.
You mentioned Burlington there. I just wanted to follow that up with you. What are you thinking there, and what's the province going to do about it?
Well, we're going to sit down, and I think the mayor's a good person. I have to sit down and ask her what the problem is. But what the mayor can't do is start diverting the attention. Oh, it's
the home builders, they aren't doing anything. Well, I'm sorry, when there's 28 other large cities, all pretty close to hitting their targets, maybe some a little below, there's no excuses. When someone wants something done, like the mayor of Barrie, the mayor of Niagara Falls, the mayor of Brantford, and their teams out there, and the mayor of Pickering, when they want to make things happen, they make things happen. When you don't want to make things happen, you put hurdles and barriers every step of the way. And I want to thank those cities I just mentioned. I was out making an announcement in Pickering in their business park. I met the majority of their councillors. They're a council, as they said. We're a council that gets things done. The mayor is fabulous out there. He's getting things done. Not only
That's
on the
right,
housing
Carnova.
side,
Yeah, there was a Michael involved in that. Whatever
on the
happened to that
economic
guy?
Side, they're opening up massive plants out in Pickering. When you create the environment and the conditions for companies to invest into your community, then they're going to show up. When you don't create the environment for companies to come, they won't even look at you. They'll look the other way. And I love Mayor Joe down in St. Thomas. Number one selling feature,
our brave,
he would
handsome
say
mayors.
in front of Volkswagen was, the answer is yes. What is the question? As far as I'm concerned,
Are you
Mayor
corrupt?
Joe's a champion. And he was instrumental in landing Volkswagen. He was instrumental in rejuvenating St. Thomas because they lost 5,000 auto jobs. He's the reason people are going to have a great income. He's the reason why Volkswagen showed up, along with a lot of other people that worked, including my minister, Vic Fideli, was outstanding. But I heard it from the senior management at Volkswagen. The reason we're here is because you worked well, the province worked well with the municipality, and I got to give Minister Champagne, federal minister, he was incredible as well. This is what happens, folks, when you work collaboratively with all three levels of government. You pull one piece of that puzzle out, and it falls apart. But when you work with the municipality, the province, and the federal government, that has been outstanding partners. That's how we create economic growth.
Thanks.
Thank you.
To get back to the auditor's report,
Yes.
one of the headlines of this is that these developers, I just wanted to ask you about this again.
Sure.
These developers stand to make more than $8 billion in the value of the property that they own, substantially more. It's a windfall for them. Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with people building 50,000 homes, 150,000 families. I'm okay with the home builders contributing billions.
I hate this Canadian guy too, Orb Lady. Wait, are you talking about me? Orb Lady? You're talking about me or you're talking about Doug Ford? Or you're just Orb Lady's had enough of this stream. She's like, I fucking hate this Canadian guy. This guy Rob. Hate him. I knew it. I knew it. Unbelievable. Very rude. Very rude, actually. And yeah, that's what we've been saying, Dummy Darko. He knows we know. He just also knows there's absolutely zero consequences. I would be shocked if there is anything remotely resembling serious consequences for any of this. I don't express myself. Well, you know what? I don't agree with what you say, but I would defend to the death your right to say it. I'll tell you that much because I believe in free speech on this platform and in this community. So, Rob Ford was a legitimate man of the people. You love him or hate him, and he was not a, he was also a conservative guy, but definitely he would be a lot more entertaining in this position. That's for sure. He'll be punished at the voting box. No, he won't. He was punished when like 19% of people in Ontario voted for him, giving him a huge majority in the last election in our extremely democratic system. What is it that's happening, Baldwin's Ghost? Basically, to give a long story short, in this incredibly long press conference, Doug Ford is developing this part of Ontario that's devoted to a lot of it's known as the Green Belt, and is carved off parts of the Green Belt to give to all his like rich buddies, basically, in this like completely criminal, rampantly corrupt process. And that's been discovered now. And now he's given this whole press conference to talk about how he's the real victim and he's actually the hero as well for just trying to get people in homes. He just wants to build homes so people can afford a place to live, you know, that kind of thing. Now it's some interesting ideas on how to handle developers. It's very true. Very true. We need land reform. We need land reform in Ontario and throughout Canada, frankly. Have you heard of Lenin? Exactly.
Community centers, to hospital, to long-term care, to infrastructure of roads and pipes and sewers.
Hey, Hassan, what's up?
Yes, I'm okay with making sure that the people, the 150,000 people, have a roof over their heads. And when they're living in
He said
those
this
homes,
so many
can't
times
wait to
over the last. There needs to be a supercut of all the times he's repeated the exact same bullshit throughout this press conference.
say hello and thank them for coming to the community.
This will be the last reporter.
Hello, Premier Minister Mike Walker, CTV. For the past hour, you both have repeatedly said that we acted too fast, that the process is flawed. You vowed to make improvements moving forward, but just clearly state, why not take a second look? If this process was flawed, why not reevaluate?
Because the problem is so severe. We literally have a generation of people who have no hope. They don't have a hope to have a home that meets their needs in their budget. This provides
Just
us
wants to
an
put a roof over
opportunity
people's
not
heads.
just to build
And for this,
homes
he's getting
150,000
crucified,
people.
just like
The community
Jesus.
benefits that the Premier and I have talked about, the opportunity for roads and schools and parks and healthcare facilities, long-term care homes. There are tremendous opportunities that the government wants to pursue, in addition to
And these houses won't be built for a fucking decade. We needed to move fast, folks. That's why we had to cut all this red tape. We had to move fast. There's a housing crisis. That's why it's going to be real help. It's going to really help our housing crisis when 10 years from now, there will be a bunch of new $1 million McMansions in these and fucking strip malls. You're welcome. You're welcome, everybody.
continuing to build, in addition to continuing to have housing supply action plans and continuing to work with our municipal partners on extending strong mayor powers and meeting their housing pledges. We need to work with all levels of government, including the federal government, to be successful. And a million and a half, at least 1.5 million homes, it's a tremendous goal that the government has to put forward. And at any given moment, as housing minister, no matter what initiative I have, I'm going to have people to say, I've gone too far or I haven't gone far enough. And I acknowledge that. I have to keep building. There's two choices, as the Premier's outlined, that we can do. We can build or we can stop.
I'm just glad that there's a political alternative here that's ready to capitalize on this crisis and present a different vision for making housing affordable for people that's going to sweep these people from office, because obviously they won't be held accountable for any of this kind of criminality. Thank goodness. Thank goodness the Liberals and the NDP are going to capitalize on this and propose a different alternative to this system. And for sure, win a sweeping victory in the next election. With some real ideas. Thank you.
Building. Our government's going to continue to build to provide hope for those families, whether they live here now or whether they're coming here in future. They need a home that it meets their needs and their budget. That's what we're going to provide.
Well, I'm just going to wrap this up. Folks, I can promise you we're going to fix this process as we're doing as we speak right now. But I'm also going to promise you, for every person that
My
has
only
a
mistake was trying to
grandchild
fix
that
the issue
has
too hard.
a child that's getting to that age,
That's
that they
been
wanna
the
build
crux of this press
a home,
conference.
own a home, even rent a condo or own a condo. We're going to continue building, and we aren't going to stop building. We aren't going to stop building because we're going to see tens of billions of dollars of more investment right here in Ontario. We're going to see another 500,000 people show up next year, and the following year, and the following year, and I'm being very conservative with those numbers. Again, we've created the environment and the conditions for people to come here, to thrive, prosper, and grow. And that's exactly how this province was created. That's why we live in the greatest jurisdiction anywhere in the world. And if you go back 2 decades
as I talked to my good friend Hazel McCallion, there was empty fields in Mississauga, there was empty fields in Brampton and in Pickering and Oshawa and Niagara. I could name every single city.
How about if we give a tax credit to any family with an income under 40K on their rent to a landlord where the government pays some of their rent directly to the landlord? Does that sound good? I'm ready to run for the NDP. That's right. That's what we have to choose from in this system. We can have this like totally corrupt development process, building these subdivisions and mansions, or we can propose a subsidy that goes directly to landlords from the state. There we go. That's going to make things better. That's democracy. You have these two options.
There's empty fields. You go into those communities, there's families there. There's families that have a home, a roof over their head.
And they're going to Tim Hortons. They get those egg sandwiches. They use the real egg in those.
And they're going to pass that down to the next generation and hopefully the next generation. That's what Ontario is all about, is making sure when you come here, you have an opportunity to have a roof over your head, a great paying job. And we have done exactly that. This is a good news story about building more homes. The process we will fix, but we're going to continue building homes. I want to thank you, and God bless the people of Ontario. Thank you so much.
I'm just going to put on, just as an unrelated story, just in totally unrelated, I want to switch gears here for a second. I'm going to switch gears here a minute just to look at a totally unrelated story.
Lucy, how often is the death penalty used then in corruption cases like this, especially when it involves government officials or heads of state-owned firms?
Yes, so China does have capital punishment in place for corruption cases involving over 3 million yuan, or just about $500,000. Of course, in practice, it is very seldom used. One of the most recent cases was in 2018 involving a deputy mayor who was found to have accepted bribes over 1 billion yuan. What we see a lot more of in China's ongoing anti-graft campaign are these very long jail sentences. So, for example, Yang Jiacai, who was formerly at China's banking regulator, and Yao Gang, an official at China's, or a former official at China's securities regulator, were sentenced to 16 and 18 years in prison for corruption.
Okay, it's a potential, likely it is a signal here. What's the impact likely going to be, though? I mean, should this sentence be seen as a warning to others?
Yeah, so according to the court statement, the legal proceedings found that Lai's behavior endangered national financial security and financial stability. We know that during his tenure at Huarong, the state-owned company's businesses expanded into securities, trusts, investments, futures, just really deviating from its original mandate of disposing bad loans. And since Lai was taking in, there's been significant damage to the business, and, its Hong Kong shares are now less than a third of their value when they were listed. And so according to at least one lawyer that we spoke with, they thought that the severity of the sentence should really be seen as a warning, especially in sort of shattering this belief that corruption isn't punishable by death.
Interesting. Just a totally unrelated news story that I wanted to take a look at. You know? So in exchange for money, he was granting licenses to entrepreneurs for coal mine mergers and other projects. And it sounds kind of familiar. Very spooky music, yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to take a look at two just totally unrelated news stories compared to the one that we were just looking at, just to give a little change of pace. A brief little change of pace. The dictator, President Xi, eliminating his political opponents. So as we discussed, folks, like getting handed envelopes filled with cash at your daughter's stag and doe, that's illegal. That's corruption. You know what's not corruption, though, is when people give me a digital envelope stuffed with $5 for subscribing to this stream. And that's not corruption. That's a totally normal and cool process where I am able to make a small living from doing this stream, which many of you like to hang out in and enjoy. And in the process, not only are you getting content, you're getting hours and hours of content every single week. This week I've been going 6, 7, 8 hours at a time, which I'm happy to do. I enjoy doing it. Not only do you get the content, you also join a wonderful dynamic community. You get a bunch of tiny little images that you can use on Twitch and in other Twitch channels, and you get friendship in return as well. That's not corruption. That's not corruption. That's a beautiful process. It's a beautiful thing. And as you know, folks, it's the only way that I'm able to keep doing this program.
You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Not a cult, not corruption.
Thank you, Ben. I agree. Thank you for the 21 months of Tier 1. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Ben. It's not a cult nor corruption. And it's the only way that I'm able to do this program each and every day, folks, is if people subscribe. I'm here at 2.5 hours into this show. I'm going to be going another couple hours here. I got a late start. I'm planning on sticking around for another at least 2 or 3 hours. So don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. But if you can, friends, please subscribe to TRRS. It costs $5 per month. It is completely free of charge with an Amazon Prime account. And every single sub really helps me, and it allows me to continue doing this show every day. It gets us closer to our sub goals of eating an extremely spicy thing of noodles, and the ultimate sub goal eventually one day of doing a tub stream, which that's a ways in the future. Can we have a sub goal to get Rob to ditch some vowels in his last name? I can't promise on actually changing my name in any way. I think that would maybe be...
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh, goodness. Anon. Thank you, Anon.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
It does, because it's Anon, it does all 5. Russo would be more efficient.
You can
that's
count
right,
on me.
But that's
You're
not
going
the
to have
name,
good old
though.
Rob to talk you through all this. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you very much, Anon. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's very kind of you.
You can count on me.
You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. And thank you for Anon for gifting another sub to Doug Ford, new community member Doug Ford himself. Thank you, Anon. I don't know if it's the same Anon or if it's someone else, but I appreciate it. If your name is Russo, you could get accused of being Russian. But isn't Russo spelled like that an Italian thing? Someone did say that I looked like an Italian porn star the other day. I don't see it personally. I think I agree with more of the Pedro Pascal kind of comparisons that I've been hearing. I think that's more in line with my thinking. You look like a British guy who wrote the IT crowd. I really would like to be stopped being compared to like literally one of the most grotesque looking people in the world. I think, I can put up with a lot of stuff. This idea that I'm being compared to like really one of the most horrible to look at people on the entire planet Earth. I think maybe that's a bridge too far for me. Okay, I'm gonna see if we can do this here. I'm gonna see if we can beef up these numbers here. I thought you looked like Maduro. I'll take that. Folks, does anyone else want to subscribe to this program? Look what I'm doing. Look at this. What about this?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you very much, Diego, for the gifted sub.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Ben, for another gifted sub. Very kind of you, Ben. Thank you. Where else can you hear MIDI versions of your favorite 80s classics and see a grown adult man sway suggestively to them while also doing serious political commentary and analysis? It's the only such stream that exists on this whole platform. You know how many millions of Twitch channels there are? There's so many, dude. My game. I'm searching on my mind. Caribbean queen, sharing the same dream. Hearts will beat as one. There's a great little guitar riff in that moment in the song. On partageait le même rêve. Notre cœur va biter comme un... I don't know, it's too hard for me to translate in real time. Do you have any other takers, folks? Does anyone else want to support me in the content that I create here on twitch.tv every day? Starting to sweat it up here a little bit. All right. Thank you very much, everyone, for supporting this stream. Thank you very, very much. People are very, very supportive in this community, and I can't tell you how much that I appreciate it. That Billy Ocean album is really good. Mr. William Ocean. Mr. William J. Ocean. Folks, if you don't mind, I'm just going to take a short break, okay? I'm going to take a short little break. Let me just go to the bathroom, stretch my legs, maybe get a moment of sunshine on my face here. I'll come back and we will hang out even more. How does that sound to you? I hope it sounds good, because that's exactly what's happening. Oh, that's not what I want. I want, oh, this'll do.
Why must they get their medical supplies from China and Czechoslovakia when they could get them from the U.S.? Cuba has the largest import tonnage cost of any country in the world because
I'll be right
of the
back.
U.S. blockade, a boycott. So it's very much in their interest to cultivate friendlier relations. There's a substantive thing there, much firmer than love. No one's claiming they love us. And love, after all, you know, is a volatile emotion. It comes and goes. Much firmer than love is self-interest, and therefore the basis for some kind of normal relations with those countries. No, my friends, it's really the Reagan administration that runs with terror whenever there's the first sign of friendliness from a socialist or revolutionary country. Reagan, as Tom Wickes said, in regards to the Soviet Union, for instance, in armaments, Reagan will not take yes for an answer. The final reason given is that we must contain the red tide. You heard that March speech by Ronald Reagan, vintage stuff, where he talked about a red tide lapping our border if we allowed Nicaragua to sustain the kind of government that its people have chosen in free and open elections. If we allow that, our own security is at risk. And you can see that superpower 60,000-man army of the Sandinistas cutting a swath up through Guatemala, Mexico, Texas, right up here into the heartland, right into Boulder, Colorado, dancing with your daughter and your sister. Do we want that? I hear they're good dances. The image of that tiny nation of 3 million being a threat to us, you know, reminds me of the Vietnam War. We used to hear that same stuff. We said, if we don't fight them in the jungles of Vietnam, we'll have to be fighting them on the shores of California. And Walter Lippmann said, the image of the Vietnamese getting into their little PT boats and coming across the Pacific and taking California is an insult to the U.S. Navy. It's very hard to convince the American people that they should send their sons, and maybe who knows someday even their daughters, to go fight and die in some jungle to make the world safe for United Fruit Company or Chase Manhattan or Procter & Gamble or ITT. So you say it's to stop the threat of that communist country. It's very hard to convince the American people that a tiny country like Nicaragua or Vietnam or El Salvador is a threat to U.S. security. So you say it's not Nicaragua. They are the puppets of the Cubans, who are the puppets of bum 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 bum. The big red bear in the Kremlin. And yet again, as I just said, these countries continually want friendly overtures, continually want friendly relations, including the Soviet Union. What we hear also is that there's another pernicious element, and the thing we have to stop in these countries is a thing called communism, and that there are communists in these countries. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, it's time we ask, what's a communist? What does a communist do that is so dangerous? They would have us believe that communists merely hunger for power rather than wanting the power to end hunger. They would have us believe, well, the New York Times, let me refer to an editorial where they describe the undesirable and offensive Managua regime. By the way, these countries don't have governments, they have regimes. You see that in the newspapers all the time. We have government. And I said to myself, what is undesirable and offensive about Managua? Is it the land reform program, where they took all that massive land owned by those few rich compradors and gave it out to the people who were starved for land? Is it the farm co-ops that they're setting up? Is it the community industries and the public work programs to create jobs for people who have been chronically unemployed? Is it the food program, a ration of beans and rice for every kid in Nicaragua so that nobody, no matter how poor that country is, they're all getting fed? Is it having the lowest infant mortality rate in Central America despite earthquake and civil war and foreign invasion and attack and embargo? Lower even than Costa Rica, which is supposed to be the big show place? What's so offensive about Managua? It is those things in some degree. It is creating a competing social order. It is people, it is those who have been downtrodden. It has been those who have been used as fodder in the capital accumulation process, now claiming back the process of production, claiming back their own land, claiming back their own flag, their own dignity, and saying this country is going to be for us and not for you anymore, gringo. And that's the communist program, and that's what communists are. I had somebody up in Vermont say, she got up and she was one of those trust funders who works on peace a lot, and she said, oh, sorry there. She said, people were saying that the Salvadoran guerrillas are communists, but they're not communists. They're just ordinary peasants. So why are we fighting them? The implication being that if they were communists, it would be okay to go in and pulverize them. And I pointed out that, well, look, at least in the FLM and the Front, there's at least two of those 5 groups, at least 2. I'm not sure about all of them, but at least 2 of them that would not deny the label communist. They would say, yo soy comunista, you know, they'd say it. And they would say it proudly. And what does it mean to be a communist? It means to fight and devote yourself to people. If communists, if we leftists, if we Marxists, if we revolutionaries, if we progressives, if all we want is to hunger for power, then why do we side with the powerless? Then why don't we toady up to power? Why don't we take the road of the Henry Kissingers and the Daniel Patrick Moynahans and the Ziggy Brzezinskis and the Eugene Rostows and the McGeorge Bundys, who toady up and mouth for power. When Henry Kissinger was made National Security Advisor for Richard Nixon, Nelson Rockefeller gave him $50,000 as a going-away present. As Nelson Rockefeller testified himself before the Senate committee when he was being appointed Vice President of the United States. And they asked, and the senators, well, they really went at Rockefeller really hard. They said, Why'd you do that, Mr. Rockefeller? And Rockefeller said, well, giving's always been a tradition in our family. Giving. They cast their bread upon the waters and more came back, didn't it? He was saying to Henry Kissinger, Henry, I brought you out of Harvard. I brought you out of that Center for, or whatever that was, Strategic Studies, because I like the books you were writing, and you're writing them for me. Henry, you remember you're going to go work for Tricky Dick, but you remember who you belong to. And that's what hungering for power is. It's climbing, like the political climbers and careers have done in every country in the world.
I forgot I had some rapini.
And we on the left don't do that. We stand out in the rain. We stand out on the picket line. We put our jobs on the line. We risk our careers. In many cases, we even risk our physical safety and our lives in all sorts of countries. If it's power we want, why do we take such a circuitous route? If it's power Senator Garland wants, why is he standing back there? And 70 years standing like a legion. Well, these communists do all these reform things, yes. And liberal columnist Richard Cohen in the Washington Post says, and I think I've heard it about 800 times from different people, we ought to copy what the communists do. Why are we always on the wrong side? Why do we go into these countries and find ourselves on the side of the big landowners, the sweatshop owners,
Curious.
the big corrupt generals who run little prostitution rackets on the side and all that stuff? Then why are we with that element? Why don't we capture the hearts and minds of the people the way the communists do? Why don't we copy their techniques? What are their techniques? Well, communist techniques are very well known. Just the things we just said. They go into the village. They do land reform. They try to bring clean drinking water. They pay for the food they take. They try to help the people organize themselves. That's what they do. But if we did those things, we not only would have stolen their program, we would have become them. Because that's what they were doing. That's the thing we're fighting to prevent. Not we, that's what our government and our ruling class is fighting to prevent. That's why we always go in on the wrong side, because the wrong side is the right side for the class interests of this administration and every other administration that's occupied the White House.
Concerning.
So it is the heart of U.S. policy, ladies and gentlemen, to use fascism to preserve capitalism while claiming to be saving democracy from communism.
Where have we heard this before?
The Soviet Union is a serious problem for world capitalism. First, it's the strongest socialist country. As the strongest socialist country, it is a major target. Second, it has assisted other revolutionary movements, mostly just diplomatically, politically, morally, but also sometimes with material aid. Not much, but rather substantial aid in the case of Vietnam. So, one goal is to try to contain the Soviet Union. The dream is finally to roll back the events of 1917, to undo history, to bring back that time when all the world belonged to us and there were no problems like this. And there became an encirclement of the Soviet Union. The most targeted socialist country in the world today is not Nicaragua, nor even Libya, if you want to call Libya socialist. I wouldn't quite call it that. It's got an erratic leader. He does immature things and says immature things, but he's also dangerous from a class interest, but I still wouldn't call him socialist. The most encircled and threatened country is the USSR. It is the one that is targeted with all these missiles. There is, ladies and gentlemen, those missiles are not the result of an arms race. I maintain that there is no arms race, and there never has been. A race, as you know, the model of a race is the two proponents moving, each more furiously ahead of the other, trying to make put as much space.
It's a weird way to engage in a race when you're constantly being like, hey, can we stop doing this now?
Arms escalation. What we have had, rather, has been an arms chase, with one side, the U.S., unilaterally escalating each time, and the other side, the Soviet Union, playing catch-up. often with a 2 to 7 year lag in the particular weapon system. That was true of the A-bomb, the hydrogen bomb, the long-range bomber, submarine-launched missiles, the MIRVs, the multiple warheads, the ICBMs, tactical nuclear weapons, solid fuel rockets, and now even today with the MX, the cruise, the Pershing, and the neutron bomb, the race model doesn't explain it. It's a chase. As the Soviets said just several years ago, don't build a neutron bomb. If you build it, then we will have to build it. Don't build the MX. If you do that, we will escalate on our ICBMs. That's hardly a race. That's more of a chase. The other side, asking that this escalation not take place, and then when the escalation does, it reluctantly moves on and enters it also. Reluctantly, I say, because the arms race has had a tremendous damaging effect on the Soviet economy. Every time they have to build another tank, that's one less subway car for their subways. In the USSR, any city that reaches 1 million people gets a new subway built in it. Every new missile means that much less quality consumer goods. It's also, by the way, has the same drain on our country, but it's not as evident given the kind of country it is. The arms race here, the defense spending is, of course, an enormous shot in the arm to the owning class in terms of profits, guaranteed cost overruns, fat contracts, so forth. The Soviet Union has a capital shortage, unlike the US, which has a capital surplus, and so therefore this deprivation. The Soviet Union has a labor shortage, unlike the US, where there are 20 million people underemployed. It has a smaller industrial base, so to match us, that's a greater drain on it. It has scientists who would prefer working in the civilian sector because their work in the military sector remains anonymous. Managers who would have management jobs in the civilian sector. In short, it has a number of rational reasons why it would like to diminish the arms race. As Gorbachev has said again and again, we have a lot of building in our own country. We have never had a normal year in our history. We have had foreign invasion, revolution, invasion again, forced collectivization, etc., armaments race, and we would like to have some normal years. Again, not necessarily love, but something much stronger, which is self-interest. So I would argue that Soviet escalations have been mostly reactive and defensive to U.S. escalations. This is true also if you look at the Soviet Navy. It has, until very recently, no aircraft
We'll see, Brian. We'll see how it goes.
And amphibian actions.
Definitely going to be here for a couple more hours.
A few mini carriers. The Soviet fleet is built almost entirely to tracking the U.S. fleet, see where it's going. Soviet interest in disarmament is reflected in the proposals that they have made. You could say, well, words are cheap, I want to see actions. First of all, words aren't cheap. Words count too. What a nation says is reflective of what it's doing. But actual moves also have been taken. For instance, one, the Soviets proposed the eventual disbanding of NATO and Warsaw Pact armies. A proposal, gradual, mutual de-escalation, step by step on each side. 1, 2, 1, 2, down like that. The U.S. turned down that proposal, would not even study it. The Soviets proposed, in the last 4 years, nuclear-free Europe, reducing their medium-range SS-20s and all those to match the 162 which France and Great Britain had. That was a proposal made 3 years ago. It's a proposal which Gorbachev has brought forth again. It's one which Reagan has ignored, but simply to quote for a zero sum, and without the two reasonable stipulations which Moscow has asked for, namely that if we get rid of all our missiles both sides, we also guarantee that you don't transfer any of your existing missiles in Europe to the French or British, and the French and British begin to get rid of their missiles. Or at least at this stage,
I'm just kind of wondering what's next on the docket here,
British
folks.
Now are increasing their number of intermediate range missiles.
I'm wondering what's next on the docket. What are we thinking? What are we thinking? Talk to me. I was thinking about just sticking with the Parenti thing, and like this has been the yellow speech that I've just been throwing on over this music for a little like audio visual presentation here. I don't know if I'll do Man Tracker today. Just read number 3 of this. Oh boy. Yeah, this thread is not disturbing at all. These people are not fascist whatsoever. What are you talking about? You know what one thing I did want to look at? This shit. I'm sure many of you must have seen this. I think the amazing thing is, like, here's the question that I have, is how fucked in the head do you have to be if you're like around the world, whether you're in Taiwan or like any other kind of like wannabe US vassal state, or a wannabe US proxy, and you're in Taiwan and you're looking around at what's going on in Ukraine, and you say to yourself, this looks really good. Sign me up for some of this. This looks fantastic. Please. And then this story came out today. Amazing. A new memorial in southern Taiwan has been unveiled to remember the thousands of Taiwanese youths who volunteered to help the Japanese war effort during World War II. It's like, why is every US proxy state like this? Why are they all like this? The amazing thing about this as well, erecting a memorial for the thousands of Taiwanese youths who volunteered to help the Japan war effort during World War II, who killed millions of people in China and Korea at that time and around the world. But the amazing thing is that, like, even when you take the like political characteristics of Taiwan and the whole like the Kuomintang and the Republic of China and all this stuff, that was when the Kuomintang and the communists under Mao worked together at that time to defeat the Japanese. The Kuomintang, who eventually formed the basis for like the Taiwanese government, worked with the PRC, with Mao's forces to defeat the Japanese in World War II. They took a break from killing each other to focus on defending China from the Japanese, the brutal Japanese assault, and worked together. And then still, decades later, in 2023, they're electing a monument in southern Taiwan, or as Reddit loves to refer to China as Taiwan West or something like that. Right? Is that it? Yeah, did they even volunteer? Were they volunteered by gunpoint? It's a good question. Has been unveiled to remember the thousands of Taiwanese youths who volunteered to help the Japanese war effort in World War II. It's really amazing. We're really like, in all of these places, we're just rehabilitating the absolute worst monsters of history in both Ukraine and Taiwan, who are like the main kind of proxy battlefields. And Ukraine is already a proxy battlefield, and Taiwan very well may be in the future. Why do all of U.S. friends have ties to the Axis powers? Great question. Why would anyone erect monuments to fascist and Nazi sympathizers? That could never happen anywhere else. It's probably a one-off. I agree with that.
A moment 8 decades in the making. A monument unveiled commemorating over 8,000 Taiwanese teenagers who volunteered to help the Japanese during the Second World War. It's a controversial memorial.
Yeah, I guess
though
so.
At that time, Taiwan was a colony of Japan. Those being remembered here were not soldiers, and many were no older than 13 at the time, enticed by high salaries and promises of qualifications after the war.
I'm sure this is really playing well on the Chinese mainland as well. I'm sure if we take a look at that, I'm sure people are just thrilled that that's what's happening. Like, it's basically just a slap in their face. While they're playing footsie with the United States government and possibly in the process of acting as this like Western proxy to continue the incirculation of China.
They were recruited to help repair aircraft for the Japanese Navy as part of a group known as the Xiaoniangong. 93-year-old Dong Junxian is one of the dozen or so surviving members of that group. Some 200,000 Taiwanese served the Japanese military during World War II, mostly in support roles like the Xiaoniangong, but 80,000 did see active combat.
People in Taiwan who fought in the Second World War are often thought of as being overwhelmingly Chinese. Those who came here after the war received state pensions and national honors. But many Taiwanese actually fought for Japan as citizens of the Japanese Empire. And for decades, they received no recognition at all.
Why is that?
Taiwan became a colony of Japan after China lost the First Sino-Japanese War in 1895. While there was plenty of Taiwanese resistance to the new rulers, by World War II, several generations of Taiwanese had already been educated as Japanese citizens. Many saw themselves as Japanese, but after the war, Taiwan was taken over by
Not
Chinese
everyone deserves
nationalists
recognition,
and the
no.
Republic of China, which at that point had been at war with Japan for nearly 10 years. That made it hard for Taiwanese who had served for the Japanese to talk about their experiences.
战争结束以后，政权转换，他们在日本是当少年宫，其实这后来的政权是属于敌对的关系，所以他们回到台湾以后，其实很多人不敢再去提起。
This is really softening Japanese imperial rule in a weird way, in a weird and creepy way.
以前在日本的一些经验。
The Japanese military was responsible for numerous atrocities across Asia during the war.
That's correct,
and that
yeah.
legacy continues to cloud relations between Tokyo and its neighbors. But unlike in China and Korea, where anti-Japanese sentiment is common, many in Taiwan are much less hostile to the Japanese view of the war.
在1945年之前，台湾也就是日本人。国家有战争、有国难的时候，我们身为国民，是不是应该付出我们的一个力量？ 去对抗
To fight the foreigners.
美国、英国也是为了他们国家的这个理念而战争。那我们台湾
And like this is also underselling the fact that like so you have the Kuomintang who go to Taiwan after the war, but like the idea that all Taiwanese, like there was indigenous populations in Taiwan at that time that were not Japanese, that were being oppressed and colonized by the Japanese. Really, the idea that this notion that everyone there was just this loyal Japanese citizen, I do not believe is accurate.
台湾跟日本也是为了国家的理念而战争。
But far from being a consensus, there's also some resentment among Taiwanese of Japan's colonization and actions during World War II. Many of those in Taiwan's more China-friendly opposition party, the Kuomintang, or KMT, take a less favorable stance towards
like
Japan,
I said, they fought with
even
Mao.
as the father of the KMT's presidential candidate for 2024 was among the young volunteers who had repaired Japan's aircraft during the war. It's a complex and checkered history, with much not set in stone. But for the remaining dozen volunteers, this memorial is long overdue, marking a past of sacrifice and duty. Howard Zhang, Sam Hui, and Ed Moon for Taiwan Plus.
Jesus. Many people are demanding a statue dedicated to the colonists who valiantly fought for the Redcoats. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we laugh, but also America does erect all these fucking monuments to the rebellious, slave-holding fucking monsters that instigated the Civil War, which killed, what was it, 600,000 people? Something like that? So I guess it shouldn't be surprising. They're still naming military bases after these people in schools and putting up monuments to them. The only thing that's complex for me is that they were kids at the time, but the fact they're old now and are proud of it and want this recognition, yeah. That is a problem, indeed. Yeah, and of course, all put up decades after the war, put up as a response to any civil rights movement. Yeah, that's always been the funny thing about those like statues. The idea that it's part of our history. It's part of our history. It's like it's not really. It's a relatively modern thing, actually. Man. But that's my thing, though. It's like, you imagine being like one of these nationalists and looking at Ukraine, people that are advocating for Taiwan to continue to arm and continue to act as this Western proxy, and being like, oh yeah, let's sign up for some of this. It's been going great in Ukraine, so let's sign up for this. It's funny how things have changed. It's funny how things have changed so quickly. Like, it's easy to think that this like hostility towards China, this new Cold War, this new Red Scare has been going on for like years and years and years, but it's not true. Look what just popped up in my YouTube recommendations while I was looking at this. This is from the official WWE account.
So what's interesting about this is the normalcy of it. Keep in mind, this is the longest time I've been in one place in 15 years. So I live in Yinchuan, technically, and I'll be here for another 2 months, spanning all of 5 months in the same bed, in the same place. So the touristy things wear down and you begin to just do normal stuff. What do you do for fun? We'll go to the mall and kick it and see what there is to do. What do you do when you want to go to get something to eat? I have my favorite restaurants. I have my favorite drink places. So this is just kind of a peek into the normalcy of life. And that's kind of what I wanted to showcase.
Oh, Vizio Gamer, this seems so cool. Thanks for sharing this.
I got a rhythm here in Yinchuan. I'm really happy with my kind of little itty-bitty room up in the old hotel. And I kind of know the lay of the land. And I know how to conversate with people. I'm walking the streets of Yinchuan, and very few people know about Zhao Xina, or as they say, John Cena in China. So I can just walk around, and it's like a normal thing, and it's awesome. And it's been a wonderful trip, and I still have a lot left to go.
This man loves China.
I'm a little bit long-winded, but I think it's super special that I'm to the point 3 months in where it's just normal life, and I really do enjoy it. And I really hope I can come back. So we'll see.
This man loves China, and I love him for it.
你好，微博，现在我拍电影，但是我给手机吃饭，我不可以用我的手机，我们拍的时候，所以我现在拍这个，因为他们给我老干妈，我不知道关于老干妈，但是中国人说这是非常好的 chili sauce， 所以现在每天我用老干妈在西凉话，我用很多很多老干妈。不是广告，老干妈跟我没有关系，但是我认为很多中国人喜欢这个，我试着越来越embrace 中国文化，很多中国人说老干妈是中国文化，所以每天我吃老干妈跟西凉话，非常非常非常好，我很喜欢。
I love this guy. I love this guy. My favorite, besides myself, my favorite CCP shill. I agree. I think I'm my favorite. You know, you have to be your own biggest advocate. You have to be your own biggest advocate. So I'm my favorite CCP shill, but John Cena's right up there as number 2. Such a loyal company man literally moved to China and learned the language to help WWE expand into China. Yeah, and promote his films and stuff like that because that's such a big emerging market. And now he can't do it. Everyone gets mad. Everyone gets mad at him now when he talks about these things. Where's my Laogan Ma? My Laogan Ma's in the fridge. Although the only kind, I will say this, the only kind I have left is the black bean kind, which is good, but it's not. I like the original better. I like the original and the peanut better. I've gone through more Laogan Ma than like any other condiment. Since I discovered Laogan Ma, it was not that long ago. It was probably like 5 months ago that I got my first bottle, and I think I've gone through like 4 jars of it since that time. The standard Laogan Ma or the spicy? I thought there was only I didn't know there was a spicier kind. I haven't seen that at the store. Now the guy who was like a modern day incarnation of Captain America and patriotism is now being accused and dismissed as a CPC shill. I mean, that's called growth. This is called personal growth and political growth.
I walk out here.
This is where he was just 13 to 12 short years ago. 12 short years later. 12 short years later. Look how far he's come.
你好，微博，现在我拍电影，但是我给手机吃饭，我不可以用我的手机，我们拍的时候，所以我现在拍这个，因为他们给我老干妈，我不知道关于老干妈，但是中国人说这是非常好的 chili sauce。
Now he's apologizing for referring to Taiwan as a country. Exactly. It's called personal and political growth, and we have to celebrate that. We have to celebrate it. That Chinese brainwashing is super effective. You just need to give you some chili crisp to put on your broccoli. What are they putting in that shit? What are they putting in that stuff? You know? You've got to respect it. Mandarin is bastard hard. I agree, I do respect it. I respect it a lot. I'm not being facetious. I really do genuinely think it's fucking cool. And I wish more Americans and Canadians would have this kind of attitude about China and Chinese culture. Okay, so I'm wondering what's next here. I'm wondering if there's like a lecture. Oh man, it's this the speech I want to look at is 2 hours. There's a Parenti speech that's 2 hours long. That may be a little much. Oh, this looks good. You know, this is in relation to the segment that I did yesterday on China and the way that our media discusses China and this kind of new Red Scare stuff. I think this video could be really cool as a kind of next segment to look at. And not too long. But it's an episode of Empire Files about anti-communism, America's unofficial religion. I think that's a good thing to take a look at right now. I think that really goes along with like the exact, everything that we talk about on this program and what we got into yesterday with, our obsession with and fixation on China and the way that our media operates, the way that our culture operates. I did see the thing. You know what? I saw the video Dakadoon from Ben Norton and Danny Haifong, but I got turned off by the thumbnail. You know, Danny. We talked on this show, and I really do respect and admire Danny. He's a really smart guy, and I appreciate his analysis. But I do kind of see him going down this like clickbait path, which I just find like a little weird to look at. Do you know what I mean? Like with let's just look at the thumbnail that I'm talking about here. He does have to pay the bills. It's true. Look at this.
You've been doing some good.
And again, it's nothing against Danny, honestly. Like, I really do appreciate the work that he does. I appreciated when he came on here. It's just like, I saw that thumbnail and I was just like, oh, God. I don't know. What should we do? We have been talking a lot about Niger and, that whole ongoing situation. Having Scott Ritter on the show is worse. Yeah, I would agree with that as well. And yeah, I think getting into the mud, I think probably should not involve talking to that fella, if you ask me. I think since we focus so much on Niger, and I'm going to be talking to Eugene Puryear really soon, probably on Monday or Tuesday. Eugene Puryear is when I'm going to go back to that. So I think maybe we can take a little break from that, considering we've spent quite a long time focusing on Niger and Africa and anti-colonialism going on there. So let's look at this clip from the Empire Files. It's half an hour long. Anti-communism, America's unofficial religion. I'm really looking forward to Abby Martin's new documentary. And now I'll do the thing that I do like 3-4 times a year when I promise you, the community, that Abby Martin will come on this show. And God damn it, she will. They're just releasing a new documentary very soon that looks great. And I will get Abby Martin. Every time I've tried to reach out to her, she's been quote unquote pregnant and close to having a child and busy working on her documentary and these things, these excuses as I call them. I will, though, get Abby Martin to come on this program. I promise you that.
From a young age, we're taught fidelity to the system and to the state. We all grow up saying the Pledge of Allegiance in school, but the words "under God" we take for granted. Those words were added to the Pledge of Allegiance in 1954.
There was no man track
to
today.
exclude American communists. Communists, of course, are godless heathens. That piece of history is largely unknown, but the ideology behind it is probably the most known idea in American society.
This town may appear to be an accurate likeness of a typical American community, but it's a fraud. It isn't free.
Socialism has spread the shadow of human regimentation over most of the nations of the earth, and the shadow is encroaching upon our own liberty.
If a person defends the activities of communist nations while consistently attacking the domestic and foreign policy of the United States, she may be a communist.
Now that you've become acquainted with the enlightened communist system, in contrast to the outdated capitalistic way of life, you are now prepared for the next step of your indoctrination. You won't have to worry.
You're not supposed to say it in so many words when you're doing the indoctrination. And now it's time to indoctrinate you.
We'll overthrow it by force and violence. We'll have our way if it means bloodshed and terror.
Because the news about communism is getting
There was not
around.
any bloodshed and terror prior to that in the United States, that's for
But it's
sure.
only another word for slavery.
In almost every industrialized country in the world, socialist parties have huge representations, large membership bodies, and hold many elected seats in government. But in America, everyone knows that being called a socialist or communist carries an immediate negative connotation. The term is frequently used to smear people and groups, not necessarily for being one, but merely for associating with one. So what is this unacceptable ideology? To find out, I talked to a founder of a socialist organization in the United States, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and longtime socialist organizer Brian Becker.
People think Karl Marx was the originator of socialism, maybe modern socialism, but you look at early Christianity, early Islam, the early tenets of Judaism, a lot of it has a yearning for the old days, the yearning to go back to primary or social existence where there's cooperation and equality. Socialism is the ideology reflecting the desire by people who want change, people who want to get rid of the evils and the injustices of the capitalist society and replace it with a new society, a society based on public ownership. And public ownership means that instead of the corporations and the banks and the wealth, all that which is created by the labor of human beings, working people, instead of that wealth being accrued and accumulated by a small percentage, it is used for society's needs. In the United States Constitution, people are given political rights. The homeless get the right to vote every 2 or 4 years, but they don't have the right to a home. The socialist
Not if you're a
program
felon.
is everyone must have the right to employment or an income if they can't work. Everyone, as a guaranteed constitutional right, must have a place to live that's affordable.
Hey, Hildy, I just want dental and pharmaceutical coverage. Well, you're in luck, Hildy, because maybe at some point this decade, you might get access to means-tested dental coverage. And that's called the system working beautifully for delivering gains to average folks. Isn't that wonderful? And maybe pharmacare sometime this century. I don't know. We'll see. Probably not, but we'll see.
And healthcare should be free, and education should be free. Now, those 4 things, that's the hallmark of the socialist program, that's been demonized, but if you ask most American people, certainly the have-nots, they'll think, yeah, those are pretty good things.
And what are socialism's roots here in America?
Well, socialism has very deep roots in America. Most Americans don't know it, but the rise of the kindergarten, the rise of public education, the rise of something called Social Security. That is when you retire and are no longer productive, no longer able to be employed by a capitalist.
Affordable homes for all the immigrants coming to
living
Ontario.
a life of poverty, Social Security. The idea
Socialist
of
Doug
unemployment
Ford.
insurance, meaning when you're laid off, not for any fault of your own, but because the capitalist system routinely goes through economic recessions and depressions, you should be cared for by an unemployment insurance. These are the ideas that originated with the socialist movement.
In the late 1800s, there was an intense battle between organized labor and the country's industrial capitalists. With socialists in the leadership, the labor movement was on the cusp of winning the 8-hour workday, and the corporate owners were willing to do anything to keep working their workers to the bone. Workers on strike all over were shot and killed by police during this fight for what seems like such a basic human right today. In 1887, 7 anti-capitalist leaders in the movement were sentenced to death on trumped-up charges, 4 of them publicly hanged. It was a clear message to anyone involved in radical politics. The battling ideologies of capitalism and socialism in America is more than just opposing arguments. It's been a real battle with real weapons, where one side was exiled, sent to prison, and murdered. Anti-communist paranoia continued to build. Struggles that outraged the rich, like child labor laws and women's right to vote, were labeled red plots. President Woodrow Wilson was helping push for new laws that officially criminalized opinions, not deeds. In 1915, in his State of the Union address, he declared, There are citizens of the United States who have poured the poison of disloyalty in the very arteries of our national life, who have sought to bring the authority and good name of our government into contempt. Such creatures of passion, disloyalty, and anarchy must be crushed out. And the mission to crush out anti-capitalist ideas was in full effect as World War I began. A coalition of socialists and anarchists who had been leading the militant labor and anti-war struggle was a primary target. Over 90 IWW leaders were mass arrested and given lengthy prison sentences. Repression in the courts was reinforced by hired gangs and lynch mobs, allowed by the state to carry out vigilante actions. In 1917, the oil company-controlled newspaper Tulsa World printed on its front page, "The first step in whipping Germany is to strangle the IWWs, kill them, just as you would kill any other kind of snake." And they did kill them. In that year alone,
Tell me how you really
business
feel.
Thugs like the Pinkerton Gang lynched many IWW leaders. Frank Little, a popular IWW leader of mine workers in Butte, Montana, was beaten, dragged behind a car, and hanged from a railroad trestle. That same year, Wilson legislated the criminalization of dissent by passing the Espionage Act. Included in the U.S. government's sweeping definition of espionage, suggesting that you shouldn't be used as cannon fodder.
Yeah, I saw that, Matt. Jim Cramer said the same about UAW this week.
In 1918, famous American socialist and presidential candidate Eugene Debs gave a speech in Canton, Ohio. He said, "Wars throughout history have been waged for
You've
conquest
just become an
and
elite
plunder.
member of the Friendship Triangle.
10,000 sandwiches! 10,000 sandwiches, thank you so much. For the 5 gifted subs, very generous of you, thank you. I've had 2 sandwiches today myself. I picked up some fresh bread and some fresh salami and fresh mozzarella from the Italian grocery, and I made some quite delicious sandwiches, actually. That's so many frickin' sandwiches, dude. Thank you again, 10,000 sandwiches for the 5 gifted subs. Very, very kind of you. That sounds phenomenal. It was tremendous. It was very good. Very satisfying. And I felt good because I was going to maybe just stop at a place and buy a sandwich, which probably would have been, $15. Instead, I spent like $20 on supplies, and I could make multiple sandwiches with that. I could make like 3. That's how you beat the system. Anyway, let's continue this video.
Of the Middle Ages, the economic predecessors of the capitalists of our day, declared all wars.
It's like $7 per sandwich.
Fought all battles, taught to revere their masters, to believe that when their masters declared war upon one another, it was their patriotic duty to fall upon one another.
It is really amazing, and Brian suggested about how Americans don't really know this. It's this stuff, but like it's incredible how the history of socialism in America just doesn't get taught. Like, do you learn, if you're American, you're growing up in high school, do you learn about Eugene Debs? Do you learn about this stuff? Or is it always just socialism bad, kill the commies? It's always spit on, hardworking Americans always spit on socialists domestically and around the world. The legacy of socialism in building America is like completely arbitrarily ignored. Or just the idea that like many Americans were socialists and were communists at one point before this massive propaganda campaign came into effect. I guess it depends on where you are in America, and it changes, but it is pretty incredible though the way this history is completely ignored or obscured.
He said, "Wars throughout history have been waged for conquest and plunder. The feudal barons of the Middle Ages, the economic predecessors of the capitalists of our day, declared all wars. and their miserable serfs fought all battles, taught to revere their masters, to believe that when their masters declared war upon one another, it was their patriotic duty to fall upon one another and to cut one another's throats for the profit and glory of the lords and barons.
Thank God we don't do that anymore.
They alone declare war, yours not to reason why, yours but to do and die. If war is right, let it be declared by the people. You, who have your lives to lose, you certainly above all others have the right to decide the momentous issue of war or peace. For these words alone, Debs was arrested, convicted, and sentenced to 10 years in prison. The charge? Obstructing recruitment.
It is pretty amazing how World War I was kind of the impetus for, you know, that early stages, like the Russian Revolution and a lot of like that socialist organizing around that. It was such a flashpoint that like it led to these mass movements. And then you have like as Mao himself pointed out, you know, World War I led to like the Russian Revolution. World War II led to the Chinese Revolution and led to the formation of the PRC. And that's exactly why when he talked about World War III, he said we're trying to try to prevent that from happening, but we're also not going to fear it because World War III will be the final defeat of imperialism, where imperialism is finally destroyed and socialism finally spreads worldwide. And maybe that's true. Maybe that is what it's going to take. That's certainly what Star Trek teaches us. You know, Mao has taught us that, and Gene Roddenberry also taught us the same thing. That this great cataclysm does give birth to this stateless and classless society. That doesn't mean we, just like Mao said, that doesn't mean we should encourage World War III. We doesn't mean we should cheer it on. I don't think so, because it's going to be horrendous. It's going to be absolutely horrendous. But I think if you want to have revolutionary optimism about these like gathering storm clouds that we've been talking about on this show for now 3 years, and how it seems like we're kind of on that path, and there doesn't seem to be any way of really like averting that from happening. If you want to have revolutionary optimism, that's what it is that out of that cataclysm, something good will emerge, you know?
Many others who did nothing but speak against the war.
That's interesting, and maybe that's why all the aliens, they all want front row. This big historical event is happening. That's why they're all showing up. They want to see it. Maybe that is it. Probably not, but I like that theory though.
Met the same fate. During the patriotic hysteria, the Espionage Act was expanded into the most repressive law in U.S. history. The Sedition Act read, "Whoever shall willfully utter, print, write, or publish any disloyal, profane, scurrilous, or abusive language about the form of government
I would never
of the
do
United
that personally.
States, or the military or naval forces of the United States, or advocate, teach, defend, or suggest the doing of any of the acts, shall be punished."
What
Over
sickos.
1,500 people were arrested under this law. Those convicted faced up to 20 years in prison. Everything and everyone was a target. Books and feature films were seized by the government. Every postmaster in the country was under orders to monitor all mail and refuse to mail newspapers and magazines deemed unloyal. Despite this repression, major victories were still won. During World War I, workers were able to win higher wages. But after the war, their bosses wanted those wages back. The captains of industry in America had just watched peasants and industrial workers in Russia rise to power. It had reverberations everywhere. People all over the U.S. stood up to the attacks on their jobs and wages. In a wave of
The amazing thing, too, I often criticize these kinds of people, so you'll have to forgive me, but the amazing people are these sort of social democrats who talk about, like, the New Deal and saying, like, you know, the Russian Revolution was bad, it was violent, the Soviet Union wasn't real socialist, it wasn't social, you know, they discount all these gains, and then they talk about like the New Deal and be like, that's what we need. We need like progressive reforms in our government to have the New Deal. When there is no New Deal, there's no New Deal without the Russian Revolution. That's the only reason there ever was these progressive reforms in the first place in the United States. Without the Russian Revolution, none of that shit ever would have happened. And the Great Depression probably would have just carried on indefinitely, and fascism would have just formed immediately at that time. You know? That's the whole reason there was a New Deal in the first place. And FDR explicitly points this out, you know, to the Capitol. He's like, I'm the one preventing your heads from being put on spikes right now. There's no New Deal without the Russian Revolution, without the Soviet Union.
Strikes in 1919, 1 out of every 5 workers in America walked off the job. The display of power was formidable. U.S. Attorney General Mitchell Palmer, a member of the progressive wing of the Democratic Party, along with the Justice Department head, the young J. Edgar Hoover, mounted the capitalists' counteroffensive. Palmer wrote in the case against the Reds. Like a prairie fire, the blaze of revolution was sweeping over every American institution of law and order a year ago. It was eating its way into the homes of the American workmen. Its sharp tongues of revolutionary heat were licking the altars of the churches, leaping at the belfry of the school bell, crawling into the sacred corners of American homes, seeking to replace marriage vows with libertine laws, burning up the foundations of society. While they have caused irritating strikes, and while they've infected our social ideas with the disease of their own minds and their unclean morals, we can get rid of them. On November 7th, 1919, a date chosen to mark the anniversary of the Russian Revolution, a series of violent raids without warrants took place in 12 American cities, arresting hundreds. Months later, on January 2nd, raids took place in more than 30 cities involving federal, state, and local law enforcement. Every single socialist office was raided. Homes of socialists were also raided. Around 10,000 people were rounded up and thrown in jail in Palmer and Hoover's raids. Thousands of resident immigrants were deported for being communists. The raids became notorious for their extreme brutality. Such a massive operation dealt a huge blow to the socialist movement and was a clear message of terror to anyone who considered joining a socialist group. Similar state-sanctioned violent repression of socialists continued in the following years.
We never did go this hard
Police
on fascists either,
formed
did we?
official red squads, where police intelligence units working with business elites unleashed terror on party members. They conducted mass surveillance, raided their meetings, and ransacked their offices. As a Los Angeles police commissioner said in defense of their Red Squad in the 30s, the more the police beat them up and wrecked their headquarters, the better. Communists have no constitutional rights. Why did socialism become so strong and also so demonized and attacked at the late 19th century and early 20th century?
Well, it was really about power. The socialist movement started to arise when the ugliness of urban proletarian or bourgeois society, the working of 14, 16 hours a day, the working of children to the bone, the working of people so that they died at a tender age because they worked so long. Those kind of oppressions suffered by the
absolutely,
modern
Sean.
working family, that gave rise to a
We only
socialist
count these
movement.
kind of
People
things
who
when they
said,
happen in countries that we
work all
don't
day,
like.
And for what? So that the capitalists, the big robber barons can get ever richer. We want ours. And that was the beginning both of the union movement and the beginning of socialist movements, socialist newspapers, and socialist parties in the United States.
Despite repression over those decades, socialism in America still flourished. In 1912, there were 13 daily socialist newspapers, 12 monthlies, and 298 different weekly socialist publications. Eugene Debs, who ran for president on the platform of making the United States a socialist country, won 6% of the vote, over 7 million votes by today's population, and at a time when women and African Americans were barred from the ballot box. Debs' party, the Socialist Party, had 118,000 active members. The Communist Party, which had 8,000 members in 1929, swelled to 100,000 in just 10 years. Beloved figures embraced and joined communist parties, such as Langston Hughes, Pete Seeger, and Helen Keller. Between 1898 and 1933, there were 57 different socialist mayors elected in 23 states, from Nebraska to Florida to New Jersey. In 1911 alone, 74 different U.S. cities and towns elected socialists as mayor or major officers. Still small relative to the population size, socialists in America made themselves felt by Wall Street with their militancy and uncompromising class consciousness. Fearing losing their power altogether, the empire's kingpins granted major concessions with the New Deal to try to quell the workers' rebellion. The movement at home wasn't the only thing scaring the elites. A rapidly changing world catapulted the repression.
That was a response by the elites in America to the Bolshevik Revolution. Here in Russia, you had poor people in the cities and in the countryside take the power, hold the power, and say that they're a socialist government. That inspired socialists all over the world. Socialists started in China and Vietnam and Korea, but also in America. And so the government came down heavy with the Pomerades to say, we're not going to tolerate a generalized radical resistance as evidenced by the Russian Revolution. So what happened in 1917 was the ruling class in America was panic-stricken. It was stricken with the idea that this contagion of revolution could spread to the poor within the United States, and that if they could organize themselves, if they could have a space to organize, then they could succeed as they did in Russia. From a historical point of view, I think it's really good to remember that when the Haitian Revolution happened, the slaves in Haiti, the first slave revolution, it had a panic impact on the American capitalist class, which at that time was a slave-owning ruling class. When George Washington and his Secretary of State, Thomas Jefferson, rushed money to the beleaguered white racist regime in Haiti to stop the Haitian Revolution in the 1790s. And in 1804, there was a kind of Red Scare at that time where all black people in the South had their movements restricted because there was a fear that the contagion of revolution from Haiti to the southern states in the United States could lead to a slave revolution.
The era of anti-communism that followed World War II was fierce. In 1946, Congress passed the Taft-Hartley Act. It was an unprecedented purge of socialist union members, of which there were many. Up until this point, half of the unions in America were under the leadership of socialists. But with the new law, every single union officer was required to sign an affidavit pledging that they did not believe in socialism. If you didn't sign, you lost your job. Knowing that art could dangerously convey ideas, the government wanted to have tight control over that too. In 1947, the House Committee on Un-American Activities began to target people in the entertainment industry. Dangerous professions such as screenwriters, actors, directors, producers, technicians, authors, musicians, and others were all summoned to Congress and forced to publicly swear that they were not communist.
Have you interviewed Abby? Yeah, Hildy, I interviewed her for my podcast a few years ago when she was promoting her film that she made, Gaza Fights for Freedom, which everyone should see. It's fantastic and incredibly disturbing and radicalizing as well. We had a fantastic conversation on my podcast, 49th Parallel, all those years. It was like 2019, I guess, years ago now. And I've talked to her on a couple of occasions since then about coming on this stream, and I've just never been able to make the timing work. She's working on a new documentary. She's been pregnant and is having kids and has a young toddler now. So it's been hard to get her to commit, which is understandable. But one of these days, I will get Abby Martin to appear on this program because I think she's tremendous.
Those who said they were barred from employment and blacklisted in Hollywood. But you didn't even have to say you were to get punished. You just had to assert your rights. Like the 10 screenwriters and directors who took a stand against the nationwide witch hunt.
We are aware of a developing nightmare of fear in our land, in which increasing numbers of citizens are being forced to swear, I am not this, I am not that, I don't belong to anything, I don't believe in anything, I don't criticize anything.
Loyalty oaths and loyalty boards, and nobody is loyal who criticizes the bipartisan foreign policy. Thought control entering the university campuses. Educators being fired. Film studios enlisting in the Cold War. Labor leaders being framed on perjured testimony. Lawyers sent to prison for defending their clients.
All 10 decided that when asked if they were communist, they would refuse to answer. All 10 were sent to prison. For those who were open communists, well, they were just arrested. Under the Smith Act, it was deemed illegal for anyone to be a member of the Communist Party. And in a surprise attack, the state arrested everyone who held a leadership position in the party. All of them were...
If you ever want to listen to it, here's my interview with Abby. It's posted in the chat. It's from September 6, 2019. It's weird, I've been doing this for a while now. That's hard to believe. It's hard to believe, but I've been doing this for a little while now. Great conversation, though, and she will come on this program. I promise you this.
Were sent to prison. Over 100 were convicted of being communists and given sentences of up to 6 years, jailed for nothing but their beliefs. During this period, 5,000 communists were forced to flee the country. More than 1,000 went to prison. The climate was such that anyone who even leaned to the left was completely persecuted. But just to show how far it would take things in the legal system, the U.S. government went beyond hard prison sentences. In 1951, Communist Party members Julius and Ethel Rosenberg were found guilty of being spies. But their sentences would be much different than their predecessors. The judge convicted them not for espionage, but for the murder of all the American soldiers who had been sent to die in Korea. On June 19, 1953,
fucking absurd.
They were executed.
It seems like there had been waves of anti-communism before World War II, and after World War II, it seemed like anti-communism was pretty much locked in. How did the
They
Cold
send
War
their own
impact the
they send their own boys to die in this fucking absolute genocidal assault on Korea. And then they pin the capitalist and imperialist fascist sympathizing scum that initiated this war. They pin the murders of the kids that were sent over there to fight in this war on two socialists. What's the other word for anti-communism? That's the thing, John. It's like it really becomes a lot more clear when you understand that that anti-communism is like this central building block of fascism. It's like the number one tenet of it. And when you understand that, all of a sudden you look at like this U.S. foreign policy and domestic policy over the last century, and you're like, oh, and it all kind of clicks into place. You know, like the idea of fascism has just turned into like when the government does things that I don't like, you know, when there's no democracy, when there's like mistreatment of minorities, you know, and all these things are true. All these are elements of it, but the anti-communism is the number one rule, the first rule of fascism. The first victims, that's what the poem says, right? First they came for the communists. Which amazingly, all these conservatives love to repeat that poem when they're like, first they came for the Bud Light haters or whatever, because they think they're persecuted. They always forget what the actual fucking poem is about. Yeah, Fash Club, that's good. Yeah.
At home.
After World War II, you had Soviet Union got stronger, China had its revolution, Vietnam had a revolution. Revolutions were happening all over the world against colonialism. So the U.S. elites, bankers, politicians, and of course the repressive agencies said, we're going to stop that in its track in the United States. We're not going to let it flower. Communism after World War II became...
And maybe, I don't want to say for sure, definitively, maybe this future, this post-war future, which is when America really veered down an incredibly dark path, which there was another path available and it went down the extremely dark path. Maybe it could have been averted without FDR dying. I think this is one thing I've been thinking about a lot. FDR, not perfect in any way. The New Deal, we go over it every time. The Japanese internment camps, the oppression of indigenous people and the rampant racism in America at that time. The way black families were excluded from these New Deal programs. Totally true. But FDR dying when he did really did create what really was just an absolute historical disaster. That he was kind of one of the last things that was preventing America from going full-fledged down that path. And after his death, went right to the power was transferred to the Allen Dulles wing of the country. and which kicked off, almost a full century now, not a full century, but 70, 80 years now of this like nonstop worldwide genocidal terror campaign in the name of anti-communism.
Synonymous with the struggle against the Soviet Union. Communism was treated no longer as an indigenous movement for social progress and social justice and equality, but a fifth column, an extension of an enemy state. And of course, the US and the Soviet Union had nuclear weapons pointed at each other. So if you were a communist, if you were sympathetic to the Soviet Union, sympathetic to socialism, then you were a traitor and you were treated as such. And that's what happened. Tens of thousands of people lost their jobs. Hundreds of thousands of people were driven out of industry. People decided then and there, I won't sign a petition.
All the unions got purged of socialists.
I won't have anything to do with the left, because if I do, I could ruin my chances for employment or education, and it could impact my entire family. That's what actually happened in the United States. The United States government has a lot of
Manifest
power.
destiny, but worldwide.
The US media,
Absolutely.
the corporate
Global
media
Monroe
has
Doctrine.
represented the view of the United States to the letter. And so the witch hunt that began in 1945, 46, 47, McCarthyism, became what I would say the unofficial religion of the United States. It was an article of faith. You had to swear that you renounced the devil, renounce communism, renounce socialism, so that you could work, so that you could have a career, so that you could thrive in any possible way. It became a rule for existence in the United States. And so you had not only censorship, but self-censorship. Millions of people,
which is all what we accuse of happening in socialist countries, such as the Soviet Union.
Even if I think those thoughts, because I can't survive within.
Kind of sounds like 1984
a little bit.
The vicious anti-communism of the 40s and 50s effectively snuffed out the left in the big cities, where the movement had always been strong. Finally, the plutocrats felt safe from the pitchforks. But a challenge to the system's white supremacy suddenly reared its head in the rural South. In Montgomery, Alabama, a new mass movement was born. The state used its weapons of red baiting, violence, and imprisonment, waging an all-out assault on those who wouldn't accept the status quo.
It was used as a tactic to negatively demonize people in the Black liberation struggle. So, and it was effective. So if Black leaders or organizations started to become too popular or too radical, they were labeled as red or communist, and that brought the state down on them. It made it more difficult for them to organize even within their own communities because of the negative propaganda associated with communism.
To what extent did the state go to suppress Black liberation movements in the 60s and 70s?
The state was involved in any number of physical attacks on Black liberation leaders and organizations, from shootouts with the Black Panther Party, straight out assassinations of leaders.
And didn't the whole thing about Henry Wallace being forced out as FDR's VP and Truman being put in, like, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm mistaken, but didn't that take place with some weird backroom Democratic Party National Convention shenanigans? Am I misremembering that, or is that correct? Yeah. Some trickery. They called a fire alarm, then locked the doors. Yeah. I think Oliver Stone's, what is it? It's like The People's History or The Real History of the United States. What's that Oliver Stone documentary that he did? I think he covers that as well. Deals cut, rules changed. Yeah. That's how they do it. That's how they're still doing it today. You got to vote for based Dark Brandon, though. You got to vote for based Dark Brandon, though. There's no other way. There's nothing else you can do.
Like Dr. King and Malcolm X, both of whom have had their high-profile assassinations with strong documentation decidedly attached to this state being involved, directly or indirectly. Political imprisonment is still rampant. Many of those who were involved in those struggles are still locked down in the dungeons of the United States to this day for their involvement. The
Young Magic, I just don't, I don't accept any argument about like Trump winning or reactionaries continuing to seize power of the United States government being like a acceleration or some kind of, it's going to contribute to the building of the socialist project at all. Like, I just don't really think that that's the case. I don't know if there's any justification for that.
Program, as it was famously called, was developed specifically to wipe out all manner of the left and was targeted directly, specifically at the Black liberation struggle.
Why do you think the most radical left and socialist elements?
They're still doing this kind of red baiting with radical Black revolutionary movements as well, right?
Political prisoner David Gilbert.
They're talking about getting they're not even doing the red baiting. Now it's just being funded by Russia.
Imprisoned white members of the Black liberation struggle.
Yeah, just vote for Cornel West if you don't want to vote for the Democrats.
His response is one I tend to agree with, that the scientific element of the struggle was attacked so that we would be left with nothing but those engaged in mysticism and other forms of organizing and leadership. That is, so that all of those who are engaged in the hardcore science of understanding how capitalism works, how imperialism works, how violence and media associated with those enterprises work, and who decidedly put in their program a redistribution of goods and services and targeted the economic structures that continue to create the inequality that we still deal with. All of those people were attacked and still are attacked, if not physically in their life or through imprisonment, holding their physical body. Their memories and their ideas are attacked posthumously. Even after death, those who are hostile to the state will be turned into, as I think Lenin called them, sycophants of the state in their afterlife, and their memories will be distorted to have them.
That Lenin passage will always haunt me.
Supported what was going on when in fact they dedicated their entire life to destroying it.
The government's offensive with COINTELPRO was devastating. It targeted all socialist organizations.
Good thing COINTELPRO is not going on to this day.
It worked to put spies in
Imagine if there was like people in these socialist organizations, or even people in the whole like leftist podcasting or Twitch stream community that had some kind of hidden agenda or were acting as wreckers. Man, that would be messed up if that was going on. That would be super messed up if that shit was still going on. Good thing it's not.
Single Black student union in every college. Tens of thousands had their homes ransacked by the FBI.
Yeah, I mean, I do kind of agree with that as well, Matt. I think we're going to have a rough spot ahead either way. Fascists never say, damn, we fought hard, but I guess that's a wrap. I think both domestically, and it's not just America, but Canada as well, right? Since we're a loyal, B player in the Anglo-American Empire, but a rough spot domestically and internationally as well. Like that's what I was talking about World War III before. It's like sometimes I feel like we're just on this path towards domestic, the rise of like open domestic fascism and a kind of fundamental World War III kind of global conflict. You know, I would really love to be wrong about that. I don't try to be pessimistic or doomer about it, but it does feel a little bit like that's just the path that we're on. Like, it's really hard to avert the rise of domestic fascism because of this century of anti-communist programming. You know, so many people are even that would benefit from being part of a socialist program are just so completely convinced of its evils because of this exact campaign that Abby Martin's talking about. That's what makes me really cynical about our ability to avoid that kind of outcome domestically. And it just seems like as far as World War III goes, as I've talked about it before, it's just like you talk about the rise of China as this global economic and cultural superpower, and it's just an inevitability. It's not, is this going to happen? Is it not going to happen? No, it is going to happen. It is happening. And the question that I ask myself and that everyone should ask themselves in that situation is the United States, are the elites of the United States, the people that the powerful people who own and operate the United States government, both in the private sector and the public sector, are they just going to sit back and allow that to happen? Or are they going to escalate things to a brutal, like a horrifying civilizational clash, even one that they don't think that they can win? And I think we all know the answer to that. And I think that's why I feel like regardless of how scary it is and how much I don't want that to happen, I do sometimes think this like fundamental civilizational clash is going to happen, this World War III or whatever you want to call it. Just because of the inevitability of this kind of shifting sea change that's going on in in the geopolitical reality of the world that we live in. And and I think you're right, Sean. That's why our job is to frustrate the efforts of that doom machine we're all living in. I agree. Hopefully it's largely a financial battle. I mean, that's a kind of a best case scenario, right? Although I've still, because you see the path that we're on when it comes to like Taiwan, for example, I'm not super optimistic about that. That would be kind of a best case scenario, but frustrate the efforts of the doom machine and try and hold faith in this idea that out of this conflict is going to be the final defeat of the imperialists and will be the emergence of a better system for everybody. That's the kind of hope pill that you have to, I think, hang on to, the revolutionary optimism. But of course, as Mao says as well, we're going to try to prevent it from happening. We're going to do everything we can to prevent that. We're not going to celebrate it. We're not going to encourage it. But we got to try not to be afraid of it. That's the main thing. A specter sure does to be sweeping across the face of the world. It does seem like that a little bit, yes.
Through this mass surveillance operation, the government used a wrecking ball of infiltration, sabotage, and even assassinations. But it wasn't just here. The United States launched military interventions in over 17 countries in the name of fighting communism, deciding the destiny and causing untold misery for millions. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, the capitalists of the world declared the end of history, that capitalism had finally triumphed over socialism and would bury it forever. But if history has taught them anything, it's that even though they scorched the fields that grew socialist ideas, those seeds, though sometimes dormant, would sprout again.
The Soviet Union collapsed 23 years ago. The pretext for fighting communism as part of an international fight against an enemy state, that's gone. That's vanished. Capitalism can no longer compare itself to the Soviet Union. It can only compare itself to itself. And we see within the capitalist society a growing hardship, growing income inequality, growing poverty. 1 out of every 2 Americans lives in or near poverty. And so as a consequence of this economic division and the inability to justify the old anti-communism, there's new space opening up for socialism. And you see the Occupy movement, people said, we are the 99%. That was kind of the harbinger of the beginning of a new socialist context. The Sanders campaign, even though I don't agree with Bernie Sanders on many issues, the fact that tens of thousands of people come to someone who says he's a self-proclaimed socialist and says there should be an end to income inequality, that there should be greater equality, the fact that he's on the front cover of Time magazine and it says socialize this, America, and that's not a bad thing, that means we're seeing a new day. The fog of anti-communism, the bigotry, the prejudice.
And this is, of course, this was 7 years ago that this aired. And that's the interesting thing, is since that time, we really have seen the reemergence of all these things, of COINTELPRO, of this kind of anti-communist strategy, the new Red Scare. We absolutely have all these things that they've been talking about have come back. If they ever really went away, they've all come back with a vengeance.
That's starting to lift. And the Sanders campaign's success, surprising success, or the Occupy movement's sudden, spontaneous growth nationwide, these are harbingers of what's coming.
This war on ideas and alternatives is still being relentlessly pursued every day. Even 50 years after the Cold War, the empire continues to wage war on every remaining country trying to build up socialism, refusing to let even one nation develop alternatives without the constant threat of subversion and overthrow. Because the last thing the system wants is an example that undermines its supreme truth. The inability to question this dogma is deeply ingrained. After all, capitalism is the bedrock of America. But like every other myth that acts as the glue to our society, this too needs to be challenged. The planet is in deep crisis, where war and inequality define our world. Unfettered capitalism and endless consumption cannot and will not last. The elite at the helm won't ever give up their security for the good of humanity, and the old guard will use every weapon in its arsenal to maintain domination. The Empire's long war against any alternative that challenges this crushing reality is unconscionable. We have the right to criticize the system itself without being labeled shut down or worse.
We can't let the rulers of this system dictate the boundaries of our discussion.
And Abby, of course, has had all her content that she created as part of the Empire Files. This is for Telesur, but she did a lot of stuff for RT as well, which has all been just like taken down because Russia bad.
Because in this era, where alternatives are desperately needed, we have to unite to marginalize their ideas, not let them marginalize ours.
That was good stuff. And you know what's amazing too is that like, I talked about the way that these things are just coming back. Look at this story that came out just while we were looking at this. We look at videos from the People's Forum all the time. And also, big thank you to all the anarchists and ultra-leftists and social democrats that have led this like suspicion campaign against these things like the People's Forum. Or Tricontinental Institute. Look at that, just today. Senator Marco Rubio calls on the DOJ to investigate the People's Forum and other movements. In case you thought this Red Scare shit had gone away. In case this was just looking at the history of Red Scare and anti-communism in the American society and think, thank God that's over. Still literally happening to this day, as we pointed out a couple times. Senator Marco Rubio calls on the DOJ to investigate the People's Forum and other movements. This is part of a right-wing crusade against leading anti-racist, peace, and environmental orgs. And this is exactly what I've been talking about, right? It's how it's like this viewpoint is just not allowed. You're not allowed to articulate this viewpoint where that's critical of U.S. empire, that is in any way sympathetic to China or Russia. It's just anytime you articulate this viewpoint, you're going to be accused of being on the take from these governments. And to say nothing of the way that the United States government, as I was pointing out yesterday, engages in this exact behavior all around the world. It's also true that like some of these places, you know, possibly are getting some kind of funding. But the question is, though, like when it comes to me, for example, all my thoughts about China and China's role in the world today and the Belt and Road Initiative and what our stance towards China should be, and the ridiculous anti-China propaganda we see in our news, all these viewpoints are genuinely held. No one is coming to me and pointing a gun at me and insisting that I believe this or like is giving me sacks of cash. In fact, I'm actually prevented from getting cash from holding these viewpoints because these viewpoints are so unpopular in the society that I live in. But that's the idea. It's just like if someone was to if someone was to come to me or anyone else that was promoting this kind of viewpoint and say, hey, you're promoting a viewpoint that actually benefits us. We agree with you. So we're going to give you a little bit of support, you know, is one thing. The idea that's being created, it's that the other way is around. People are being paid in order to hold specific viewpoints or to say certain things, which is ridiculous, I think. You know, but that's what I mean. It's not, you can't argue in this way that you genuinely hold these positions. It's always going to be coming back to this thing where you're being funded or you're on the take or you're part of some nefarious web of propaganda. You know, you're just not allowed to talk about these things. And look, they're all like Code Pink is being attacked in the New York Times, People's Forum, Tricontinental, Answer. You know, they're all being accused of being like Russian and Chinese foreign agents. Dongsheng. And this shit is only going to escalate, but also, like, that's one thing that I do really worry about. This kind of attack on people that are promoting these kind of viewpoints. I do think it's really going to escalate even more. It's just projection from these ghouls. They're getting paid for their dumbass rhetoric. Well, like we saw, we were watching a clip from Jingjing Li yesterday where she's visiting Kashgar and talking to all these people there and talking about the local culture and interviewing Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities in that region. And saying like, is this look like a place where there's a genocide going on? And then in the community notes under the tweet, it's a link to a think tank sponsored by the arms manufacturing industry, being like, no, this is wrong. This is propaganda. Talk about projection, right? It's like we take our views on who is and is not promoting these, being paid to promote these kind of viewpoints from people that are being paid specifically by the state or by the arms manufacturing industry to promote an exact viewpoint. It's so silly. Very frustrating. Anyway, I think the work that the People's Forum does is so great. Like, regardless of who's funding them, like, I don't care. I care about the viewpoint that they're promoting. And I don't really have a problem with anyone looking at people that have these beliefs and being like, yeah, we're going to help you out and promote your beliefs, because certainly no one in your society is going to do it. Certainly no one in mainstream media is going to pay you to promote these values. So yeah, we'll throw in some resources into that. I don't really think there's really anything wrong with that, frankly, especially considering the fact that the United States does this all around the world, through think tanks, NGOs, promoting newspapers and radio shows. This is what the United States government does, this all over the world. We also, yesterday, I was really laughing at this, at that tweet that was promoting this New York Times piece that was saying like Code Pink and Answer and all these places are basically Chinese propaganda because they take some money from an American businessman, millionaire who has connections in China. That's all their evidence. And then there's a guy from the fucking NED directly under that being like, that's right, these nations and terrible authoritarian countries are paying people to promote their perspective throughout the world. Can you believe this? Someone from the NED is saying this. It's really incredible. Weren't they just saying that Tricontinental was Goldman Sachs funded last year? Yeah, because there's some kind of like program with Goldman Sachs where people can kind of anonymously donate to these kind of organizations or whatever. So they were saying, yeah, it's Goldman Sachs giving the money, which is not the case. And you know what? You know who was saying that though? It wasn't Marco Rubio. It wasn't Joe Biden. It was like online ultra leftists being like, "Oh, tanky Vijay Prashad and the Tricontinental Institute and the People's Forum. They're on the take from Goldman Sachs." Like literally online socialists and leftists and anarchists and social democrats and liberals and ultra leftists are working together to delegitimize these things before the state even does it or before these reactionaries even get a hold of it. That's where all that started. I remember I asked Vijay about it. I asked Vijay about it on this very program, if you'll recall. Let's see if I can find it. This feels like a fucking lifetime ago now.
That was the second very important. And by the way, in the photograph with that article, I also appeared because I was there with Jing Li.
Yeah, of course. So you're part of the devious web of Chinese propaganda as well. Like I said, it's not part of an effort to prove any of these allegations, but it's an effort to delegitimize.
Maybe crazy or whatever. It
makes people, I think, really uncomfortable. Program. Well, because about China, you can't. You know what those accusations mean? It can be really harmful, and you trying to find the place.
I was actually based in Idlib. No more do we want to be jihadists of this kind. The British said, I met civilization was called the UN that the arcade and the
yeah, and you've seen the effect that's had on people too, that of the discourse, because once that's the accusation that's being thrown around, it becomes very, very scary to speak out on something, even if you don't necessarily agree with it or if you're uncomfortable with it. You know what those accusations mean. It can be really harmful. And you understand why exactly these accusations are thrown around like this. It's become this kind of like, sort of skeleton key to just shut down any actual discourse about China. You can't talk about China's investment in green energy. Well, what about genocide? What about you're a genocide denier? You can't talk about their poverty alleviation program? Well, because you're now a genocide denier. It's become this way to just completely delegitimize any like nuanced discourse about this. And it's been very effective. It's been really, really effective. And it made, like I said, it makes people, I think, really uncomfortable to speak out about it, even if they're not totally convinced about this narrative. It's just people decide, it's better just to stay silent. If I don't, that's my kind of best course of action. And that's
it's after this that I ask him about the Goldman Sachs thing. So if you'll excuse me a little indulgence here as I do this. My camera quality is way better since that time. Come on, YouTube. Come on, YouTube.
How much do you think we get in individual donations? Institute, Global Research, and Chinese money. So good
narrative that's being are part of some nefarious and this big meme about that. There's Asian peaks. We talked about how anyone pushing back on this stuff, there's this campaign to delegitimize that at any cost. And it really feels like that's been ramping up in intensity over the last couple of months. And you've been at the center of it. There's this nation piece. There's been attacks on the Tricontinental Institute and the People's Forum. There was a whole meme online that you probably saw about the People's Forum is funded by Goldman Sachs, and this big meme about that.
Yeah.
There's been attacks against the DSA International Committee, who have been taking some really principled, like foreign policy, anti-imperialist stances. There was this recent article in the New York Times, which basically suggested that even any travel YouTubers who spend any time in China and have anything positive to say about it are part of some nefarious state-backed propaganda campaign.
And by the way, in the photograph with that article, I also appeared because I was there with Jing Li.
Yeah, of course. So you're part of the devious web of Chinese propaganda as well. Like I said, it's not part of an effort to prove any of these allegations, but it's an effort to delegitimize any of this pushback. Like, do you get the? So I mean, I guess what I'm wondering is whether you get the sense, as I do. It almost feels like there's this sense of desperation or panic behind some of this, almost as if this preferred narrative that's being pushed about China, about how we're supposed to feel about it, how we're supposed to be fearful and hate this country and support all these kind of measures to sort of keep it in check. It almost feels like it's not really taking hold in the way that some, I think, would probably like it to. And it feels a lot like there's now this concerted effort to delegitimize any of this pushback because they feel like they're kind of losing grip on this narrative. Do you get that impression as well, or am I being conspiratorial to wonder about this?
Well, firstly, I would just like to say for all the people who work for the Federal Bureau of Investigation and watch you on Twitch, Rob, I'd just like to tell them that I've done nothing illegal. So good luck finding illegal things. You have at it, friends. You won't find anything. It's just not there, and so on.
First, they're in this chat right now, I imagine. People watching.
Okay, great. Yeah. Have at it, as I say. I've done nothing illegal. I'm not embarrassed about anything I've done. Secondly, I lead an institute, Tricontinental Institute for Social Research, offices in 4 different countries, 70 people employed by the institute. It is got a budget that's considerable because 70 people are employed by it. We do research for social political movements. We amplify the voices of these movements and so on. I decided when we first launched that we would take no money from government. So, okay, have at it. No Cuban money, no Venezuelan money, no Chinese money. I would never take money from Cuba or Venezuela anyway, because these are countries under sanction, not because of that, but because the resources of these countries must be spent to help the people in those countries, not to fund some research institute. So have at it, okay? No government money at all, no Chinese money, no covert Chinese money on the table, okay? First. Secondly, I'm never going to apply to the Ford Foundation or the Open Society or any of them for money, because these people have destroyed the world. George Soros, I consider him a criminal.
It's not mutually exclusive, Sean.
The Russian people of their precious wages.
I can take the money and I can serve the people. Okay, I can have it both ways.
I can have it both ways.
1990s,
I gotta
when
pay
he
the rent.
fiddled the ruble and made billions of dollars
You can
in a
count on
currency
me, man. I have
trade,
good old
which meant
Rob
that
to,
friends
talk you
of
through
mine,
all
university
Hey, look, it's our friend. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's our friend, valued community member, Toilet Bowl Toots. Thank you for the 24 months of tier 1. You know what that is? That's 2 years, friend. That's 2 years. That's 24 month. It's appropriate name for getting the piss badge. It's not a piss badge. It is a shimmering golden elite exclusive 2-year TRRS sub badge. You've earned it, Toilet Bowl Toots. You've earned it. Congratulations to you. Anyway, it's just interesting looking at this because we looked at that, the fact that the People's Forum is now being investigated for like taking Chinese money. You see how it goes, like with that New York Times piece. It's not even that the No Cold War Foundation is taking money from China. It's not that Code Pink is taking money from China. It's not that Answer or People's Forum is taking money from China. But like in those cases, they're taking money from this American businessman who is a millionaire who does business in China and is also funds these progressive causes. You know? That's how they're moving the goalposts. They can't even prove that they're taking any kind of money from China, but just the fact that there's an American businessman.
Good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Soon.
Oh shit, Matt. Thank you very much. 23 months tier 1. Very soon. Very soon. But you know what I mean? You see how the goalposts have shifted there. You know? They're not taking money from China. No, they're taking money from an American businessman, but this guy has progressive values. He does business in China, and he doesn't want to have a Cold War or World War III, and he wants to push back on some of this endless propaganda about China. But again, you're not allowed to have that opinion. You're not allowed to have that belief. There's no way you can genuinely hold that belief. You must be part of some nefarious global propaganda campaign. And the people that want to prove that are themselves part of a nefarious global propaganda campaign. They are deeply unserious people, Venus. They are. Yeah, you started the conclusion and working backwards. That's right. Anyway, just given that conversation, it's interesting to hear VJ talk about it like on this show.
professors could not get their salaries for almost a decade. That's where the open society money comes from. I'm not going to touch that stuff. Plus, I don't like his agenda, frankly. Just saying it on the record. Where you get the money from? I have a friend and several friends who are very, very well off. One of them had made money in a tech company that he developed from basically
That's
scratch.
probably that guy.
Another one is a big rock musician. Another one is a film star.
Roger Waters.
I admit it. I have friends who I love who are, Marxists, who are whatever money they've made, they still have good politics. And they decided, I'm going to give you the money so that you can go and build something good.
The tech guy that he's probably talking about is that guy. Is it Roy? Yeah, Neville Roy Singham. That's probably who he's talking about there. But that's what I mean. That guy, he's just an American with a tech company, but he's been to China. He's done business in China. He's met with Communist Party officials. So, sus. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. That still counts as China.
And I took their money because A, I love them. B, they are honorable, decent people. 3, they are such honorable, decent people that they said, I'm not going to give my fortune to some shit. I don't want to build a monument to myself. I'd like to help advance humanity. Have at it, friends. You want to build a research institute, global research institute with 70 employees and build it on what? On oxygen? Good luck with you. I can't build it on oxygen. I actually pay people so that we work. We work by building research out of social movements. You got to have resources for that. If you can give me an alternative way, I'll be happy to have the alternative. On our website, we have a donate button.
Yeah, and I have a donate button as well. And that's the thing. He's saying, like, how do you create this thing out of scratch? Well, what you do is you log here onto Twitch every single day, and you hang out for 6 straight hours, and you try to make a little number go up at the bottom of the screen. That's what you do. That's what you do. Although I would love to have Roger Waters or whoever else helping me out as well. You know, I would absolutely love that. Or any kind of like progressive-minded tech guy, tech millionaire. I would absolutely love that. Right now, that's not on the horizon. Right now, the only thing that I have is you, the viewer, the listener. And that's why, folks, if you can, please subscribe to TRRS. Until if I start getting money from a millionaire tech guy or rock musician or whatever, I would love to get to that point and not have to rely on you. You know, that would be wonderful. It would be wonderful for you, and it would be wonderful for me. Unfortunately, today is not that day. I must still rely on the viewers and the audience of this channel. So if you can, folks, please subscribe to TRRS. But again, you're getting something in return. When you subscribe to TRRS, you're getting something in return. What is that? What is TRRS? What is the Friendship Triangle community? Well, I have a video. I have a video that we can watch that will explain that for you. And again, I'm not funded by any state, any millionaire tech guys or rock musicians or anything like that. Do you guys want to compromise, Rob, or don't you? Exactly. It sounds totally unsus 50 sub Oilers. There does seem to be an interesting thread between the people that rise to the very top in this space. I will say, not naming any names. Maybe Man Tracker can send some your way. That would be fantastic. I'm making Man Tracker relevant again for a whole new generation for the first time in years. So please, folks, please watch this video. I'm going here another 4.5 hours. As you know, I do have to make the little number go up. Every little bit helps. Please watch the video. And if you can, subscribe to this content in this community.
Thank you for expressing interest in the Friendship Triangle community. We would be thrilled to have you on board as a member of our exclusive platform. As you may know, the Friendship Triangle is Twitch's only two-dimensional, triangle-shaped, friendship access and trickle-down clout, tiered reward system. Today you have an amazing opportunity to join the base level of the Friendship Triangle system. Once you are part of the community, you'll have the ability to rise through the ranks and achieve higher levels of access and rewards. One way to do this is by gifting subscriptions to your fellow members or by inviting your friends and family members to join our community. As you ascend the tiers, you will be exposed to a range of new and exciting benefits, such as exclusive content, advanced features, and access to our elite community members. We are confident that you will enjoy all the perks that come with being part of the Friendship Triangle. However, we also want to remind you that not all friends and family members are to be trusted, especially those who may not support your new lifestyle. That's why we encourage you to focus on building meaningful relationships within our community, where you will find like-minded individuals who share your interests and values. If you have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to reach out to our team. We are always here to support our members and ensure that your experience with the Friendship Triangle is enjoyable. We're glad that you are considering joining the Friendship Triangle community. We look forward to seeing you rise through the Chaos Zone and all the way into the elite tier. It's not a cult.
There we go. It says so right there. It says so right there in the end. So this is funny coming from you, Crad Babes, honestly. It says, is there a customer service line? I'm not happy with the level of clout trickling down on me. Crad Babes. Who has been begging you to start your streaming career, which you've been talking about for some time now? Every time it comes up, when is the stream starting? When is the stream starting? I would love to have more clout be trickling down through the Friendship Triangle multi-tiered system. Okay? And help me help you. Okay? That's what I'm saying. If you're not happy with the level of clout, help me help you. Start doing your stream. I feel that's the result of the lack of clout. Now, the stream comes before the clout. You're getting confused about the order. I was promised infinite confidence. Exactly, Hildy. It's trickle clout economics. The stream comes and then the clout comes. Okay, it's a real chicken and egg problem.
You
it's
can count
true.
on me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Toilet Bowl Toots, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Toilet Bowl Toots. And does anyone else want to support this program? I'm a mere 10 subs away, folks, from hitting the goal and making the little number go up into the good number. I did get a little bit of a late start today, so it's not quite as lengthy and extensive as some of the previous streams this week. I'm thinking about transitioning to doing some gaming now. I was thinking about doing the last little bit of Cyber Rob here. Usually that's not great for like viewers and subs and all that. So if there's any other generous viewers or chatters that want to help out this stream, want to support the content, want to support the community, the only way that I'm able to continually host TRRS every single day is through the generosity of the community members. Again, I don't have any tech guys or rock stars that are backing this thing yet. I would love to. Believe me, I would be happy to. I only have you. So on that note, 2 generous chatters or 1 extremely generous chatter. Not only could 1 extremely generous chatter get the show to the sub goal today, but they could also trigger the really truly incredible 10 gifted sub alert featuring VJ Prashad, who you just saw, and an image of me wearing a leather jacket and putting on cool glasses. Doesn't that sound fun? Doesn't that sound like something you'd be interested in? The heart-shaped hot tub. That would be really... I think that would just be too much. That would just be too much. It would break the internet, Brian. We can't have that. If we break the internet, then there's no more anything. There's no more Twitch. There's no more Twitter or X. There's no more Instagram, Threads, Facebook, Google, Grindr, Tinder, Bumble, Friendster, MySpace, nothing. Can I just can you think I can just cold email Roger Waters and can just like WeChat? Thank you. Live Journal. Bebo. Bebo is kind of an obscure one. That was predominantly in the UK. Bebo. Nothing. GeoCities. Tripod. Yeah, can I just cold email Roger Waters? Yahoo. I'm just naming things now. Alta Vista. Netscape. Ask Jeeves. Lycos. ePalms World. Steakandcheese.com. Rotten.com. Webcrawler, Newgrounds, Bing, Angel Cities. I had a GeoCities. Angel Fire. Is Angel Fire? Okay, we can just stop and just naming internet things now. We can stop. We can stop this. Is Angel Fire. That's right. I had a GeoCities band page. I had a tripod page. I was a tripod guy. TurboTax. Jesus. Just naming a whole bunch of stuff now. Send back some signed merch. It used to be about the music. Slag off. In middle school, when they were teaching us about the internet, I'm old, we had to make a GeoCities page and then get graded on it. I wish I could still find my website that I made in probably like 1997. It was cool. You know, one of the first ever like websites that I remember going to when I first started to go on the internet was a website called Wierzbowski Hunters, because in the film Aliens, James Cameron's 1986 masterpiece Aliens, it's probably my favorite film of all time. There's a bunch of like space marines, and a lot of them are very memorable. Hicks, Hudson, Frost, Dietrich, Farrow. You remember them. They stand out. But there's a space marine called Wierzbowski, and he has no real lines in the movie, and he's only visible in a few shots. He's only visible in like 3 or 4 shots, just for a brief moment. You can see him, and his one line in the movie is when he gets killed by the aliens very early on in the attack there in the atmosphere processor facility on LV-426. And there was a website called the Wierzbowski Hunters that meticulously cataloged all his appearances in the film. That's one of the first things that I remember looking at. That's the kind of thing that fascinated me when I was 12 about. Can I find that they got someone uploaded the whole movie? It's one of those things where it's like, don't want to spoil anything here. Stop your grinning and drop your linen. Found him. If I could like open this clip, then I could look at it. Good old YouTube is working really well. This is a great segment now. There he is. There's the man himself. Man, what a great scene. There he is. There's Wierzbowski himself.
Jesus Christ, Apone, what is going on? Wierzbowski, Crow are down. Dietrich, Crow. Dietrich, Frost, off the board. Sound off. Frost. Frost.
Oh, here he is.
Wierzbowski! Wierzbowski!
That's all. That's his inglorious ending. God, I love that scene so much. I just get chills every single time. Every single time. James Cameron is the absolute master of bringing you up on the roller coaster. Slowly ratcheting up the tension until he finally crests that hill and start going down the hill. And that's the all-time version of that scene, that sequence. Just fucking fantastic. Game over, man. That's right. Let's see what the People's Forum is doing. If they've got anything interesting that we can look at right now. Because I really do think the work that they do is just fantastic. And I was thinking about doing some gaming, but I guess I got a late start. And I think I should press on and look at some more good stuff. I would really like to, since I have that deficit, I would really like to try and see if I can reach the sub goal. So I'm going to try and power through another 45 minutes to an hour here and see if some brave hero will visit this stream and bless me. We'll see. I like to keep faith that some hero will rise. A hero will rise and support this stream and help me make my little number go up. I mean, it could be a good excuse to watch that Danny Haifong video, considering we've been spending that time talking about Niger and Africa. We got two former guests of the show in Danny Haifong and Benjamin Norton talking about this. So let's do that. Let's look at that. I need a hero.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Who's that? Goth Engelsinner, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Thank you, friend. Very much appreciated.
You've been doing some good coverage on the
Here's
situation
Danny and Ben
in
Norton.
Niger. And July 26th, as my viewers may know, there was a coup that deposed the Western-backed head of state, Mohamed Bazoum. And there have been a lot of threats of war coming from France, the U.S. side. There's maybe a bit of more tepid approach, but we just had a visit, actually, from Victoria Nuland, the Deputy Secretary of State.
No, when she shows up, that's when the good things are going to
coverage
happen.
on Nuland and her role in Ukraine, as well as her infamous neocon husband, Peter Kagan, Robert Kagan, I should say, and her role in the Maidan Revolution, etc. But she wasn't even allowed to speak to the I think his name is Mr. Ciani, the general who was claimed head of state. I think they appointed a prime minister today, but she wasn't able to speak to anyone on any side. The arrested Bazoum, Ciani, she only was able to speak to the defense chief. And so it wasn't a warm welcome. And I'm wondering about your reaction to this. There was warnings about Wagner, PMC, Russia's paramilitary group, private contractor, warnings against doing that. The U.S. has cut off aid. There's so many pieces to this story. Where would you like to begin, Ben?
Well, we should begin with why there's so much Western interest in Niger. This is one of the poorest countries on earth. As of a report from 2013 by Oxfam, they reported that 90% of people in Niger did not have electricity. That figure has slightly decreased since then, but still, we're talking about a country where, according to World Bank data, nearly half the population lives in extreme poverty, not just poverty, extreme poverty, over 40%. So why
is the audio bad on this Dakadoon? Seems somewhat normal from my perspective. I can't tell.
Is the U.S. and France so interested? Well, of course, Niger was a French colony, along with most of West Africa. And what's not very well known is that France still maintains economic control over these countries through the use of the CFA franc, which the name CFA franc, which was created in the 1940s, that had the word colonial in it. They renamed it using the same acronym, but it's still the same acronym. And the C was colonial, the colonial franc in Africa. And what that also states is that not only is that pegged to the euro, but it also, which means that these countries have no monetary sovereignty. It means that their monetary policy is dictated by the European Central Bank. But furthermore, the CFA franc system, there are two different economic systems in West Africa in which the franc is imposed. And it says that half of the foreign exchange reserves of central banks in West Africa, in countries like Niger and Mali and Burkina Faso, they have to hold half of their reserves in the French treasury in Paris. So, I mean, this is economic neocolonialism. These countries don't have control over their economic policies. And furthermore, we haven't even talked about their natural resources. This is a very rich region of the world when it comes to natural resources. You know, as Michael Prenti often said, it's not that these countries are poor. Their people have been made poor, but they're actually very wealthy countries. They have very plentiful natural resources. And all across West Africa, I mean, many of these countries are major gold producers, including Niger and Mali. In the case of Mali being, one of its top exports is gold, and yet the majority of people live in poverty. In Niger, it's not only gold, but also uranium, the radioactive metal that is needed for nuclear energy. And France relied on roughly 1/5 of its uranium imports coming from Niger. The European Union also relied on roughly 1/5 of its uranium imports coming from Niger. And in the case of France, nuclear energy is not an insignificant factor, right? I mean, 1/3 of France's electricity comes from nuclear power, much more than in many other countries like the United States, for instance. In fact, in recent years, France has used more nuclear energy than electricity coming from oil. So that is to say that, think about how important oil is for a modern economy, at least for energy. In the case of France, it really needs uranium. You know who the other major producers of uranium are in the world? Kazakhstan and Russia. So while the European Union is trying to break its energy partnership with Russia, boycotting Russian oil and putting the $60 price cap, they're trying also $50 price cap on Russian oil. And also, of course, there are many countries trying to reduce their imports of Russian gas, although that's actually much slower than the decrease in imports of Russian oil. So we see an attempt to cut off their energy partnership with Russia, but now they're losing another major provider of uranium. So, I mean, then there's also the geostrategic element in terms of military force. And this is another key element of neocolonialism. Not only France, but the United States has a massive military footprint all across West Africa and all across the African continent. I mean, AFRICOM, U.S. African Command, has U.S. Special Operations Forces and other forces, more conventional forces, in more than half of the countries on the African continent. And in the case of Niger, the U.S., at least recent reports show the U.S. had 1,000 troops and France has 1,500 troops. Now, the new nationalist government in Niger has said that they've broken their military ties with France, torn up their military agreements with France, and told the French troops to leave. And what was Paris's response? No, we're not going to leave because we don't recognize you as a legitimate government. So the US and France have very strategic bases in Niger. In the case of the United States, it spent $110 million building a massive drone base. It was the largest base ever built by the U.S. Air Force. And the U.S. spends $20 to $30 million a year just maintaining that drone base. And it uses that base in Niger in the center of the Sahel region to exercise military control over the Sahel in countries like Mali, where there was a French military intervention in 2013 and 2014. So, I mean, these are all the details that we need to have in mind when we're talking about what's going on in Niger, not this infantile discussion of democracy, as if Victoria Nuland, one of the main architects of the coup in Ukraine in 2014, that overthrew Ukraine's democratically elected president, Viktor Yanukovych, who is geopolitically neutral, and installed an undemocratic pro-Western regime. Now she is lecturing countries about democracy. I mean, it's absolutely beyond satire. I mean, this reality is more satirical than satire.
Yeah, and what's so interesting about this is you have Victoria Nuland, who is literally the architect or
Yankee,
an
go home.
agent, direct agent of the coup in Ukraine.
I think
which,
Danny's back
of
from
course,
China,
has been
yeah.
erased from historical record, and the neocons, the foreign policy establishment, does everything it can to do that from the U.S. and Western side. But at the same time, you've had in this case with Niger and similarly with Burkina Faso that you've also written about, and Mali, these countries, Guinea, all of these countries have had coups, and now these coups are being railed against, despite the fact that not only is Nuland one of the foremost players in the Ukraine coup, but this is U.S. foreign policy we're talking about, and even just the entire so-called collective West, the West. Coups are pretty instrumental in the entire foreign policy of the West. So why is it that these coups are so problematic, Ben? Because I've heard some cynicism coming out of social media circles, and there's always the left position of, well, coups are always bad, and don't replace, it's not good to just replace Western imperialism with Russia or with
Look at Ben
maybe
smiling already.
imperialism with a black face. What do you have to say to all of these arguments, and why?
Look at Ben's face here is. Oh, man, why is it doing this, folks? Why? The Yunta says that France violated Niger airspace and attacked the National Guard. Sounds like they're starting to fuck around. Yeah, I did see that as well. I just wanted to do a little bit where I was laughing at the face Ben was making. Like, why must we do this?
With Russia or with
Yeah, it's this Ben's faces when an MFer starts talking about Chinese imperialism or Russian imperialism. That's Ben's reaction.
Maybe imperialism with a black face. What do you have to say to all of these arguments, and why is it then that the West is so bent out of shape about these coups?
Well, the obvious answer is because these countries in West Africa, not only Niger, also Burkina Faso, Mali, potentially Guinea, which is kind of playing both sides. Even Chad is not really on board with the West right now. This is a region of the world where there are nationalist governments that are exercising political control, sovereignty, and also specifically economic control over their natural resources. I've been reading a lot of the financial press's response because I think it's often... You learn much more from the financial press than you learn from the political press, because the political press is pure ideology. It's all about ideological management, manufacturing consent. The financial press is written for investors, for capitalists who are trying to make money in all of this. They don't care about all of the propaganda and all of that. They just want to know whether or not they should withdraw their capital or invest, right? And if you read the financial press, they're much more pragmatic, and they're like, yeah, there's a possibility these governments could nationalize their resources, and that's why we're so angry. S&P Global, which runs a market intelligence firm, linked to the S&P 500, right? The market index. The S&P Global Commodities Insight, which is this market intelligence firm, published a report in which they quoted a former State Department official who's now, working in commodities markets. And he said, our biggest concern is that in Mali and in Burkina Faso, the nationalist governments have nationalized the gold mining. He just said it clearly, like, were really concerned about this. Previously, there were a lot of foreign companies, Western companies, involved in mining the gold in these countries, and they were kicked out.
Including Canada.
Now the mining is being run, with state direction, with some help probably from other countries as well. But the point is that they just get straight to the point. And in the case of Niger, we've seen reports. It's hard to confirm whether or not it's really true. I've tried to investigate, but it's really hard to find a lot of the video footage because a lot of this is really only on TV in Niger. They don't really have a lot of live streaming on the internet. Again, this is one of the poorest countries in the world. But there have been reports that Niger has blocked exports of uranium and gold to the West. And that would make sense because it would be in the same pattern as what happened in Mali and Burkina Faso. So this is completely anathema to Western foreign policy, which is always about making these extremely favorable, unequal agreements. Going back to the unequal treaties imposed on China. These are these unequal agreements.
You can't take my gold and sapphires now.
Plentiful natural resources are forced to sign with multinational corporations like
Most
French mining
rich.
companies, French energy companies, and U.S. companies
Only the
to
people
mine
are
a lot of
poor.
these minerals. And the country ends up getting a little tiny percentage of the profits. And with a lot of these neoliberal governments, that money just ends up going to the pockets of the elites, right? So the working class people of Niger who live in poverty don't see the benefits of gold mining. I mean, it's just, again, I just want to stress that point. These are countries that are exporting gold, a symbol of wealth, and yet the majority of their people live in poverty because of these unequal agreements where the governments don't actually get the proceeds, the revenues from this natural resource extraction. And again, those who do, it just ends up in the pockets of a few rich elites.
And you can take this exact strategy, right, and apply it to the ways that indigenous communities are still without clean drinking water and still struggling despite having massive natural resources even on their lands that we agreed to that they would be able to keep with these treaties that we made. And then these multinational oil companies move in, build pipelines across the land, pipe the oil out of there, and they sprinkle a few little jobs on these indigenous communities, and that's supposed to be the thing that makes everything better. The few people that manage to get a decent job in these for these oil pipeline companies. Meanwhile, the actual profits, that's what I always kind of talk about when this comes up, right? The jobs versus the profits. The profits are all going into the CEOs and the shareholders of these foreign oil companies, not the communities. It would be one thing if you were talking about extracting oil or natural gas or whatever other natural resource from traditional indigenous lands, if the actual people that lived on the land were the ones getting the profits. Not just a little, here you get a little investment here, you get a community center here, you get a few jobs here and there. But if they're actually getting the profits from it, well, then we can maybe talk about that. That's not what's happening, though. And when these oil and gas companies, just like when they operate in Niger or any other country in the developing world, they have the exact same strategy when it comes to indigenous people domestically, that are on the lands where we have natural resources here. You get a small schoolhouse in one city as a treat or whatever. Meanwhile, many of these communities don't have drinking water, don't have basic necessities. It's the same scam that we operate on people around the world, including indigenous people in our settler colonies where we live.
So also, of course, these governments are popular. In fact, The Economist, the voice of the Western bourgeoisie, Lenin famously called The Economist the journal that speaks for the British millionaires. And I, would update it 100 years later. It's the corporate media outlet that speaks on behalf of transatlantic billionaire oligarch capitalists, right? That's The Economist. I mean, they are the embodiment of neoliberalism. And they just published an article that showed that 78% of people in Niger support the nationalist policies of the military government. 73% of Nigerians, not Nigerians, Nigerians, the people in Niger, 73% want the military government to stay in power. Nearly 3/4, only 1/4, just over 1/4, 27% want to put back in power the Western puppet, Mohamed Bazoum. And I've been reading a lot of these articles. The Financial Times in May did an interview with Bazoum, and he was just, in the entire interview, he was defending France. And he was criticizing what he called populists in Niger who said that France is still a colonial power. And he said, that's ridiculous. France is our partner. This is the president who was overthrown. I'm in a complete Western puppet. And even according to The Economist magazine, the voice of neoliberalism and imperialism, even they acknowledge that just around 1/4 of people in Niger want him back in power, whereas 3/4 support the military government. And another very interesting part of this poll,
This is the Russia
they
thing,
asked
probably.
people in Niger what country they see as their most important ally.
Yeah.
So it was a superlative, right? You only can say one country. Over 60% said Russia. Nearly 2/3, the majority of people said Russia is their most important ally. Now, the US and France were very low. China was very low, but as I've been pointing out, that doesn't mean that they're against China, because obviously China and Russia are very close allies. They have a very similar foreign policy in Africa. The way the question was framed is you can only pick one country who's the most important ally. So just because they said Russia doesn't mean they're anti-China. There's actually probably
That's actually an interesting spin on that.
China.
We were
But the
wondering
point
about that
is
ourselves.
I mean, we're seeing a massive shift politically in the region. There's a lot of opposition to French neocolonialism and US imperialism, and there's a lot of support for Russia and also China. And obviously this explains why the West is so angry and is trying to reimpose this guy Mohammed Bazoum, because he's such an obedient Western ally, despite the fact that the majority of Nigerians don't want him.
Yeah, and I know you've seen the videos, pictures circulating all over the internet, massive protests, massive rallies.
What did he say? Well, he missed the China explanation. Well, he basically said that, like, you know, China and Russia are so close in terms of their, like, diplomatic partnership and their foreign policy in Africa. The way the question was framed was, who is the country you trust the most? So just because China in that question was a low percentage doesn't mean that they're not trustworthy, because 60% of people said Russia who have a close relationship with China. So if you would ask those people, who's your second most trusted, you know, you would see it would probably be different. But that's why, right? Is because the majority of people chose Russia. And that's not because they're being paid sacks of rubles. It's a very understandable position given the history of French colonialism and Western colonialism in general, and neocolonialism in Niger and elsewhere on the continent. Wagner's been helping with Sahel fight terrorists, probably why I would have a clear advantage. Yeah, and just like Russia has a different colonial history and relationship with these places. You know, it's not just modern Russia right now and Wagner Group helping to fight these terrorists, but it's also the history of the Soviet Union supporting anti-colonial movements throughout the continent, you know? Even though the Soviet Union doesn't exist and Russia currently is certainly not a socialist state, still, people remember that history. And Russia has nowhere near the same kind of brutal, violent colonialist legacy that France or England or Portugal or the Dutch or Spain or America has on the continent. That's what we've been saying, right? It's not really surprising at all that people in Niger and elsewhere on the continent would take that position. And when liberals see that Russia's becoming such an important trusted ally there, and they see people waving the Russian flags, they can't comprehend this because they don't understand history before, 5 minutes ago. Yeah, Blinken absolutely in a fit of rage when he sees the Russian flags. Absolutely. But liberals can't understand this. They're the only possible explanation here, similar to all the stuff about China. If you're going to go on there and if you're going to talk about not being against the Cold War, supporting China, not wanting to antagonize China, pushing back on human rights complaints, they don't understand. They're like, the only way you must be holding this opinion is if you're being paid. And they feel the same way about people in Niger or elsewhere waving around Russian flags. They're like, you must be getting handed. Putin himself is coming down there to hand out sacks of rubles to all of you. That's the only possible explanation. But if you know anything about history of colonialism on the continent, you'll understand exactly why this is the case. History's over, Jack.
rallies in support of the government, and there's been more than a few Russian flags popping up. And actually, a Patreon supporter had a question that really does flow into this point here, because Raul asked, how do you respond to people? Because one of the reasons why Newland went to Niger was because of reports saying that the new government was reaching out to Wagner PMC, for perhaps help in what could be a war, an intervention, a foreign intervention, likely led by France and ECOWAS. And so Raul wanted to ask, how do you respond to people who say that Wagner's interventions in Africa, because Wagner is in Mali, Wagner is in a few countries in North Africa, West Africa. What do you have to say to those folks who say that it's the same as Western imperialism, that, it's similar, and if it's not the West, then it's going to be them? It's almost like this Cold War mentality, and you see it all across the Western media. And of course, Victoria Nuland went running to Niger to warn that this new government about that. What do you have to say to this?
It's completely ridiculous. I mean, just look at the actual, not only the historical atrocities committed by French colonialism, but the continued policies of French neocolonialism. I mean, I talked about this early at the beginning because it's almost never mentioned, even by a lot of people like who I absolutely 100% respect and are friends and comrades and everything. They often forget when we're talking about Niger. This is a country whose currency is controlled by France. I mean, that is the epitome of neocolonialism. What is the currency of Niger and Mali and Burkina Faso? It's the CFA franc, which is controlled by France. These countries don't have monetary sovereignty. And if you don't have monetary sovereignty, how can you have economic sovereignty, yet alone political sovereignty, right? I mean, so this is actual neocolonialism. But furthermore, I mean, and again, not to mention the genocide committed by French and also Belgian colonialism in this region, the millions of people who lost their lives, whether it's the Belgian control of the Congo and the genocide killing half of the Congolese population, and then later killing the first ever democratically elected prime minister, Patrice Lumumba, with an operation backed by the CIA, or Algeria, where France committed genocide. Not that well remembered, France had concentration camps for Algerians after World War II, after the Nazi concentration camps. France made concentration camps for Algerians to try to maintain control over Algeria. And of course, the Algerian people overthrew French colonialism in a popular revolution that happened over years but ended in 1962. So, I mean, the point is that this brutal colonial history, comparing that to Russia potentially giving some support to these countries, is laughable. It shows how superficial the analysis of imperialism is by many of these people who claim to be anti-imperialists. If you're actually an anti-imperialist, you need to actually understand how imperialism operates. And furthermore, let's not exaggerate Russia's influence. There's no evidence whatsoever that Russia had a hand in the coup in Niger, or that Wagner is even on the ground. In fact, if you read Russian media, Russian state media, which obviously is not biased against Russia, even they have been saying that, yeah, like Russian influence is overstated here. So RT published an interesting article by this guy, Andrei Maslov, who previously he was the director of Gazprom in Nigeria, which is the Russian state-owned gas giant. So he's clearly linked to the Russian government, and he's an Africa expert. And in this article, he said that, look, and in fact, if you look at Russia diplomatically, on the formally diplomatically, Russia actually condemned the coup. That doesn't mean that Russia doesn't favorably see the new government. And I think it's very fair to conclude that they obviously are happy about what's happening, but that doesn't mean that they're behind it. At the United Nations Security Council, there was a consensus to condemn the coup. And that's because Russia, and also China, but more Russia, has a consistent position condemning coups anywhere. I mean, because obviously they don't want to support coups. China actually, I think, has had the best position. They just haven't commented on it. They don't intervene, and they don't comment on other people's what's happening in other countries in their internal affairs. And furthermore, he pointed out in this article that, there's all this talk about Wagner. Well, clearly the Russian government and Wagner are not really on the same page. And, there's been these comments, about how, Wagner has been trying to take credit and praising the coup and all this stuff. But there's a long history of Wagner exaggerating its influence. And just because they say stuff on social media, now, ironically, what this actually does is it actually helps Russia, because Western powers are trying to portray every single anti-colonial movement in the world as being led by Putin puppets, right? And what that actually does is help further solidify Russia's reputation in the global South, which is very positive.
Yeah.
And, I know Latin America very well. I've never been to Africa.
Idea.
I would never claim to be an Africa expert. But from the polls we've seen, in many parts of Africa, Russia is very popular because of the history of the Soviet Union supporting anti-colonial struggles. And in Latin America, which I do know very well, Russia is very popular, especially among the left, especially among anti-imperialists, because of that history of the Soviet Union. And because today, despite the fact that Russia has a capitalist government, it has maintained a foreign policy that is non-interventionist. They don't intervene in the affairs of Latin American and African nations. And obviously, they're going to be supportive of a country that it's opposing Western neocolonialism. So, ironically, by exaggerating Russia's influence, this is only further solidifying Russia's reputation as an ally of anti-colonial movements. So I'm sure, the Russian government is happy with this because, they don't, there's no evidence whatsoever linking them to the coup. And also in Mali and Burkina Faso, but by the Ukrainian government's trying to blame Russia, and that actually, ironically, just helps solidify its reputation.
And it is laughable in a lot of ways, because even Yevgeny Prigozhin, during Nuland's visit, went to the media and said, "We're so proud of Wagner and what they're doing."
And this is important too, Crowd Babes, and this is something I always think about in these moments as well. You say it's an age-old tactic perfected by the British colonialists who'd pit the colonized peoples against the Chinese merchants who worked there, even how Jews had been persecuted for centuries as the people who were the only ones allowed to engage in usury. And I want to talk about this idea of blaming Russia for being behind all these movements. Like this did not start with Putin. It didn't start with the Soviet Union. You look back in like the Indian Mutiny I get hazy on the dates. I believe it's the 1870s that took place. The Indian Mutiny when the British East India Company was still ruling all of India. And it was the same thing. It's like you had these rumors that were starting that led to this massive mutiny that led to this huge conflict. And it was the British colonialists were saying this exact same thing at the moment. It's these goddamn Russians. It's the Russians that are out there spreading this kind of propaganda, this kind of anti-colonial propaganda. They were doing it long ago. They were doing it under the Tsarist system. They've been blaming Russia for this kind of thing for centuries at this point. They did it before the Soviet Union, they did it during the Soviet Union, and they do it today, to this day, It's pretty amazing when you start looking at these historical trends, how long this shit has been going on.
Because we have Nuland running to Niger, begging us not to help. It's obvious that we're a pretty effective force. And that poll you were speaking of earlier, too, it makes me think about, Burkina Faso, I think in the last 24 hours, had a horrific terrorist attack. I think killed 20 people. And these attacks, especially since the destruction of Libya, have been so widespread all across the Sahel.
Seems a little bit suspicious as well.
And Wagner has played. I mean, it's not a huge presence. It's about, I think, a couple thousand spread across various countries, but they do frontline help. And it's not just Russians who are participating in this. Wagner has many different nationalities who actually participate. It's a military contractor. So they have Africans, they have people from, Europe, Eastern Europe, and, it is, but the fact that it is coming from Russia, that direct aid, it's not a surprise that people would appreciate that, because this issue alone, it has been a huge talking point, a huge political issue, and of course an economic issue, because if you're already languishing in poverty, what does it mean to have a completely unstable political situation and perhaps life or death, every single day, just trying to go about your day? It's life or death, because you never know. That's how often and frequent this happens. You never know when there's going to be an attack. And So I'm not surprised about that. And China has a completely non-interference policy where they don't send the People's Liberation Army to help fight terrorism there. They're more about the UN and going through that mechanism. So I'm not surprised by the poll numbers, but I just think it's interesting that the more that the US and the West raise this alarmism across the political spectrum about Wagner, the more it highlights the role of Wagner and possibly actually strengthens this matters. I think people all across the world, especially on the African continent, look at this kind of coverage and they say, well, perhaps Russia is doing something right here.
Yeah, I mean, the way I think about this is often just really informed by my experience in Latin America, which again, I would never claim to be an Africa expert, I've never been, but I think there are a lot of similarities in many global South, developing countries, formerly colonized countries. And something that I've noticed in my time in Latin America is that a lot of states are actually very weak. And in the global North, in imperialist countries, there's often this very anarchist influence in a lot of left-wing movements because the state is seen as the enemy, because the state is controlled by billionaire capitalist oligarchs and acts on behalf of the interests of big corporations against the interests of working people. So they assume that every state around the world is like that. And they assume also that every state around the world is this hyper-militarized, violent, repressive apparatus like in the US, where, police every year kill over 1,000 people. But the reality is that in a lot of global South countries, especially very poor ones, the state is very weak. And in fact, in relation to international capital, the state is much weaker. I mean, as an example, in many global South countries that, like in Central America, which I know very well, the GDP of the entire country, all of the goods and services produced in the economy, is smaller than the revenue of big, massive multinational corporations. So if you're in a country like Niger, and your GDP, your entire economy, is smaller than the revenue of big multinational mining corporations, think about what that means in terms of the government's power, in terms of its relationship to capital. I mean, these are very weak states. And furthermore, think about their military capabilities, considering how few resources they have. It also, by the way, explains why there frequently are coups in these countries, and some of them, although the majority are not, but there are some progressive coups led by leftist anti-colonial military leaders. And, in the case of Egypt, you had Nasser. In Libya, you had Gaddafi. In Burkina Faso, you had Thomas Sankara, who led a progressive military coup. And it's because in many of these countries, one of the only strong institutions is the military. So many other state institutions are completely weak. So the reality is that a lot of these people, they're not looking to abolish the state like these anarchists. In fact, it's the opposite. They have too weak of a state. They want a stronger state. And because the military is so weak, it can't actually maintain security. And you have the rise of these fascist groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS, which also have very questionable links to Western intelligence agencies, right? I mean, in Syria, in Libya, the US, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, they were supporting these so-called moderate rebels, and they were flooding these countries with weapons. And when those weapons go to Libya, they don't stay in Libya, especially after NATO destroyed the Libyan state in this 2011 war, and they killed Gaddafi. And then Hillary Clinton went on TV and said, we saw he died. All of those weapons went into neighboring countries like Niger, like Mali, like Burkina Faso. So you have a weak state, a weak military, a massive influx of weapons from the West to these extremist Salafi jihadist militias, which have a history of being linked to Western intelligence agencies and being supported by Western intelligence agencies when it's in their political interest. I mean, it is no surprise why many of these governments are looking for new potential allies to help them fight against these insurgencies, because clearly over many years of US and French support, they have not succeeded in defeating Al-Qaeda and Boko Haram and ISIS affiliates. So, I mean, you also have to ask, is it in the political interest of the US and France to actually defeat these Salafi jihadist groups, or to just maintain the insurgency at a low, manageable level? Not end it, but maintain it at a simmer So when something like this happens, you allow them to attack the government, right? I'm not saying that like they don't even need to support these groups, but now they're going to be like, okay, we will allow these groups to attack the military government, which is exactly what's happening right now. There have been reports that ISIS and Al-Qaeda have been attacking Wagner units in Mali and also attacking forces on the Mali-Niger border. So again, does France actually want these groups to be defeated permanently, or does it want them to be maintained in a low simmer, which allows France to have an excuse to maintain its military occupation of these countries? And obviously the same is for the US as well.
Thank you for tuning in to my latest video. I appreciate all of your support. This channel, however, needs
Hold on just one sec. Just give me one sec here. Give me one moment. Folks, I'm just talking to my kid on the phone. I'm just talking to my kid. He's staying with his grandpa. I'll be right back, okay? Oh, hello. Sorry about that, folks. Sorry. We got some dead air. My kid is staying with my dad right now. So he was just checking in. I missed the end of that video, but that seemed really like informative and good. I'm looking a little sweaty here. I'm looking like a bit of a sweaty guy right now. I'm looking a little... Try again, sweaty. So I missed the end of that video. That seemed like really good from what I saw. Missed the end part there, but hopefully that was beneficial and added in some gaps in our knowledge about this. We've been trying to cover this ongoing story over the last couple of days, and I think that was pretty useful. Like I said, I am planning on talking to Eugene Puryear of Breakthrough News on Monday or Tuesday on this program. So, and I know there's a whole like ECOWAS meeting going on right on Thursday. So there's going to be more updates to this story. And I'm going to get in contact. I will be in touch with Eugene Puryear next week. There'll be new updates. There's going to be this ECOWAS meeting. We'll see how things develop. And we're going to be able to talk to Eugene about that and about a number of other important subjects. And I think that's going to be fantastic because I really love the work that Eugene does. He does a really fantastic job on Breakthrough News. Heck of a guy. He's a heck of a guy, that Eugene. Anyway, I was hoping to make it to like 6 hours today. I didn't start the stream till 2:30. It's 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern. I do think I'm going to wind the stream down now. I was kind of hoping to get to the sub goal. I just don't know if I have the amount of time that I need to put into that. But I will say, for the final time, if any other brave heroes want to support this channel, there's still an opportunity to do so. I'm only 9 subs away from the goal, and in theory, just a few very brave and generous chatters could support this channel and make my little number go up and support the work that I do here on twitch.tv/Rob Rousseau. And I did make it 5.5 hours, you know. I've been really like going along on these streams lately, which has been, you know, something else. I enjoy doing it a lot. It's also difficult and a little bit taxing and tiring. So if you want to support that, please, folks, subscribe. Subscribe to TRRS. It's $5 per month. It's totally free. If you have an Amazon Prime account, which you can easily convert to a Twitch Prime sub. Is there any other brave hero in the chat? That's the question. If there's gifties going, I'm not proud and poor AF, says our friend Dave Legend. Dave, who, like, honestly, Dave deserves a sub to the channel. Dave created the spinny globe. Dave is the creator of the spinny globe and absolutely deserving and worthy of a TRRS sub just on that level alone. Also just being a valued community member.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this. I just listened to the intercepted interview with Nick Turse, and it is pretty good. They did not discuss NATO's role in fomenting extremism in North Africa by invading Libya, but they were pretty even-handed with dealing with U.S. criticism and poking some criticism at Human Rights Watch. Okay, well, that's interesting to know. I mean, it seems like the headline was doing a lot of work about that when it comes to that. Miguel, thank you for the gifted sub. Very kind of you, Miguel. Very much appreciate that. You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Plunger Man, thank you so much for giving a sub to our friend Dave. Really, really appreciate all the support, Plunger Man. And thank you for that. Again, Dave created the spinny globe. Dave should be able to be subscribed to this channel. I love the spin. Everyone loves the spinny globe. Everyone loves it. And BBTTXU, thank you for the gifted sub as well. Very, very kind of you. So tantalizingly close now to the sub goal. That's the hard part in these moments. It's hard to know whether to be satisfied with what I've got or to try and see if I can mind fuck people into that last few inches. The last few inches to cross the finish line. That's always the streamer's dilemma, we call it. The streamer's dilemma. Because really, it's really only one generous hero would it take. If you subscribe now, one time only, You can have one of the many vowels in Rob's last name. I was just reading that from the chat. That's not an official promise from the TRRS leadership. I was just reading that chat and I didn't realize what I was reading until like halfway through. I am not going to give you any vowels. I'm not going to change my name. I'm sorry, but I just can't do that. I don't see what the big deal is with my name, you know? Gromsterino as well.
Count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Gromsterino as well just has no idea how to spell my name. It just trips him up. Gromsterino, who's Swedish. I don't know what his last name is, but it's probably like Björgenfjörgen with all these different letters and stuff. And this man is like, your name is just so complicated. Vote for Hefe. Thank you for the gifted sub. Your very first gifted sub in the channel. Vote for Hefe. Thank you. It is problematic that it's French. I understand that. I do get that. My gosh, folks, we're achingly close now to the sub goal. Mjörgenfjörgen, exactly. And they're like, your name is so weird, dude. Just a standard French name.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh boy. Hey, look at that. iFlies. Thank you for the 9 months of Prime. And look at that, folks. Now we do have a hype train. We do have... I couldn't possibly end the stream now. Not with the hype train going. That would be absurd. It'd be ridiculous. Not when the sub goal is within reach like this. Now, not only can you support me and the content and the community and get all the tiny little images, but you get even more tiny images from twitch.tv for being part of this hype train. Doesn't that sound great? Mjörgenfjörgen from the Mjörgen Fjords. Yeah, I love that. Wayne's World 2. Wayne's World 2 kind of underrated. Hello, Oinainye. Hello. What is up?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Oh my goodness. Crad Babes, thank you for the gifted sub. I really appreciate it, Crad Babes. Thank you. And I really do hope you start doing the stream. And I will use my clout and my influencer status and my PSYOP abilities to make people from this community watch it. You're all ready to go. You got the backgrounds and everything all set up. It looks fantastic. You've got the correct ideas and the correct analysis, Crad Babes. Just fucking do it now. You got to take the first step. There you go. It started already. It started already. So folks, we're 80% of the way through level 2 of this hype train. It's nighttime. And I would kind of like to eventually go. 3 meager, minor subs away from the sub goal. Who is the hero that's going to step to the plate? Or the 3 heroes. We are alas bound to the will of the hype train. There's just nothing we can do. There's nothing we can do but obey its commands. It's not even me at this point. It's not even me at this point. It's been a long couple of days of streaming. I like doing these longer streams. I really do. But it's different. It's definitely different doing this 6, 7, 8 hours a day rather than 3 or maximum 4. 90 seconds left in level 2 of this hype train, friends. Is the Twitch algorithm through this hype train bringing any brave heroes, brave soldiers into the chat? Oh, please just allow me to leave. Set me free. Set me free from this prison, this content hamster wheel. I would love to be able to just say goodbye now. And if measly 3 chatters could, in theory, make this happen. In theory. And now we've only got 30 seconds left of this hype train, folks, to get to the sub goal and to get to level 3. It's destiny. It's destiny, he says, slowly losing hope that it's going to happen today. Still itchy from my sunburn that I got a couple weeks ago. Okay, well, you know what? 32 subs is still pretty damn good, if you ask me. I think that's actually...
You've just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
Dakadude, I was just letting you off the hook. I was just in the process of letting you off the hook, Dakadude. What a selfless, heroic individual, Dakadoon. Thank you so much for those 5 gifted subs. That's so kind of you, seriously. I really appreciate that. Is the sub goal the point at which you can afford to feed your son as well? Basically, like, yeah, getting to the sub goal on a regular basis is essentially the number at which I'm able to like do this show, and am able to like sort of support myself. I do have other things that I do as well, but yes, I'm not just it's not just an arbitrary number. At 30 subs, you feed yourself. At 35, Sonny Boy gets a little Happy Meal. That's right. That's absolutely right. Folks, thank you so much. Again, Dakadoon, that was really kind of you to come through with 5 subs at the end there. I was totally just mentally preparing myself to accept that not getting it was okay. I was letting you off the hook, and you still came through. I really appreciate it. And I appreciate everyone that supports this program today and every other day. I really do. But thank you, friends. And as you know, tomorrow, like Sisyphus himself, I'm going to let that boulder roll all the way back down to the bottom of the hill and start over again. That's the hell that I've found myself trapped in. But I wouldn't have it any other way. I really do love doing this show every single day. I love the community a lot. And I appreciate all you, everyone that supports this program, even people that aren't able to do that, even the lurkers, even the pathetic, non-subbed lurkers. I even respect you. That's how gregarious and generous and benevolent I am. Especially our time theft soldiers as well, such as Mac at work. Our dedicated time theft soldiers. You're welcome to stay, I guess. The non-subbed people. Quote unquote, people. No, that's so mean. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, folks. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow, all right? I'll try to get an earlier start. I got Aaron Thorpe tomorrow. Cosmic Slop, Afro-Cosmist, Posadas Trap God. Tomorrow. Goodbye.